can stay right here, we will play until somehow you can find a slightly different frame of mind. Right here in my arms, away from all harm, you'll be safe from all the flares, although I know you don't care. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path along the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. Shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path along the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. And when the light comes through, when the day isn't new, then it will be time for a new frame of mind. When all eyes are on you, you will know what to do, since you will have found your new frame of mind. When you lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines, but always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play.
You kept rolling snake eyes. One too many. One too many times. You
me you like me, tell me you're feeling me. Come over, why don't you sit over here? You're making me quiver. I see you watching my figure. I know you want this, no you don't need to be scared. Come over, why don't you play with my hair? You're making me quiver. I see you watching my figure. Well, you like me, tell me you're feeling me. Why don't you come over here? I won't wait around, I'm not waiting for you. Don't play around, I'm nobody's fool. Tell me you like me, tell me you're feeling me. Come over, no you don't need to be afraid. You're making me quiver. I see you watching my figure.
I wish you guys a wonderful good morning. Good morning, other people. Good morning, everyone. Why is it so hot in here? My chat is not even open. Oops. Fuck ads. I run a lot of ads during the intro, yeah. That's true. Cocky! 15 months. Holy shit. Imagine having a mod who is also subscribed to your chat. Nice. Nice. That's wonderful. I wish you guys a wonderful good morning, a happy Monday. It is another business week. I hate weekends because there's nothing happening. And woke up, did my typical Monday things. And it's a good Monday. It's a good Monday. That's what I mean. It's crazy how... Just related to the Scruffy shop, it's crazy how you don't sell anything on a Sunday or a Saturday, but on Monday, like the orders are coming in like crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand, but hey, it is what it is. Crazy little thing called love. This thing. Did you see Discord? Yep, I saw that. Saw that the relation, Mr. color. Business week. It's good. Monday is good. What a good day. How you doing? I'm doing great. I have a good start in my Monday into my week. That's really good. Cocky game, thank you so much for 15 freaking months. Ay, Dios mío. Sometimes I feel I'm gonna break down and cry.
Sometimes I feel I'm gonna break down and cry. Nowhere to go, nothing to do with my time. I get lonely, so lonely, living on my own.
I own my own.
Come on, baby.
When the podcast starting in 4 hours. In the 4 hours.
Sometimes I feel I'm gonna break down and cry. Nowhere to go, nothing to do with my
4 hours.
I get lonely, so lonely.
Living on my cock.
Sometimes I feel I'm always walking too fast, and everything is coming down on me. I go crazy.
Do you know that Daily Dose of Internet is not daily? Yeah, I'm trying to watch Daily Dose of Internet on a daily basis now, but it's not uploading on a daily basis. But let's be honest, Daily Dose of Internet sounds better than 3 times a week dose of internet. Have to agree.
Sometimes I feel nobody gives me no warning.
Oh, look at him.
My head is always up in the clouds in a dream world.
That was sus. Mommy milkers. O.J. Simpson. Social credit deducted.
Uh, Peep. No, I understand what they're sneezing about this. The smell of popcorn is always the most annoying thing. Like it makes me literally like stop breathing. Tuh. God, I like Mondays. I don't know what to say. Sorry, guys. I like Mondays. It's a good day. We had a really good start into our weekday, into our week. You were only in school for 1 hour. That's wonderful. And guys, we gotta do weekly no leavers, by the way, today. Weekly no leavers for the next 4 hours. Weekly no leavers. Otherwise, we're like heavily talking in the group chat. I'm really excited. Currently, we are 8 people. You guys will see who is joining. Of course, I wish that the people would just host my stream and everyone would come over here. But some people are really trying to figure out how to restream it. But hey, I of course, I told people like, you don't need to stop streaming. That would be pretty annoying. But sure, the best thing would be just everyone be here, right? They're actually eating it at this point. Ew. How she's raising her hand like gimme, gimme. Nice. They're literally eating popcorn. Tuh. Going to be good, I can feel that. Nice, Xela. Sounds good. One dry, one in the water, as always. Kotaro's doing this all the time. Oh, we know at this point. Oh, we've been watching so much of these. God damn.
It's not easy.
What I can tell you guys is that our wonderful Helly, and every one of you guys know Helly, she's going to join us tonight as well. There are so many different outcomes. It's so unpredictable at this point how the podcast is going to be down. It's going to be going down. Is it a sentence? Can you make that? Is articulating. I like some people in groups that are already wondering like, hey, if we're too many people, some people don't get a word in. And then I said like, no, don't worry, I'm gonna moderate this. I have reasons. Because, guys, don't worry, I have reasons. People will see later on something that I didn't tell them yet. The giveaways. On the other hand, like, I'm worried that everyone is silent and no one's talking at all. On the other hand, like, it might be the case that we're sitting there for like only an hour and then we're done talking. It might be the case that we're sitting there for like 20 hours and it's never finding an end. Like, there's so many possibilities, like, especially for the first episode. I have no clue how it's going to go down. How it's going to go down today. Absolutely no clue. Cool and the Gang, fresh. Okay, no, like, I'm getting DMCA today if I continue doing this. I really don't know. Chat. We killed Halondros yesterday. That was wonderful. It was a lot of fun. Because Unwin is a lot of fun. Compared to Halondros. Unwin is a lot of fun. Really, really cool. Really boring boss fight at the end of the day. It has a lot of mechanics and unthankful abilities. Like one mistake, full wipe. But otherwise, it's pretty easy, I think. Corky Maddox, I wish you guys a wonderful good morning. Yamios, Lidonis is here. The Mighty Sailor. Yavuza is here. Vanity, the one and only Complete of Bandil is here. Jeremiah, James, Hate Max, Gizara. Fist by DVG. Syndika Costin is here as well. Chia Shiux is here as well. I wish you a wonderful good morning. As I said, guys, the best thing would be if everyone is hosting the main stream and everyone watches it here. And then we're gonna send the people over to other people. Like, he is on the podcast today and he shouldn't hear that, but yeah, we might have some giveaway ideas. Really like to see the people like already like talking in group chat and all this stuff. But of course, no one is forced to stop their stream, stop their own income just to come over to this Scruffy stream. But at least I'm going to make sure that I don't want to say it, but good participation tonight. Nixor Bandit is also here and lurking. True, I have not said that. I hope I did. That good participation today could reward the one streamer's viewers. That's all I'm saying. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. Okay. Oh, people are like... Do I restrict what people are saying in a group chat because they're already like exhausting themselves? They're already exhausting themselves. This fast smoking. How much do you take time for smoking, my man? How much time do you take? Okay, let's wake everyone up. What is this? Korsakov and Party Razor. What the fuck is that? What a combination. What is that? Okay. What a combination. Maddox is here as well. Maddox. I can take this shit. Aggressive Records.
Move it, bitch.
Pussy! Oh my god, that was so stupid. That could be a sound thing. Pussy! When does the podcast start today? In 3.5 hours. 7 p.m. That means... Oops, sorry. I don't want to click on it again. That means we're gonna make sure we're gonna start with some weekly non-lever keys immediately and get people some weekly keys. So tomorrow is another day for weekly keys. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow is another day. And we're gonna make sure that we're gonna start already today. Yep, weekly non-lever keys. Yesterday was our last day getting some 20s in. I really like to see that I reach 3k score with actually not that much effort. Like, let's be completely honest. Let's be completely honest. Like, usually it's like 20 keys on everything, right? 20 keys on everything. 21, 21, 20, 21, 21, 19, 21, 19. That compensated a lot already. 20, 20, 22 deplete, 19. 21 deplete, 18. 16, 20. 21 deplete, 16. 18, 16. It's not like literally like you need every key on a 20. Like doing 18 and 16. That's really good. That's really, really good. That already like gave me 3k score. 3k score is not that hard to reach. It's really not. Even our boy Xelav showed me a screenshot yesterday. He started playing since a week again and is already two-chesting some Gambit 20s. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't it wonderful to see Scruffy GG being top DPS? That's wonderful, huh? It's wonderful. Unknown is a really cool boss fight. I really do like it. It will last another few hundred tries, but I do at this point already like it. It is a little questionable because it is so stupid. I'm standing there on my position. I'm assigned to go in second group in Underwin. And especially for the first phase, I'm literally just standing there and just stand there. And I do my rotation and I do my thing. It looks really boring at this point because I'm just standing there and I'm just standing there. There's nothing much happening. Guys, you went crazy yesterday. Hauer and Walter Dirty, you guys did send me way too much stuff. I'm currently running with almost 200 drums, a lot of heal potions. I have way too many feasts, almost 100 feasts. And I have 120 flasks in my fucking inventory. A flask is almost 1,000 gold nowadays. That is a lot of gold that I'm not even using. Like, I have more flasks than this expansion will last. You guys are crazy. Please don't send me more stuff now. I don't have any inventory space anymore. That will be a little bit annoying in the future. I don't even know where my key is anymore. Holy shit. I take it. You're fucking 100 million gold heavy. Greedy. Greedy. Only 117 million gold. Oh. $117 million gold. Was hesitating even subbing to my stream. Wait, what? Wait, what? Thank you so much for the 15 months again. That's a long ass time. They're exhausting themselves. They're exhausting themselves in the group chat. 170 million sounds nice. It sounds weird because what you doing with 117 million? Like, sure, look, like, just imagine in real life. Having 170 million in your bank account sounds nice, but what they doing? What they doing? Like, wouldn't be a 1 million already enough? I would be okay if I just had 100,000 on my bank account. You can also buy WoW tokens. Yeah, and I think that Corky at this point is literally trying to go ahead. Wait for the moment that World of Warcraft gets to the Microsoft Game Pass, and you can redeem your WoW tokens into Microsoft money because he wants to buy himself a laptop, I think. I think this is currently his plan. Instead of buying himself like Call of Duty with his WoW gold, in the future he might be able to buy himself a Microsoft Surface or something. Like, just imagine, just imagine. WoW token almost 300k. That's almost 250k, okay? 4 tokens. What key? We're running an other side weekly no lever today. Cost. Okay, 4 times 20 bucks is 80 bucks per million. 80 bucks per million. 80 bucks per million? What? He himself has a WoW balance currently of like 9. He has WoW gold in the value of 9,000 euros. Like, you could buy yourself a laptop with this, yeah, absolutely. Like, you have gold in the value of almost like more than a car, my man. A small one. That's a little insane. I calculated times 20, of course. Like, half this price almost, like rounded up. Half it, then it's the money that he gets for selling his gold. And putting his gold into, like, WoW Blizzard balance. Sure. I was calculating with 20, of course. But still, it's enough for a Microsoft Surface. Like, what is a good Microsoft Surface? Like, 2,000-3,000? Hey. He ready. He ready for Bill Gates. I want to say for Jeff Bezos, but he has nothing to do with that. Jeff Bezos. Bezos. Cocky, you're not going to be here tonight, right? You're not helping me with like straw polls and linking everyone's stream. You once have a mod in your lifetime and then you have to still do your own thing. Why did that? I wish wonderful good morning, my man. Yes. Yes, you are not going to be here tonight. Okay. Morning, yeah, but not wonderful. That's not good. Guys, of course, please make sure you're gonna watch the podcast tonight. Lurk around if you can. Go ahead and also multi-watch it. Like, make a watch party with other streamers as well. If someone's restreaming the podcast on their own stream, make sure you're gonna watch that as well, because that's giving me good arguments for sponsors. I would love the podcast to become something successful, and therefore we could get some sponsors for the podcast as well. But first of all, let's see how this runs tonight. If you could reach like multiple hundred viewers combined on all people that are restreaming it, concurrent viewers, that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. It would be awesome. How long would the podcast go? As I said already, like, we are aiming towards like 2 to 3 hours, but it might be like, we don't know yet. We have really no clue what's happening tonight. How active the people are gonna be, like how intense it's going to be. We don't know absolutely like what's going to happen. It might be the case that we're ending early. It might be the case that we're ending super late because people just love talking to each other and they can't stop. We will see. We will see. We will see. I told you the lineup. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna say it again. Meow. Hey buddy, I'm for Keep-Pedo. I wish you a wonderful happy Monday. Yeah, we're gonna do weekly non-leavers today. We're gonna do weekly non-leavers. Let me use some flask and feasts because I have too many of these. You can invite the Kanzler as special guest. Sorry, no one of this podcast is capable of speaking German. Not even I am. Not even I am. We have like 3 or 4 Americans. So, yeah, they will probably not be capable of speaking German. Like, Alfarian would have joined the podcast if the podcast was not just all over the place. Also not capable in speaking English. I say it publicly, I said it in private, I say it publicly as well. It would have been funny bringing certain people from that area all together. Huh? It would have been super funny. Like, bringing Caitlin, Alfarian, and Penna Hubert in one room, in one podcast together, that would have been actually pretty funny. For me, from an outside perspective to watch. Probably not for the people themselves, but it would have been really funny for me. I agree. Hey, some people don't get along with each other, right? So, that would have been funny. But we will see, guys. I think it's also funny that for next week already, a lot of people want to join. And for next week, for example, I have like 3 women right now. No, sorry, not 3. 5 women that would join next week's podcast. It seems like next week is going to be a female-only stream. Not the VoD, the VoD relic, sorry. A women only podcast next week. They would be ending up in a big cage fight. Yeah, Undertaker just randomly appearing. Lights turn off on every streamer's stream. And the Undertaker just coming out in a coffin. We will see, guys. We will see. Today is going to be like the pilot episode. We will see what it's going to be. We will see. Like one after another. Let's make sure we're all gonna have some fun tonight. I would love giving a present to every streamer that's joining tonight, for sure. But I'm fucking poor. I'm fucking poor. Also, I did already donate to almost every streamer on the podcast tonight. So at least like I somewhat, like, I think Bowler yesterday, Bowler or Ranger Orange, one of them asked me yesterday if I paid the people that are going to be there. No, not necessarily, but I did go ahead and donated something to them. Is there anyone that did not donate? See you, Dancer. I'm sure you, my man. I'm sure showing. But funny for next week, as I said, it might be a full female cast next week. Lidonius called this me being the hen in the store. Bevers, why? I didn't even have that many Bevers. I didn't even have that many necrotic stacks. 12 stacks of necrotic is not bad. Don't let me die. Thank you. This brought me out of Invis. I hate this door. Die, you pulled. How? What? How? Don't release. Babas, next time make sure you're gonna keep me alive. I only have 12 stacks of necrotic, that is not too wild. And next time please don't release. Like I would fully understand if it was sitting there with like 50 stacks of necrotic, but yeah. 12 sex isn't wild, but 13 sex is too much. True. True that. So guys, my main job tonight, of course, on the podcast is going to be moderating things in case of making sure that everyone gets a word in, that we don't have people, as someone said in the group chat, accessories, that everyone gets a word in. I'm more of the shy type of guy, so hey, I don't see myself like speaking that much, but I'm gonna make sure that all the guests are gonna be talking a lot. And I know we have some really talkative people, like some people that love to talk as well. Like I love to talk as well, I'm just a little bit of shy. But we do have some people with strong opinions and strong personalities. Let's call it like that. No, I'm not talking about boobies when I say personalities. I'm literally talking about personalities. You're naughty. Guys, if anyone is expecting boobies tonight, me and Frankie already have more boobs together than all women that are joining tonight on the podcast. So don't worry about that. There's something for everyone. Yep, me and Frankie are making up for the amount of boobies that we need for a podcast. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Shadow Days. I wish you a wonderful good morning. I hope you guys have a wonderful start into your Monday, because I do actually. Every Monday nowadays is special. The start of a business week. I really do enjoy. Last week I had a really bad Monday, I had a really bad start into the business week, but over time everything got better. And today is a Monday, I have a really wonderful day. I have a really wonderful day. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing great.
Hope you're doing good.
Thank you so much for the 2 freaking months, my man. Shadow Days. Thank you so much. I'm personally, of course, a little bit anxious, a little bit social phobic for the podcast tonight. I was thinking about maybe drinking a shot of vodka, but let's be completely honest. I haven't been drinking alcohol in ages. And I really don't want to drink. Not even just a shot to loosen my tongue. No. Fuck alcohol. Like, sorry, everyone who's a passionate drinker in chat, I'm so sorry, but alcohol is just wasted. But one shot can I know, that's why I'm saying this. And that's why I'm saying this. But no. No. I really don't want to get anything in my system. No. And the podcast only gets weird. No. No alcohol. No. Not for me. Like, everyone can do whatever they want to do. Nothing besides Red Bull? Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm sorry. I'm done. Like, I would love to say, like, I'm done with drugs, right? But let's be completely honest. I ate some waffles today already. They're fucking addictive. Sugar is fucking addictive as well. Like, I would love to say like, yeah, I'm fucking sober. But I'm smoking cigarettes, I'm drinking Red Bull, and I eat a lot of sugar, and let's be completely honest. There are things that are considered drugs that are way better than eating sweets. Or drinking Red Bull. Right? Put two people next to each other. Put two people next to each other. The one person smoking weed and the other one drinking Red Bull. Let's see who dies first. Let's see who dies first. Everything is a drug. But you're smoking? I'm smoking cigarettes, yeah. That's a habit that evolved after smoking weed for 10 fucking years. No, but literally, like, put two people next to each other. The one person is smoking weed and the other one is, like, drinking Red Bull. Let's see who dies first. Let's see. I'm pretty sure the person who's drinking Red Bull is going to die first. So, yeah. Would love to say, oh, I'm so sober. No. But in case of alcohol, yeah, sit three people next to each other. One person smoking weed, the other one Red Bull, and the other one alcohol. Who's dying first? Of course, the one who's drinking alcohol. Then the person who's drinking Red Bull. And then the weed smoker just falls asleep. He's not dying. Love to live in a society where people are saying, oh my god, you're not smoking weed anymore. No, wow, you're living so much healthier now. Ah, shut the fuck up. VoD Relic. Ooh, that was close, guys. VoD Relic. Wonderful society. 2022. Damn. Being almost like 30 years on this earth. Almost 3 decades. Damn, we come a long way. Oh, you're not smoking weed anymore. You're so healthy. It's so good. You're living a way better life now. Time is running. Hey, time is sprinting. Time sprinting. We do the trash bag. We do the trash bag. Don't go too far. We're gonna do the trash bag. Nearly 30 man, youngster, gummy man. You're the youngster in here. Let's go to a youngster party. But by the way, Kylie, to you as well, good morning, and gummy man, absolutely to you, good morning as well. No, I'm 28 years old. It's just like, it's really fascinating. Time changed. Time changed. I said this yesterday and I say it again today. I've been, being 28 years old, I have been growing up in a time where we used to smoke cigarettes in buses, trains, and airplanes. Something unthinkable today, unthinkable. I mean, imagine I was trying to start smoking cigarettes, but I could not do it because it tasted so disgusting. Yeah. That is my biggest issue with smoking cigarettes. It smells bad, your mouth tastes bad, you get a bad breath, your hand stings, everything stinks. That's why I'm a really fast smoker. I'm only like taking puffs of a cigarette instead of like sitting there for like 10 minutes and enjoy a good ciggy, right? No, because you stank and the taste is really bad. Being physically addicted to cigarettes is a thing that evolved after smoking weed for 10 years. I was a stoner since I was 16. For 10 years, I was consistently smoking weed from early morning to the late evenings. And of course, I was not smoking cigarettes. But there was always tobacco in it. And of course now at this point, yeah, I have a physical addiction to it, absolutely. Not a mental one. Maybe a little bit mental, but if I'm completely honest, I hate it. I really hate it. But my body is craving it. You stop with 26? Yep. Around about. I'm almost sober for like 2 years. And I'm not regretting anything. I'm not regretting doing it. Sure, there are some regrets about like, damn, I have been, it was stupid. It was definitely stupid. Never start smoking weed, guys, because you could become lazy and absolutely useless. Sorry, everyone who's smoking weed is a fucking useless. I'm sorry to say. Instead of like talking about the effects of the drug itself and talking about comparisons between alcohol and weed, for example, that's one thing. But let's be completely honest, every single stoner that I know, and of course when you do this for like 10 years, you evolve a friend circle of people that are all abusing this. Everyone is fucking useless. And I have people like Lidonius, for example, who has nowadays a recipe for it. He can legally smoke weed now as a medicine, but it doesn't change the fact that he's absolutely useless. That man is going to work for 8 hours a day and then the other 16 hours he lays in bed. Sometimes he enrages about like his server, his computer thingy not working as intended. Then he loses his shit about it and screams aloud around about it. But otherwise, like I know from my personal perspective, I went fucking lazy. And absolutely useless. Useless. Hey Yannick, do we want to go out? No. I was stoned, laying on my couch, watching movies or playing games. Useless. You can never make plans with people that smoke weed. You can never work with people that use weed. Bevers, I have 2 stacks. Don't let me die. Sure, everyone is different, and I know I have some stoners in chat as well. Don't worry, especially my 27% of my chat is German, 27%. And Germany was planning, at least. We don't know anymore because we had then COVID and when we had like Ukraine crisis, like no one is talking about it anymore, but usually we should be like getting a legalized marijuana. And I know some stoners in chat. We're gonna have a stoner tonight on the podcast as well. He is not really useless. But at least, as I said, like my friend circle, everyone that I know who smokes weed, useless. Absolutely useless. I was useless. The people that I know, absolutely useless. Unreliable. It's yeah. I could never imagine a world right now anymore where I smoke weed. I could never. I need to be active. I need to be hyped. I need energy. That's what I need. I'm always useless though. Hey. Me too. But I'm less useless if I'm sober. But yeah. I mean, Gummy Man, you're like from the Netherlands, like stopped that 8 years back or so. I mean, I could totally see myself I could totally see myself like doing it once in a while. Sure. I was pretty ill recently. Like a few weeks ago, I was pretty ill. I was like having a, like, we call this a stomach influenza. It's like when you shit and throw up a lot. And that's what happened to me, and I was like always like nauseous. I can't speak English. That was the moment I would love to smoke weed. That was the moment I would love to smoke weed. Because it helps against like being nausea. But otherwise, no. Yes, I remember. I mean, I've been saying this story like for too many times when I like literally shit my underwear. Because I wanted to fart and I had a little bit of diarrhea. 5 grams a day wasn't good anymore. I mean, yeah, especially money-wise, that's like also like... It's also a big factor. But, yeah. Everyone needs to make their own decisions in life, and I also think like people should make experiences in life. I would not suggest you guys to make the experience of taking heroin or start a gambling addiction. Absolutely not. That is an experience you should really not make. But depending on if you would consider like weed now as a really, really harmful or really, really soft drug in comparison to other drugs like sugar, caffeine, and all the other things that we get fed every single day, and we're gonna feed our children because they could become long life customers. It's probably not that wild. Like, make your own experiences, but especially when we have like younger people in chat, I can only tell you guys, please, the younger you are, the worse weed is. On the other hand, the older you become, the better weed becomes. It becomes really harmful for your evolution if you're growing up. If you smoke weed or cigarettes or something like that, don't do that. Also, you're gonna ruin your most important time of your life because you become useless and lazy. And definitely, guys, go back to school. Go to school, do your thing. But if you turn like 80 years old and all of your bones hurt, or if you turn like me 29 this year and all of your bones hurt, the better it becomes. The better it becomes. Absolutely. No, we really didn't need the thing. I'm having cooldowns running. They're kind of wasted. Money isn't the problem. Netherlands, you have a lot of corner dealers with top-notch stuff for €3 a gram. 15 euro, 5 grams a day times 3 is 15 bucks a day. Times 30 is 450 bucks a month for weed. That's a lot of money. That's literally more than I pay for rent. 450 bucks gets me through a month with my living necessities. That is a lot of money. Oh, sure. You see Twitch streamers gambling with $1,000 per spin in a slot machine, like $1,000 gone, $1,000 gone, $1,000 gone. Of course, everyone has a different understanding of what money is worth to them. Absolutely. But in all honesty, I personally think that a $5 is already like a lot of money. Me spending around about 40 to 60 bucks a month on cigarettes is already a lot of money. Because that is not my only addiction. I'm also still addicted to fucking Pokemon cards. Please keep that in mind. Like, I have a gambling addiction for opening Pokemon packs. Call it by its name, hey guys. I mean to make a living out of this. I'm selling Pokemon cards for a living, but hey, let's be completely honest. Especially when you're a business owner and you're surrounded by a lot of Pokemon packs. It's tough. Imagine you're a big weed smoker, but you're also a dealer and you have like a shit ton of weed laying around. I mean, you're going wild. You're going wild. How much you spend on Red Bull a month? 40 bucks, 50 bucks. A small can like this is around about 80 cents. Currently I have a lot of Rockstar in my fridge. I have a lot of Rockstar in my fridge because it's in discount. And one big Rockstar has the same size as 2 small Red Bull for the price of one. And if I drink only 1 Rockstar a day or 2 Red Bull a day, 2 Red Bull a day is like 160 a day. One big Rockstar a day is only 88 cents a day. All energy drinks are trash. Yeah, I mean, I personally really enjoy the caffeine. I know the studies about coffee drinkers living longer. I understand. But let's be honest, especially as a public figure, let's call it like this, a streamer, there is some familiarities. Like, there are some similarities with big streamers. If you watch the big streamers like XQC, Hassan, Trainwrecks, the big streamers, they all suffer from ADHD. They are really energetic people. They all have a past with Adderall, for example. Sure. I mean, I could just skip the energy drinks and just consume Adderall. Get Adderall prescribed and just go with Adderall. Sure. But it's really important to not be that introverted and a little bit more outgoing and a little bit more real. It helps. It really, really helps. Of course I pulled Mama Bird. Of course. Well, it's okay, we have the wall drift, I can just escape if I need to. Why is so... What are my parents doing the whole day? They're drilling holes everywhere. What is happening? What in the world is fucking happening? They just randomly decide, oh Leah, let's renovate everything. Or just drill some holes. I don't know what they think they're doing. When is your podcast? 7 p.m. 7 p.m. In 3 hours. Shouldn't there be 3 of them? In, yeah, 3 hours. Did I even say good morning to the man in the legend? Unbreakable. I wish you went for good morning. Did we even had any Bloodlust? I saw on Hakar, for example, that we didn't use Bloodlust. But I didn't want to say anything because it's a weekly no lever key, and if we then don't do any Bloodlust on Hakar, then let's not say it. On the second one, I got asked for Bloodlust, but I didn't give a response to it. I don't know if we even had Bloodlust. But now on the third boss, at least we have Bloodlust. That's nice. Sorry, I didn't say hi. Do not worry, but I want to say hi. Hi. Is Helly here? Helly. But people, I wish you guys a wonderful happy Monday. Hope you have a good start into your week, into your work and business week. I do actually. I am always anticipating Mondays. It's wild. No, it's wild. It's wild. I do not understand why people are just so... The world stops spinning on weekends. Especially on a Sunday. The whole world stops spinning. When I was younger, I was still watching TV. I don't even have a TV anymore, but when I was watching TV back in the days, I hated Sundays as well. Nothing happened. I wanted to fucking watch Dragon Ball Z, but it only came from Monday to Friday. Fuck that shit. Everything in TV was fucking garbage on a Sunday. Especially Christmas, holidays, I hated it. There was nothing in TV going on. So boring. And it feels like the whole world stops spinning on a Sunday. We don't have any news to talk about, like World of Warcraft, like no one is doing any news. It seems like no one is buying something in the Scruffy shop, scruffyshop.com, 5% off with the promo code PROMO5. Jeez. On a Monday, boop! Get like a shit ton of emails. I do not understand. I do not. Whole world stops spinning on a Sunday. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't care. I love it. But I hope you guys have a wonderful start into your Monday as well as I do. Yeah, do. Like, you can do you can do Vi. Do whatever you want to do, guys. Like, I don't, like, we don't care. Vi Relic would be probably the best. Would be fitting. I don't know. Like, you do your thing. Like, do whatever you want to do, guys. It's a weekly no lever key. And we're going to continue with weekly no lever keys today. Sure, I should have said this as well. Till the podcast, and tomorrow we're gonna do a whole day of weekly no levers. Guys, we're starting in the future every Monday with weekly no levers. If you guys have 239 item level and 2 legendaries, 239, I'm gonna get your alls, your mains, whoever needs a weekly key, I'm gonna get you through this. We're gonna be sitting in the future for 12 hours. For 12 hours. Monday 4 hours and Tuesday 8 hours, weekly no levers. That ensures that we literally can do every single person with all of their alls that they want for a weekly key. And also, it's scalable. Like, imagine we're gonna be like more people in the future that need weekly keys. Sometimes the demand is higher, sometimes it's lower. And therefore, it's good that we are scaling this up for the sake of like having more people. 239 item level. Only one rule. If you're limited on time, you tell me like, Scruffy, I mean we have tomorrow still, but someone is saying like, Scruffy, I don't have time tomorrow. Hey, let's make sure we're gonna get it done today. Like, we have at this point so much time, and people can wait even like into another day, like into tomorrow. So let's make sure that we're gonna get the people done that don't even have time tomorrow. Please just work with me. Let me know if you're limited on time. And then we're gonna do it. 239. Yes, of course, I should say this as well. Sometimes it happens that the group of people that we're gonna bring into a weekly key, it happened last week, for example. It was terribly bad. We couldn't even kill a single boss. You should be capable with 239 item level to do appropriate damage to kill a boss, but last week, for example, we went into a necrotic way key for a weekly, and we had like 5 wipes on the first boss. We've been in the dungeon for like 20 minutes, did 2 trash bags. And couldn't kill the first boss at all. Gotta make sure that I wanna explain this, like transparency is key. This can happen, guys, it shall not happen. We are all capable with 239 of doing more than 2k damage. We had like literally people doing 2k damage on the boss. That's not good. That's definitely not good. My level 50 warlock can do more. But he rated Nihilo for Mythic, so he has some pretty decent gear. But he can do more than 2k. So you can definitely do like your 8k overall with 239. That's why this is a minimum requirement. We are not aiming to time some keys. It doesn't really matter at all what we're doing. Absolutely not. There's also no need for me to talk about bloodlust in this dungeon or explain something, what's going on. Like if something goes terribly wrong, it doesn't matter. Sometimes a weekly no-lever key takes an hour. It's totally fine. Scruffy, I have a 22 necrotic wake. Can we do this? I mean, a 22 necrotic wake is not a weekly no-lever. I'm not intending to spend my time like 2-3 hours in a 22 necrotic wake. I'm sure we. Xelaf, and for everyone else in the future, guys, we're gonna do more high keys on stream. We're gonna do some 20s and above. We're gonna do weekly no-levers on Monday and Tuesday. That means if you're gonna do some 20s, it's going to be like between Wednesday and Sunday. Lag. GG, much love. Nice. Give it to the shaman, he needs it. I wish I could take the Shadowgrass totem for my collection, but give it to the shaman. Thank you so much, guys. Sanguine is the next key. Sanguine is our next weekly key. I'm gonna swing. Thank you for the run. Thank you for being awesome, AVG. Look at your damage. Yummy-os. Pumping. Sanguini. Wait, I'm still running an ad. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I talk about like sponsors and running ads. We have now a more consistent ad schedule with Twitch. Twitch is making it easier, but more consistent as well for streamers to run ads. Like, they want our content. They want 3 minutes per hour. They want 5% of your content. That's what they want. I took it down to 2 minutes. But I'm also manually running ads, especially when I'm AFK, so you guys don't see any random ads popping up left and right. My man. Necrolodge Warlock. Is this a thing? Okay, let me see that. Let me see that. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? 0.1% of people, literally only 6 people listed in this, are playing Necrolord. So I would highly assume it's not a thing, right? There's 6 people. We found one of them. We found one of them. Oh no, ranging between 24 and 30. Sorry. No, but right? Necrolord Warlock is not a thing. That doesn't exist. Demolog maybe? 0.81%. 99.22% of Demologs are running Night Fae. That's pretty obvious. That's pretty obvious. Been just lurking, just saying, Dextorian. One after another, right? We're full on DPS. We're looking for a healer right now, but Dextorian, we're gonna do weekly no-leavers the whole day today until the podcast, and tomorrow an 8-hour stream of weekly no-leavers. Dextorian, I promise you I'm gonna give you a weekly key, 100%, if you still need one. Dextorian, 100%. I literally took the 3 people that queued up first. Because if no one is telling me that they are in a hurry, I'm gonna do one after another. I'm gonna do one after another. If any one of you guys, this goes for everyone, if any one of you guys is in a hurry, no sweat, but I will be sticking around anyway. But still, my man, I'm just saying this, like I use this to say it to everyone. If you guys are in a hurry, please work with me and tell me, Scruffy, I have no time tomorrow, I need a weekly key today. I'm gonna bring you, of course. You can skip the line. You of course skip the line. I have 1 hour of time. Nice. Cocky knows exactly that I love people telling me this in the moment and we're already full and about to summon people. Wait, you're going to bed, right? Sleepy, sleepy. Happy 420, by the way. Like, sorry, and 100% I'm gonna give you a weekly key. One after another. Like, after Sanguine, just hop in a queue. I'm gonna bring you. Even if you were not the first one who queued up. To make sure. And now I promised, now I'm gonna bring you. And a happy Monday to you, my man. Prepare yourself. You better wreck yourself before you wreck yourself. Wait, what? You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Do you guys, I have one question. Do you think this name is offensive? He said, I'm disabled. Is he ableist? Making fun about disabled people? Or is he maybe... It's so tough to say, like... Like, I think he's just ableist. Because, let's be completely honest. I personally don't understand why people identify with their weaknesses. Wear them as a shield and no one can hurt you, absolutely correct, but let's be completely honest. Imagine we're sitting in a round of people and one person saying like, "Hi, I'm Yannick." And the other person says like, "Hi, I'm disabled." No, my man, you're an individual person like me and you. We are pretty equal. Everyone has their package to carry. Some people more than the other, of course. But you're still a human being. You might have a name. And identify yourself as a human being, not with your whatever, right? I mean, I have a friend who's going ahead and says like, "Hey, I'm Yannick," and he's like saying, "Hi, I'm an engineer. I've been to university, look at me, la-di-da." Flexing. That is like literally anti-flexing, the opposite of flexing. When you say like, "Hey, I'm disabled." I think this is just an offensive name to say. What do you mean I'm disabled? Wow, players. Shake my head. Also, I think, especially because on Friday, the new Path of Exile season starts, and there's this wonderful human being. He's playing Path of Exile hardcore. Every season he's playing hardcore. The hardcore mode. When you die, you have to do a new character. And he is disabled. He is paralyzed downwards his neck. He is literally playing better and harder than I do with a straw. He's blowing through a straw to move his character. Nothing can stop a real gamer. Like, it always makes me happy thinking about this dude. Because the passion for games, you can't stop a gamer. It's always lovely to see like things like Paralympics or something like that. It's really amazing what people can do, even if they have a way harder way than other people. It's way harder for them to achieve something what other people can do a little bit easier. Right? Running a marathon for me is really hard, but for regular other people it's probably a little bit easier. But someone who's disabled, that's difficult. But they overcome that. And I really love to see that they're overcoming this. And those things. It's lovely. Respect to the people. Even a gamer. Like, he playing harder and better than I do. In every case. Regardless of his disability. Wonderful person. On the other hand, sad to know that I am so bad at gaming that even disabled people can do it better than me. But I'm really proud. It's lovely to see how they overcome those stones that get laid in their way. It's really nice. And but last, the Vi Interceptor is okay. Just make sure we're gonna get done with them. Where are you standing, my man? Where are you standing? Where are you standing? Jesus. I didn't know you soloed this. But there you go. Sorry. I'm also really happy that this Shade week is coming to an end. I'm really happy about that, to be completely fair. Because I hate seeing people dying on Shades all the time. It is super annoying. And even though the FX is not even that wild, it's fucking annoying. It's fucking horrible as melee. Absolutely. I have also seen range DPS getting just obliterated by the Shades. I said this story last time before we even started this week, and I say it again, guys. I will never forget this one moment in a dungeon. Spires of Ascension, first trash pack. We're gonna pull a big pack on Spires. We had a Warlock in the group. It was season 2. We had a Warlock in the group. First enemy dies from the trash pack. Warlock standing there, being fixated by the Shade. He's standing there, casting his Chaos Bolts. Doing his thing. And he's casting and casting and casting. And the Shade comes closer and closer. And you literally, I see this in front of my eyes in slow motion. The Shade coming closer and closer. And he casting and casting Chaos Bolts and Chaos Bolts. And in my opinion, like 10 minutes later, the Shade finally reaches the Warlock, slaps him once in the face, he dies. Warlock rage quits, Alt F4, and grieves the dungeon. First trash pack. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? We'll never forget that. We'll never forget that. I had a guy telling me, because he died to it, that I was abused as a child, etc. Weirdos. I mean, hearing this story is interesting. It's interesting. Because that gives me, like, Gummy Man, if, like, I would love to take that without saying your name, but I would probably use that tonight as an argument in the podcast. Because Apricot Cat is putting in a topic today about, like, why do retail players hate classic players? Because she's playing a lot of classic. And she's wondering, why do retail players hate classic players? My take on this, and I don't want to give my take on the podcast tonight necessarily, because I would give an answer, everyone would probably nod to it and say, like, yeah, actually that's true, and end of topic, right? My take on it is because WoW players and everyone nowadays in 2022 hates everything. Like, it's not about, like, just retail players hating classic players, it's about, like, people in 2022 hate just everything else but themselves. You can be the best Samaritan in the world, solving world hunger, and people still hate you about this. How dare you, solving world hunger? Like, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. Retail players don't hate classic, they just hate everything else. And seeing those stories, like, yeah, that is just the world of Warcraft, in parentheses, that we're living in. It's online video games, like Dota, LOL, whatever. It's the same shit all the time. It's never their own fault, it's always other people's fault. But instead of, like, telling other people it's their fault instead of your own fault and acknowledging and admitting to it, you don't say, like, oh, it's your fault, not mine. You say, like, wow, you've been abused as a child. That's what people do. It's wild. It's wild. Kinda crazy. what this world turned into. But people are like in other video games also really toxic. Like, I don't want to start a debate now because some people in my chat would say like, oh yeah, but League of Legends, World of Warcraft is so much cozier. Everyone is so much cozier in WoW, even though they're toxic, than in League of Legends. That's what the League players would tell me right now. Don't want to start that argument, but yeah, it's just sad. That's what I mean. Like, people, it's not like WoW players hate classic Andes. It's about like people just hate everything else. But Gummy Man, you know what is even worse about this? In next patch, patch 925, people were given a reasonable report so they can report you and get your account banned. Someone dies to a shade, they flame the healer about like themselves getting hit by a shade. You know what happens? They're gonna report you for blocking team progress. In patch 925 there's a new report system coming up, and then you can report players, as it seems reasonably, for blocking team progress. For griefing. You do a mistake in a dungeon, you will be reported. How dare you doing a mistake? You will be reported. How dare you doing a mistake? Pretty sure you need to provide evidence. I mean, in many cases that you report players, you need evidence. But Gummy Man, the thing with World of Warcraft report system is that there's first of all an automated system in place that will snap in before a real human being is going to evaluate that case. Like, mass reporting is a thing in World of Warcraft. You can mass report someone for no reason whatsoever, but they're still gonna get suspended. They're still gonna get suspended. If you join a pre-made group, a 4-man pre-made group of a dungeon, and you do one simple mistake, they all gonna report you for blocking team progress. And if they have some friends or guilds that can just make sure that you're gonna get reported as well, yeah, you're gonna have like 10 reports at the same time for then a reasonable thing. Because Blizzard is giving you now the tool. They're giving you now the tool. Reporting someone right now for dying in a dungeon, you put them into a cheating system. I understand that falsely categorizing this is making Blizzard's job harder, but let's be completely honest. Like, you can now report people for blocking team progress. Look, the 2 people in my group right now, they just died from the orange thing on the ground. They could just go out of this thing and don't die. We could just now all go ahead and just report them for blocking team progress. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. Blizzard giving us a reason to do this, a justifiable reason to report someone, is wee-oo. Yeah, no, I know, Gummy Man, that you do. But if I like use arguments for something, of course I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna evaluate as much as I can. I was not saying like you don't know. I was like rather like trying to explain as well as I can. There's a repair bot. Please make sure you're gonna interrupt Skull, party people. Interrupt Skull. Interrupt Skull. It's muy importante. I did interrupt Skull, and please someone now go ahead and interrupt Skull afterwards when he's casting again. S'il vous plaît. Thank you. Shiux knows who I am. I used to tank for his boost runs. Ooh. Love to see that all of you guys are so familiar with the man and with the legend. I mean, we do share a lot of viewers, but I'm really happy that he's joining our podcast tonight and you guys know him a lot. That's really cool. We're gonna have some people on the podcast tonight that you are not familiar with, I would say, especially because we're all European people. Because we have some Americanos tonight. But they're lovely people and I really feel nice and I'm really happy to let you guys get to know them. They're so cool people. They're so cool people. And that's why I'm also not regretting donating to them. Yeah, I should have spent $100 on maybe buying a new mouse because my mouse is fucked up. Maybe a new headset because my headset is fucked up. And I'm pretty much complaining every single day about me not having a suitable mouse. Yo, Pito, that was my mistake. I was kiting and you just pulled aggro. Don't worry, that was not your fault. That just, I know you're dying a lot of like, your mistakes, but please be aware that I'm also aware that this one right here is on my fault, not on yours. And everyone in chat who's watching right now, don't make this man nervous. Like that one right here that he died was absolutely my fault. I ran in advance, pulled a trash pack that I was not ready for, didn't have cooldowns ready, I just do a few trashes and then started running back again. That is not suitable aggro. For today. Hey, everyone needs a warm-up key. That's why I'm also doing warm-up keys. But yeah, I'm really excited for tonight. We are only 7 people, not 8. The first person already declined the invite last minute. He's not feeling well. That's totally fine. I'm just saying. But this was what I meant to say. Like, I was already asked in the group chat, how many people are we today? If we're too many, then they would love to rotate in and out. I said like, no. Just come, I'm gonna moderate and make sure that everyone is getting a word in. So don't worry about that. You're not just accessories to the stream. Also, let's first of all see who is there tonight. Because, especially the Americans, I am really worried that because of the time zones, first of all, some people misunderstood the times, and maybe some Americans that are still sleeping during that time, because in California it's going to be 10 a.m. I would never in this fucking world anymore wake up at 10 a.m. in the morning for a fucking podcast. Maybe if Trainwrecks TV is invited me to his podcast that he's doing at 6 a.m. in my time. Maybe. But, no. I like press X for doubt. So, let's see first and foremost like who is here tonight. Right? For the like as I said, for next week it's really funny to see how many people already like wanted to join for next week. I understand that I did not go ahead and ask a lot of people yesterday anymore because it's a little bit tight on time, right? Asking certain people if they could make time for today, like less than 24 hours later than when I asked them, is probably not happening. That's why I avoided like asking them. But for next week, for example, I know from like at least 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5 people that want to join for next week that are all female. Next week we're probably gonna do an all female cast, and I think this would be a really interesting podcast, talking about more than just World of Warcraft. And talking about like certain social issues like women in video games. It would be, I think this would be like, that really like, would be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to that. And of course, we're gonna like, I at least like have like confirmation of like 1, 2, 3, 4 women that would join next week's Monday. That was not planned. But this was like just like small, this went from a small talk yesterday into like literally like planning things for next week. That evolved from like just like small talking to actually like being serious about that. And then we have probably, hopefully next week, Frankie and me as well. And then we're gonna call it the Boob Cast. Titty Tuesday. Because me and Frankie provide a lot of like boobs to the stream. Yep, there's. God, I can't wait to see Frankie tonight. I think for now I'm gonna save the com address. Let's see what happens afterwards. Especially we're gonna invis skip of Shroud. Let's see what's happening. Usually I would not do an invis skip if someone dies. They could just come back. But with an invis skip, that's not happening. So therefore let's save some com addresses just for the what if case. For the what if case. Better be safe than sorry. Right now we don't necessarily need it, but in a gauntlet we would love to have it. We would really love to have it. This is one of these days. Hey, everyone has one of these days. Everyone has one of these days. Where just everything goes wrong. And especially on a Monday. Like, come on, my man. We all can get behind that. No, do not worry. Do not worry. Like, especially no one gives a fuck. Like, no one gives a fuck. We have like 18 minutes left on the clock. We could just literally go to the dentist right now. And come back and still time this key. Don't worry. Like, literally, no one gives a fuck. Even if we would deplete this key, no one would give a fuck. But we are incredibly well on time. We're so fucking fast. We're blasting through this key. No one yet realized that we have so much time left on the timer. And this is a fucking 17 key, right? This was not even a 15 weekly. Like, literally, I'm just running like a 17 key. Because I also don't give a fuck. No one gives a fuck. Not even the streamers giving a fuck. Like, why do you guys give a fuck? Come on. No one gives a fuck. And Shrouderino. And Shrouderino. And when you do Shroud, please make sure you're gonna wait for everyone. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you say like, lol, what the fuck, I thought it was a 15. It should be just a 15 weekly. Usually we go 16s. But yeah, at this point, like 16 is also the same as 17. And the 17 is the same as an 18. All of a sudden we do like, really do a 22 Necrotic Wake weekly key with Xela. It really doesn't, like, no one gives a fuck. We're just gonna make sure that you guys gonna get your weekly chest. And it's all good. We have 16 minutes on the clock for 17, guys. Like, that's what I mean. We should really not care about the key level. Like, we are still blasting this key. Doesn't matter what key level it is. We're still fucking blasting this. In a weekly non-lever setup. That's a really fortunate key as well to run as a 17. Like Sanguine is a pretty good key. People saying like, Subcreation saying it's the worst F tier. Look, that's what I mean. That's why we save combat reses. There you go. That's why we save combat reses. For what if? It's always for the what if case. But our healer's also pumping like crazy. He's doing a really great job. Since the beginning, I felt really safe. One of the best Holy Paladins I've seen in a while. I was struggling a little bit with Holy Paladins recently. You don't see them as much anymore, but this Paladin kept me safe since the beginning. And he did really well. And I really like what he's doing. I feel offended. I haven't seen many good heal paladins in recent time. That literally means I only have seen just a few good heal paladins recently. Lopez, you're one of them. When you're coming with strike, I feel safe as well. I don't feel safe for the people in my group. Not because of your healing, but because of you like going to smack their asses at some point. But otherwise, like they get healed of you, and they get fucking like punched in their face. I was expecting that. Yeah, but I love you for that, right? You're my little tox lord. You're my little tox lord sometimes. Come on, everyone has their own Wii U views. Look at Harkley, for example. He has also like his Wii U views. Happy podcast day, Harkley. I wish you a wonderful good evening, my man. Let's do a big poll because I feel way safer if I do a big poll than a small poll. Once in a month I'm like a woman. Maybe I'm one. Guys, that's what I mean. You're gonna leave the Scruffy stream every day either smarter or dumber. Guys, there is a change in the male testosterone levels on a cycle of every 33 days. Like what you call a PMS for women, men have the same. They're not just like, but they're not bleeding out of their pee holes. But their hormone levels are also like on a cycle of 33 days. Men also have their week of the month almost. I wish that I had lower testosterone levels. I wish. There are other streamers like Hassan, for example. Hassan, he's taking testosterone blockers. You know why? Because he started bowling. And now he has a good hairline. Like a lion. But there are men that take testosterone blockers because that is literally the reason why we all go bald. Yes, testosterone is the reason. Like, people are usually saying, oh, you're so manly if you have a lot of testosterone. It's fucking annoying. Because you have a lot of hair growing and a lot of hair losing. It doesn't make any sense. Why is testosterone the cause of you having a lot of hair growing and a lot of hair losing? It doesn't make any sense. The male body is like, yeah, it needs an update. Needs a hotfix. But yeah, there is a cycle in testosterone levels every 33 days. For women, it's around about 26 to 28 days, but for men, it's 43 days in average. But we do this have this too. It is what it is. Happy podcast day, everyone, guys. Happy podcast day. Let's see how this works out tonight. Let's see. Let's see. Everyone got score, nice. Easy 17 2 chested. GG, much love, thanks for weekly. Okay, do we do 19 streets? Maybe a last higher key for this week? No. I don't know. Let me think about it when I go pee-pee. You got my present, Mr. Truffy? Why though? Let me say something to it in a second. I got 2 cheeseburgers suddenly. Nice. Why did yes, I got your care package. Thank you so much, my man. But I said that you and Howard, you got both sent me a lot of stuff yesterday. Thank you so much for the 50k gold, my man. But please, guys, do not send me more stuff for now. I really appreciate it, but I'm currently running around with 120 flasks, 100 feasts, almost 200 drums. I have no backspace anymore. I don't know why I would have like the need of like 120 flasks in my inventory, but I do appreciate it a lot. But I'm good for now. I'm good for now. No more poor Scruffy. I have too many flasks. I have too many flasks. It's a little bit too much. Hate Max. I wish you a wonderful good evening. It's wild. It's a little bit too much. I really don't need that much. Weekly no levers, guys. Only send drums and a little bit of like pocket money. Sell the trinkets? You really want me to sell the trinkets finally, huh? It's a good icebreaker. People are like coming to the stream and like, what is this? Why are you having the trinkets? Next expansion, guys, are gonna have empty pockets. It's all good. Streets of Wonder is our next weekly no lever key. There you go. There you go. I got 2 cheeseburgers and you know what? They are warm. Can you believe that? Can you believe that they're warm? Wow. Warm McDonald's. I mean, what is a flask worth anyway? What is a flask worth currently? Only 450. I have like literally 60,000 gold in flasks in my inventory. That's a little bit wild. A little wild. I always forget that I'm an engineer. I have my own auction house. I always forget. If you need some, I'm gonna give it to you, my man. For free, of course. Anyone from my stream will still needs a weekly key. My ass. It's a wonderful good evening. Anyone with a need of a weekly?
These nuts.
Poggers.
Looks like someone's mad.
Put everything on cooldown. Dextorian, come! This would be the perfect moment to give you the experience in this dungeon. If you're not familiar with the dungeon, you still need to learn the dungeon, that would be the perfect moment. Come. I mean, that's the perfect situation to learn a dungeon. Like, you can do it with me. We're all gonna cheer you up and help you and make you learn. Instead of you going with a random group that flames you for not knowing it. It's always better to do it in a group of friends first before you attempt it with random people. Because they're gonna flame you. And yes, guys, by the way, I'm back on YouTube, so please make sure you're gonna like and subscribe to the latest video. Next video is tomorrow. And then next video is on Wednesday. And then on Sunday again. It's BBK. I wish you a wonderful good evening. Hope you have a wonderful Sunday week. Which one, Hartley? Which one? Hey, then hamster. But I mean, I'm almost done eating anyway. No. Two cheeseburger, 1 minute eating. Oh, you're a fast eater. Mwah. Nerf damage, yep. Yep. Mer, thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting. Guys, today's a podcast day. And some of the people that are going to join are already like set in the title. But some other people, you don't know yet. But yes, we have, what is my title even saying? Who did that title? Who was that? $19 Fortnite card. Who wants that? Sam Talks, Frankie, Shia Shiux, and more. As I said, the first person already like last minute cancelled. But this was of course expectable. Nothing against the person. It was just in general expectable that it is going to happen. That's why I was so eager to get at least like to the max cap of like 9 people. If I invite like 9 people and confirm 9 people, we might gonna end up with like 6 people. Right? Literally people on the bench at this point. Frankie cancelled. Frankie is going to be there. Seal Dancer cancelled for today. Mr. Seal Dancer cancelled. No, but the thing is like with Frankie as well. Like, how do we know at this point that Frankie is going to be on time? That man is sleeping a lot. right? We have Americans on the podcast. What about them? Like, they might be sleeping. Frankie was up since 7 a.m. Then Frankie is guaranteed sleeping. Because that man taking a good nap later on. 83% chance he will oversleep. Yes, absolutely. I agree with that. 100%. Ali, I wish you a wonderful good evening, my man. Happy Monday. God, I need a fan. I'm hot. Meow. Wish you a wonderful good evening, Frankie. Ali. So yeah, if Frankie is like literally awake since 7 a.m., he is 100% going to oversleep. Actually, we wanted to bloodlust this pack, but I forgot to say that. I should have just drummed. My bad. You need an AC? Oh yeah, I need an AC. Yeah, no shit. No shit, I do. I'm completely honest, Ali, I would do that as well. Whenever I did something like that, there was a time in my life I did some exercise every single day. I made sure that instead of like listening to music, I was listening to a podcast. I was listening to the Raj Patel show or like the Trainwrecks TV podcast because I like more like of like an audiobook, like people talking more than just listening to music. In that case. Time flies, in my opinion, in that way better. If you just have some background noise just talking to you. And I wish you a lot of fun in the gym, my man. So it's Monday, and I have not even yet done my intro. Guys, private news, nothing happened. Business news, good start into the week. Save next time when you're gonna buy something on the scruffyshop.com with code promo5, you save 5% of your next order. Also, you guys please make sure that you're gonna subscribe to my YouTube. That would be nice. Otherwise, guys, today we're gonna do weekly no lever keys. Everyone who needs a weekly key gets a weekly key today. And tomorrow. We're gonna do this tomorrow as well. But today is only a half of the stream. And the second half of the stream is going to be the podcast. The first episode of the Scruffy Cast. Name is still subject to change, of course. Duh. We might kind of figure this out in the future. And we have some good WoW topics today on the menu. Let me quickly go over my schedule this week. Doesn't sound bad to me. I don't think so. I don't think it sounds bad. Like, Scruffycast. It's like a catchy word that everyone can get behind. Like, if my name was right now, for example, if I was XQC, the XQCOW podcast, that would not be so easy to get out of your tongue, right? It would not be that easy. But Scruffycast, boom. The XQCOW cast, the XQC cast, those are like, that is, it's not that fitting. Scruffycast, boom. It's catchy, it works. Still subject to change. I am still looking for the name The Weekly Reset. But there is a podcast already called The Weekly Reset. For a weekly podcast, best thing you can do. I wish I could take that name. But I can't. It's generic but to the point and sounds nice. Yeah, I agree. But we might come up with a better name in the future. So my schedule for this week, guys. Today we're gonna do weekly non-lever keys. Everyone who needs a weekly key has 239 item level gets a weekly key today. Everyone. Tomorrow, you're gonna get a weekly key. 239 item level. Guaranteed. We're gonna do 1.5 days of weekly non-levers. Today is the first half, and tomorrow is going to be a full stream of weekly non-levers. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. And guys, don't hesitate. I was already like asking my chat if someone even needs a weekly key right now. Maybe some people are not aware that we're gonna do this on Mondays in the future as well. But hey, if you guys need a weekly key, just come. Just come and get one. Tomorrow as well, weekly non-levers. If we're already getting done with weekly non-levers pretty soon, then we're gonna make sure that we're gonna switch things up a little bit tomorrow. But plan is of course weekly non-levers. Wednesday and Thursday is the main raid. And people asked me already today, how was the main raid yesterday? We killed Halondrus. Halondrus actually after the nerfs were so easy. We started with Unwin Progress. Unwin is a really cool fight. So much more relaxed. More difficult, but still more relaxed than Halondrus. Because I literally don't do anything on this fight. It's crazy. It is crazy how unforgiving this fight is. Like one mistake kills a lot of people, with Blasphemy for example. In Mythic for example, when you have, guys, in Mythic, and I didn't even know, I didn't remember, in Mythic on Blasphemy, if you touch a player with the opposite color, you're gonna explode like in Heroic. But in Mythic, if you touch a player that doesn't have any debuff, you're also gonna explode. That means in like compared to like just imagine our Heroic or normal raids on Underwin. Imagine you would not be allowed to hit with your debuff any player. Damn, that is chaos. And that is also going to cause, for everyone who's progressing Underwin in Mythic at some point, that will be the biggest issue on the fight. For the first few dozens of tries. But otherwise it's really, really cool. It's a really cool fight, I have to say. Otherwise the main was good. I was asking yesterday, and Benny was also asking, are we going to extend next week? Potentially we're going to extend the idea at this point. Like other guilds also started extending as soon as they hit Underwin. How much into the podcast? Baruto, wish you would have good evening in 2 hours. In 2 hours. At 7 PM server time. In 2 hours. I'm just really worried about time zones and Americans having like different time, and everyone having different time zones, people oversleeping. That's my current fear at this point. But yeah. Guys, make sure we're gonna kill the both core hounds at the same time. And let's decurse a little bit. Victorian, you can definitely go ahead and decurse a little bit. So we don't know if you're gonna extend next week. It might be the case, it might not be the case. But many guilds did extend as soon as they hit and they came up to Underwin. So it might be the case we're gonna start like progressing on Wednesday immediately on Underwin, gonna pop some Ventus runes and go wild. That might be the case. We will see. I will not be streaming it, but my boy Barkas is going to stream it for me. Yeah. If you want to watch us wiping on Underwin, that's where you can do it. So therefore, our streams on Wednesday and Thursday are going to be short. That means we're going to do like 4.5 hours of dungeon content. We're going to run some 20s. We're going to run some 15s on Wednesday and Thursday. As far as we know at this point, it is going to be Grievous and Sanguine next week. That is fucking annoying. Let's be honest. That is fucking annoying. Like, I'm not looking forward to that. Absolutely not. It's really the first annoying week that we have. But let's see. Let's see about that. Otherwise, on Friday is the release of the Path of Exile season. I think we're gonna do our regular stream on Friday. We're gonna do some keys on Friday and gonna do our literally last normal viewer rate. It's the last time we're gonna full clear normal viewer rate, 239 item level, 2 legendaries. We're gonna full clear it, and then I'm gonna hop into the Path of Exile season, and I'm gonna be no-lifing it. My plan is to at least play it for like 30 hours. The season starts at 10 p.m. My plan is to play without sleeping for like 30 hours. Will I be streaming it? Nope. I don't think so at this point. I don't think I'm ready for variety at this point and incentivizing my viewers that we do more than World of Warcraft. The podcast today is the first step in the right way. Watching some daily dose of internet every single day is the right way. But I'm not going ahead and do a... I mean, I could use, maybe I could use some streaming time. And doing this with Path of Exile for 30 hours would definitely be helpful. But we will see. Like, I don't see myself yet streaming it. It would be better if you guys calculate that I'm not going to stream on Saturday. If I'm going to be streaming on Saturday, I will be sitting here probably with no cam or like hamster cam max. And Lopez, chill. Lopez, chill. You gotta really chill. The Extorian has never done this dungeon before. If someone doesn't even know what's happening, it's better to just... I think it was the right reaction to a thing that you don't know. Go away from other people. I think this is the right reaction to it. Extorian has never done this dungeon before. So definitely make sure Lopez you chill. I would at this point just go ahead and say, like, guys, don't plan on me streaming on Saturday. If I'm gonna do, I'm gonna be streaming here with Hamstercam Max and play Path of Exile. If I'm gonna do. But I would advise you to not believe that I'm gonna be streaming on Saturday. Therefore, there's also no heroic viewer rate this week. Next week, guys, if you still want to do heroic, you can definitely go ahead, do it on Wednesday whenever you want to do it on your own. I will not be here for you on Saturday and gonna do heroic with you. I will not. That's what's going to happen. And then on Sunday I'm back. On Sunday we're gonna do some dungeons. On Sunday we're gonna chill. Have a short stream because we have main raid progress again. Gonna do some 20s, 15s, gonna chill. And then next Monday the cycle continues. Next Monday is another episode of the Scruffy Cast. In the Scruffy Cast next week, I have some people already that we went from a small talk to already like it got a little bit more serious yesterday when we talked about this. It might be the case that we're gonna have a big female cast next week. At this point, it seems like we got at least 4 women next week. Potentially 5. With me, then it's 6. 6 people, not 6 women. No, Nextorian, don't worry. Like, Lopez was not aware that you never done this dungeon before. It's all good. You need to see the abilities first. And yeah, next Monday we're gonna do the same thing as today. We're gonna do weekly Oliver Keys, and then we're gonna do the second episode of the Scruffy Cast. Next week's topic: women in video games. Misogyny in World of Warcraft and video games. It's interesting. I was not memeing about this. Those could be like really interesting topics. Never forget, guys, never forget. Hafu is a really big WoW streamer. She is a really big WoW streamer. And she was competing in a PvP tournament in 2014, I think, on the BlizzCon. And her opponents were trying to troll her. And there was a team qualifying for the arena tournament on BlizzCon that was called Hape Rafu. They switched the first letters of the words and they meant to say Rape Hafu. Because she was the only woman competing on the tournament, on the BlizzCon. And Blizzard approved that name. But I mean, okay, it's Blizzard, right? Let's be honest. Hape Rafu. And Blizzard approved that. They were like, yep, it's okay. Just a woman, huh? Nice, Blizzard. Good one, Bobby. Good one, Bobby. Good one, Bobby. That's how Bobby is. They got Bobby's stamp of approval? I mean, sure. Never forget Bobby Kotick getting exposed for death-threatening a female co-worker at a Christmas party. Never forget, Mr. Kotick. Never forget. Never forget Amber Heard pooping on beds and sniffing cocaine in the courtroom. But, hey. The internet doesn't forget. That's the thing. The internet doesn't forget. Meow. No, but I think like next week could become a really interesting podcast as well. I'm not saying like today is not going to be interesting, but I think like next week is going to be juicy. So, it's also lovely to see that the people are already wanting to join for next week. They actually managed to change their name to Amber Turd on IMDb. Oh my god. The internet does not forget. That's so cool. It's wild. Hey, it is what it is. So Blizzard escaped. Like, okay, schedule like streaming news, business news, private news. We're done with the intro. Let's come to really quick to WoW news. I don't want to make a big rant right now about like Dragonflight speculations, 9.2 speculations. I don't want to make like. I want to give my input right now to certain topics. We're gonna talk about WoW news. Because we're gonna do this tonight on the podcast enough. So I don't want to like saturate you guys already with this topic. But what do we have? We have now a blue post of Blizzard talking about raid reward experiments. They're giving us now a blue post talking about that they're running experiments with Season 4. The Season 4 is a gap filler for sure between now and Dragonflight. But also they want to run some experiments with it. And I talked with my friend Maddox yesterday, about this, and he thought the same thing. Like, he's in Black Temple raiding in Classic, and there's a boss that has some loot that he wants, but it never dropped in the few months of Black Temple that we had. It never dropped. And he was like thinking, hey, imagine you're gonna do a boss to a certain amount of times. Then you should unlock maybe a currency, a vendor or something where you can just buy that one item as a bad luck protection. Blizzard is literally implementing this next patch. So you're gonna kill a certain amount of faded raid bosses, the like seasonal Mythic Plus raid bosses, and then you unlock a vendor. And they gave clarification, it's about like 3 weeks for the first item you can buy from that vendor, and 6 weeks, yeah, of course it's time gated, no shit it is. And after 6 weeks is the earliest, if you clear the faded raid all the time. You can buy your third item. This vendor has only 3 charges. You can buy every single item that you want from the vendor. No, you cannot buy the legendary bow of Sylvanas. No, that one is not. But you could potentially buy the dagger, for example, from Sylvanas. The Sylvanas dagger that everyone still wants to use up to this day. You still can you can buy that next patch, next season from a vendor after killing a certain amount of raid bosses. It's like literally bad luck protection. As I said, I don't want to give my input too much about things right now, but I am all in for a bad luck protection at the end of the day. Whatever that means at the end of the day. I'm sorry for not using drums. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot. But I think it's great. I think it's great. Yeah, let Blizzard go ahead and do some experiments. Let them experiment a little bit. Let's see how it works out, how the people give them feedback about this. I think it's good. Using like an off-season, quote unquote, like a really short season, to just make some experiments and test things out and see player response and feedback about this, I do like it. I do like that. I do like that. So there's a raid vendor coming. You need to kill 30, then 20 is a 3-part quest. If you kill 30 faded raid bosses, you're gonna get 1 charge of buying an item from the raids, whatever your heart desires. Then afterwards you get another quest for 20 and then for 10 kills. Also, like, during the first part of the quest, longer lasting than the last part is actually okay. So first of all, you need to kill 30, then you can buy your first item. Then you only need to kill 20, then you can buy your second. Then you kill 10, and you're gonna buy your last one. I do like that. Maybe it's a little bit long, time gated. As always, time gating is always meh. Priest, you wish you would have a good evening. Yeah, if you killed at the end of the day then 60 faded raid bosses, yes, you have like 3 charges. You can buy 3 items of the raids, whatever you want, excluding certain items like the Sylvanas legendary bow. You cannot buy that on 300 item level. You cannot buy it anywhere in 300, but you can buy some items from the raid. It's like a bad luck protection. Like, killing 60 bosses is a lot. Getting at least like 3 items guaranteed with that. I have nothing bad to say about that. Especially because we're doing this as an experiment. The Season 4 Mythic Plus rotation is more than just an experiment because they already confirmed taking that system into Dragonflight. I think at this point we are past an experiment and seeing players' response about it. We are already like implementing this into the next content, into Dragonflight. So this is past the point of experiments. That's why I do have, of course, a stronger opinion about this. But after thinking about this and talking about this for so much, I also start to approve that. I don't want to get into so much like opinion talk right now. Can no one interrupt? I had used my interrupt, I'm sorry. Don't want to get into too much opinion talk right now because we're going to talk about opinions a lot today in the podcast. But we talked a lot about Season 4 rotation and Dragonflight releasing only with 4 out of 8 dungeons from Dragonflight and Mythic Plus. And then they're using like MOP and Walls of Draenor dungeons to compensate for the other 4. I made some big arguments. We debated about this heavily. Don't want to go into this as well, but guys, definitely if you are against that, at least give Blizzard a chance and read their explanation, because this was one of the first explanations of Blizzard why they're doing what they're doing and explaining why they're doing this. That made sense and it changed my mind about this, about Dragonflight and things like the season rotation in Season 4. And at least give them benefit of the doubt and see what they have to say about this. You can read the blue post on Wowhead maybe. So it's definitely there somewhere. Jackson, good evening, my man. About what? Rotation, Mythic Plus rotation in Dragonflight. But as I said, like I don't want to get into opinion talks and debate about opinions right now, because we're gonna do this with a handful of people tonight already. Like I don't want to like chew off your ears right now before we're gonna hop into a podcast that will chew off your ears. I just wanted to go over the WoW news that we have without like giving too much input about it. We gotta get the raid vendor as a bad luck protection. That's cool. We get upgrade currencies. That means if you get like, if you kill 10 mythic bosses, you get a currency that you can combine to an item that transforms a normal item, for example, into a mythic version. For example, I can't get the mythic Dosigni belt. I'm still missing the belt from Dosigni Mythic. But I dropped it on my viewer rate on Friday in normal. With that currency, I could just keep that normal belt, kill 10 mythic bosses, and use that currency that I get to upgrade that normal item to a mythic item. That is wonderful. That is also like giving a sense of bad luck protection. I like that. Because let's be honest, bonus rolls have never been a bad luck protection. It was just adding another layer of bad luck. But this was not a bad luck protection. Gave you more chances a week on being unlucky. So, hey. Not a big fan, not a big fan. But now with this type of system, way better than bonus rolls. If they would implement this in the future, I would probably at this point not having anything against that. It's way better than bonus roll. Bonus rolls were just disappointing. You spent a lot of like currency to buy it, gold, whatever you had, just to be unlucky enough to not get anything of it. So hey, not a big fan, not a big fan, not a big fan, not a big fan. Did someone complain about it? Why are you nonsensically lecturing about it for 15 minutes? That made me kind of speechless. It made me kind of speechless. Nonsensically. So, first of all, my man, oh, you're not even followed. They're not guaranteed ban you. First of all, you are a zero value viewer. Like, you don't put anything good into the stream. You're giving no good arguments, no good input. So there you go. Like, we definitely don't need you here. Second of all, I'm a type of guy who talks a lot. I'm a type of guy who talks a lot. And if you have an issue with me talking a lot, this is definitely the wrong stream for you, my man. But you're not even followed. You're giving zero input. You got 2 messages in the chat. Oh, that was this guy. I mean, can you really say you aren't 3K Rio because you carry others? You were not even close to a similar Rio without tier sets, lol. Oh, that was that guy. Oh, my man, you are absolutely dumb. Oh, it was that dumb guy, I forgot. Now I remember. It was that dude that called all the people in my groups bad damage. Because they said I can only get 3K score because I carry other people with my 4 set. He literally calls everyone in my group like a bad player. Genshinosu, let's be completely honest. Let's see. Genshinosu.
That isn't very poggers.
I mean, he's an XQC frog, that's good, but... Dude. So he's only watching pro WoW gamers like Maxi, my boy Now. There's a big fan of my stream. First follow 2021. I mean, he's a kid. No, he is a kid. For sure he's a kid. For sure he is. But he has to learn in life that his opinion to a random person, like, I don't know if he's going to now talking about something and he's like saying, who asked, right? Like, my man, Genshin Osu, you have literally zero value to the stream. Zero value, you're irrelevant, no one cares what you have to say. Literally, zero value. The most unvaluable person that I ever met. And I'm streaming for a little bit longer than just a week. But I've never seen someone who is that unvaluable. That's what happens when your parents hate you. Meow. I mean, I learned from Hassan. Checkscan, I learned from Hassan how to deal with people like this. And I'm really nice compared to what Hassan is telling his viewers when they're like literally having zero value. He hasn't said anything smart, you didn't miss much? Absolutely. Like now he would probably complain why I'm complaining about him for so long. Nonsensically. Richtiger Kevin? Ah, no. No. He's not a Kevin. He's not a Kevin. But no, like his first comment ever was, I mean, can you really say you aren't 3K score because you carry others? You were not even close to a similar Rio without tier sets law. I did not ban him after that moment because I really wanted his answer, because I outsmarted him. Yes, I said yes. You will never get 3K score if you never do 20 keys. If you never try doing 20 keys, you will never get 3K score. Right? If you never approach 20 keys, you will never get 3K score. Absolutely can say that. What is PO Box? It's a PO box. A PO box is a post office box. If you want to send me some cool stuff. But I'm careful now. Genshin also is probably sending me some bombs in my PO box, probably. Because he is literally zero value. But hey. Next weekly non-lever key is a Halls key. Nice. I like Halls. And today he said, did someone complain about this topic? Why are you nonsensically lecturing about it for 15 minutes? I mean, Genshin also, let's be completely honest. I'm playing this game for longer than you have been born in this world, right? I'm playing this longer than you even existed. When your father squeezed you out as an accident, right? And yes, people have been complaining over that time about bad luck, about bonus rolls giving you an extra chance for getting loot, but it's just another layer of bad luck instead of like a bad luck protection. People demanded a bad luck protection for ages. Of course. Did someone complain about this topic? Yes. We all did. I did, everyone in chat did, everyone who plays World of Warcraft did. Absolutely. But my man, if you're bothered by someone who is just talking to his chat, definitely hop off the internet. Make sure you hop off the internet. That is the wrong place for you, especially on Twitch. There are a lot of WoW streamers with one viewer. They have no cam, they have no voice. Those are the things that you can watch. Stay in silence. Be alone. What you are anyway, right? Just stay alone. No one likes you. So definitely stick to the streamers that don't say anything. Because they don't like you either. Don't worry about that. House of Atonement, want a tank and what's your favorite flavor? This is a question, by the way. Those are like two unrelated questions. Jesus Christ. My different flavor. The titties of Genshin Osu. Mom, sorry. Not his titties, sorry. He's underaged. I like his mom's titties flavors. Want a tank? I mean, if you want a tank check, Scott, if you need a weekly key and you want to tank this, absolutely. Just tell me. We're gonna hop in the queue. Weekly no lever. Weekly no lever. Halls of Atonement, guys. Halls of Atonement. Tit milk flavor on energy drinks? That would be nice if they had. If I could give milk, I would have titty flavor for sure. Titty flavor for sure. Energy drink titty flavor. You want to tank this, Checkscan, or not? You tell me. Please, then come. Let's go with Yamios. I'm gonna be DPSing. I really don't want to compete in damage with Yamios. I really don't. It's like a loading screen. Hey, don't worry. Don't worry. Do not worry. Let me go Feral, then I have at least an excuse to do less damage than Yamios. Let me go Feral then. Meow. Take your time, Jackson. Take your time. But next on the list, guys. Yes, we're talking about raid reward experiments in Season 4. We talk about current Blizzard news. That's why we're talking about this. even though it doesn't make any sense to new people, guys, we talk about WoW news, and we have now a blue post talking about Blizzard, like Blizzard talking about raid reward experiments in Season 4. That's why we are talking about this. I hate Owl in Dungeons. Owl is really cool as... Owl is really cool. Owl is really cool. Especially Night Fae. Was a lot of fun. I'm just making sure that you're gonna out-TPS me anyway. I really don't want to compete, like 2 Night Fae boomies. I don't. I don't feel the... I don't want to feel the pressure right now. I will be Ventia. Hey, it's even better, especially for Halls. I started to like Night Fae Boomy in dungeons, even though I don't like Night Fae Boomy at all. And changing conduits. Would you compete against my Red Dome? Against you, Lopez, but not against Shell of Chaos with his Red Paladin. Because he wild. He is wild. Sokka, I wish you a wonderful good evening. Making sure that, yep, Unity is not working again. There you go. Wonderful, different legendary. No. Wonderful. So on that blue post, we talked about raid vendors and limited currency, heroic and mythic upgrade items. In Season 4, tier sets are still going to be existing. Tier sets still gonna exist. They will not drop in Carcinafria or Sanctum of Domination. But you still can use the creation catalyst to create yourself. No, Checkscan, you do your thing. You're the tank right now, you do your thing. Tier sets will not be added to a Sanctum or Carcinafria, but instead the creation catalyst will be able to transform at 304 item level item into a tier set, if you like. Domination sockets will be disabled for entirely for Season 4. Domination shards will not be active. Thank God. Looking for Raid will have Season 4 faded difficulty as well. So there you go. The information that I was missing is it's not like Mythic plus Raid. It is faded Raid difficulty. It adds another difficulty layer to all difficulties of the Raid. From LFR to Mythic. Okay. I hope you resolved the Unity issue. There you go. Meow. Checkson, do you do your thing? Remember it's necrotic. You do your thing. That's a spicy pull. That's a spicy pull. Wait, everyone is dead? Okay. Took you like 18 seconds to just die. Okay. Interesting. I didn't even know that you died, my man. I didn't even recognize that you died. I'm sorry, I had no idea what you're doing. I was like, huh? Why does everyone have aggro? Interesting. Wait, Ghost could become actually pretty good for Pharaoh. Extra bleeding debuffs. Extra procs. That's nice. Not yesterday, I think like a few days ago I watched a video of Cybear. Cybear wanted also to join the podcast. He's going to join in the future. Just saying. Watch this video about Necrolord Pharaoh. Really interesting. I mean, we knew in the beginning it's going to be viable in some capacities. At least being on par with the current Night Pharaoh in dungeons. But hey, I don't even have Necrolord unlocked yet. So, don't see myself doing that anytime soon. Will probably not happen. At least for me. Oh, it's always nice to see other people tanking. Awa. Awa. A blast to stay. MDI Group C is currently running. That is wonderful. For everyone who is interested in watching MDIs. Is Necro stronger in dungeons? It is at least on par with in a fortified week for sure. In dungeons, yeah. Like you don't do damage with your finishing move. That was a big knockback that probably adds something. That Shining Force though. In fortified weeks like this, it's definitely on par because you do most of your damage with your bleedings, not with Ferocious Bite. Yamius, you our Bentibomi. It means, guys, don't go so wild with the knockbacks. Holy shit. But Night Pharaohs are just like awesome. What can I say? Meow, 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 meow. I am a cat, meow. Don't forget the bat. There you go. Just a little annoying due to the ghosts. I can't re-stealth. Check some. Are you capable of tanking this, or is this too hard for you? That would be a time to tell us. I have no idea. Like, you just die. I mean, I haven't seen big heals right now, but I feel like everyone else needed also like a lot of heals. We're not making it easy for our healer, for sure. But you should be able to a little bit self-sustain. You should really be able to a little bit self-sustain. Ay, Dios mío. That is just a regular pull. We're just farming deaths right now, I guess. I was not saying you're bad, I'm just saying like this was now not any extraordinary pull. They're just a regular mob group of 4 enemies. Like, we could just definitely just go ahead and separate this thing. Yeah, you don't need to pull the Shot of Hardcase with us. Absolutely. Rather slow and steady and coming to an end instead of wiping through this and forcing this. That's Shining Force though. That's Shining Force though. So MDIs are happening. Blizzard reveals new appearance for Season 4 Keystone Master Mount. Dragonflight pricing survey. Blizzard sent out a survey to some players testing different price points for the different versions of the expansion. Keep in mind this is just a market research and the final price may be completely different. The raw tier seems to be similar with the Shadowlands expansion editions. So Blizzard is doing a survey right now, the same as they did about Wrath of the Lich King, and asking players, hey, what are you willing to spend? What are you willing to spend on the expansion? And would be you okay with those perks that you're gonna get for purchasing it? There's a $40 edition that includes the game. There's a $70 edition that, for example, includes the game, a character boost, and a mount. And a $90 edition, the Epic edition. $90 is a lot. For the game, boost, mount, pet, transmog, and 30 days of game time. I mean, the $70 to $90 is not making any big difference anymore if you're gonna get some game time with it. Like, you're gonna pay $7 for the transmog and $13 for the game subscription. Totally fine. In my opinion. But was it really $90 for Shadowlands? I can't remember spending that much money on that. I can't. I do not remember. $90 is a lot. Yeah, no. $40 the regular version. I'm talking about the Epic Edition. The standalone yeah, of course. The standalone expansion will not be $90. I'm of course talking about the Epic Edition. Of course. No, sure thing. Like the 40 is the same thing. And the reward bonuses are the same. A boost, a mount, a pad, a transmog, and game time is literally the same. There will be probably things included to other expansions. Not expansions, other games. Sorry, I'm also reading Discord right now. Sam is talking a long sentence, I see. That makes me scared. That makes... Yeah, and I knew it. He's also going to decline. There you go. Of course, if people type a longer message, then they're declining. Of course. Obviously, that had to happen, of course. But it's all good. Just hoping that the other people are not canceling last minute or oversleeping. Or freaking oversleeping. Because I really do think that Frankie is right now asleep. Nah. Nah. Maybe I can get someone in last second. We'll see. We'll see. Haven't seen Helly the whole day yet. She wasn't even here on stream yet. For some reason I think it was 70, but I'm sure 70 for the Epic Edition. Yeah, I think so. I do not remember the Epic Edition for Shadowlands being $90. and spending 90 bucks on it. I do not recall. It's been a while. It's been a while. $75 on a platform research results. I think it was 70. Yeah, and that poll with a boomy blasting his cooldowns, no chance in hell I could out DPS that. As a Pharaoh. But close. Close. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Jackson, just remember about mob count. Gotta type something. You gonna play Raph, Scruffy? No. I don't see yet myself playing Raph. Vanilla Remake Classic WoW was interesting to me because I never played Vanilla. Burning Crusade was not appealing to me anymore because I did it back in the days. And the game is different nowadays. Even the remake of the game is different nowadays than it was back in the days. And we as humans are different. We were young, stupid, and just did whatever we want to do. Nowadays, it's just about like, yeah, do best in slot list here and there, and no. I'm definitely not a classic streamer or player. I definitely stick to retail. Retail just brings me a lot of more fun. How? That was a lot of damage. I took a frontal. Mata, I wish you wonderful welcome back, my man. Wait, is Mata still banned? Yes. That's why he doesn't set anything. There you go. Maulab, I wish you a wonderful good evening. There you go. You're free, my man. I'm sorry. That unban request should have been resolved a long time ago. That should have been resolved a long time ago because you did it a long time ago. We're missing a little bit of trash percentage. If you're doing boss, let's get boss. You want to take free bats on a boss? Jesus. Okay. Okay then. Good news, I'm 4 out of 11 mythic now. Congratulations. Hey. I have a feeling I'm tanking something. I got a feeling. That's really unfortunate positioning, my man. I have no idea how you expect me least to. I mean, I'm a Pharaoh, but I have bigger range, but that is kind of awkward. That was a big cluster. Sudden moves by the tank. Always paying attention to where the tank is facing. Because suddenly making like some turns. Yeah, can't out TPS a Boomy that's taking 3 bats. No chance in hell. Event your Boomy. Would love to hear Genshin Osu's comment about this. Can you really say that you can't out TPS Event your Boomy just because he's taking 3 bats? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're still missing mob count. Wee-oo. Yo, Apri, I wish you... Thank you so much for the follow. We're missing mob count. Apri, can I ask you something? Do you know someone who would love to join? I did ask Asta, for example. But she ain't joining. She busy. How many are on today? So we were planned 8 people. 2 people at this point cancelled last minute due to them not feeling good. So we're 6 at this point. And it was always good. I think 4 is plenty, 6 is fine. I do think so as well, but listen me out. We have people like Frankie, and Frankie is a notorious sleeper. And people have been reporting to me today already that he has been awake since 7 AM. And we're making memes about it. There's an 83% chance that he is oversleeping. The same goes for Wildlands. Not fully sure yet. Did I at this point like leak all the setup? Like if I could, I would love to get like at least 1 person last minute in there. That would be cool. I would definitely take 1 person last minute. Okay, we're doing this trash back then. Because let's see what happens. Of course, it's the first episode. I knew that people sometimes are a little bit like those things can happen, that people like cancel last minute or they're oversleeping or something like that. It was expectable. That's why I was also planning with a lot of people. That's what I told you today. Like I was expecting that. When you said like, oh man, 8 people is a little bit too much. I think like, yeah, but you have to account for this. That's why people have in their raid setup in raid guilds more than 20 people. Even though Mythic raid is only 20 people, you will always have people like, they broke their toe or their cat is hungry and all of a sudden they can't raid or something. That's why you always have like people on the bench. That's why I was going and aiming for like 8-9 people. If they would all show up, that's also good. Loud. I get it, I will ask around. I mean, you don't have to, like, don't go ahead and harass people and make sure that they, like, don't force someone to join. I'm just wondering, like, of course, it's the first episode. I am myself a little worried about who's going to join and who's not. who is really gonna be here tonight? And at the end of the day, it's just like hanging out with people. Like, there's nothing crazy happening. Like, I think that people are overcomplicating this a little bit too much. Next week, for example, as I said, we have already like, I had like a lot of people like coming back to me and said like they want to join next week. Nixa Bandi, for example, she want to join next week, and she want to bring like 2 other girls as well. And from a small talk yesterday, it turned into literally pretty serious, talking about like next week, a full female podcast. It will not happen. Eva said yes. The Melzer Queen also said yes. Jembimo is probably also joining next week as well. And sure, everyone who likes what happens today is absolutely free to join again next week, sure. I'm just saying, like, for today, wish I could have had like one last minute person after people canceling last minute. I will have to be on early though, you know this, yes? What do you mean you have to be on early? I don't know what you mean by that. Alright, 8 CAT. I mean... Wait, 8 is... No, I'm studying 7 CEST. Nix, you're coming from UK, right? You're coming from UK. A British lad. Our podcast is starting in half an hour. That's the same, babe? No, London time is not the same as Central European summertime. For me, the podcast is starting in half an hour. If you rate to your time, if it's London time 8, then you have like 2 hours. Because it should be like 5:20 right now for the British people. If I'm not mistaken. Congratulations, Yuri. Congratulations, you're making moves. You have a free hour. Because you're British. British. I did not mention BST or what is that? Game of Thrones? What is GMT? Germany's Next Top Model? I was giving it to you in server time. Oh. Oh. I understand. Sorry, I'm not used to people accounting for my stupidity. Meow. Sorry, I was reading podcast. I was reading Discord. Oops. Has anyone seen any signs of life of Frankie, by the way? No. No, I was talking about you and Nix, my man. No one wants to meet up with me. Nobody loves Yuri, especially now with all the Russian things going on. What? My man. That sounds wrong. It is what it is, my man. Nah, don't say that. To VoD Drifter. Now, I'm 100% sure Frankie's still sleeping. Then he wakes up and says like, oh my god, wrong time zone. I told the people a trillion times, I hate time zones. I hate those different time zones. I was trying my best to make sure that everyone has the same time on their clock. Trying to sync it up. I don't think that worked. I do not think that worked. Guys, does anyone have maybe a quick key that we could run after this one? For a weekly. Or maybe not a weekly, but just a quick key. We could run. Oh, I'm proccing a lot of like ferocious bites in here. I have a theater 15. I mean, getting tight by time. Getting tight. Theater is definitely one of the little bit longer keys. A key that we usually do not like 2 chest or 3 chest. Like a gambit keyboard is most likely guaranteed a 2 chest, and in general a only 30 minutes key. It's usually, if we 2 chest is in average, a 20 minutes, 22 minutes key. Theater will not become just suddenly a 22 minutes key. This key right here took a little bit longer than expected. That's why it's cock blocking a little bit. But hey, people at least get their weekly. Yeah, Vierter in under 30 minutes requires a lot of blasters, yeah. In 20? Yeah, pff. Vierter in under 20. Wait, you need 15... Wait. That means like you have like 15 minutes left, right? 15 key, I was confused for a second. Really tough to compete against a Ventia Boomy. Especially if you have to go away from the boss so many times. Jesus. Meow. Yeah, no chance. Oh, I did. Interesting. Only I did because if he gets fucked on the first pull with his cooldowns running, then there's no comeback for him. Like, that's so much of the damage loss in the first pull. And small pulls even like not really good. GG, much love. Sorry about that one. Don't worry about it. We're just only 8 minutes over time. Don't worry about it. Gonna be right back. I go quick deal with some shit. Literally. Gonna be right back. That was probably the fastest poop EU West. What you guys are talking about? Sorry about that. One rolled in the first pull, pulled everything and didn't died. Love to see it. Hey, you definitely need more gear, yeah. Like, I would not do that pull. My route is a little bit different in here. I definitely leave out that caster. Because on those one there's no caster, and this one is the Houndmaster. It could become a little bit annoying, but you could just, if you do that, you have like two casters here. Like, I would always advise, especially tanks that are not that stable at this point, starting playing an alt, they don't know what they can pull. Never, first of all, never adapt to those pulls. Like, never do that. That is just insanity. That is something that, especially in the Necrotic Week, you should never do. Like, never adapt to this. But just go ahead and maybe just do this pull. And then we go right or left side, and then this pull. Right? Like, never adapt to what I'm doing. Did I just draw a penis without me knowing it? Okay, that was literally unintended. There you go. I did not intend, but there you go. Like, now we committed to it. Like, yeah, you could just literally went ahead and do this pull and then maybe pull those two together. And at this point, this wasn't even intended that it's becoming a penis. If you guys think this is a penis, that's your fault. Yeah, the classic scruffy penis pull. Matter. I told you, I wish you well, welcome back. There you go. You're free, my man. Should have resolved that a long time ago. But yeah. Talk about penises, guys. Penises are everywhere in World of Warcraft. Just letting you know. Look at this. Oh, my weak arrow's in the way. Guys, look at this. Look at the side. Please look at the shape of this thing right here. The water in Thousand Needle. That's a penis. That's a penis. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They are everywhere. I got mail from this little auction house. I really have no clue. Like, if I was trying to get someone last minute on the podcast, I have no idea who. I do have no idea. I have no idea. Next week, like I have so many people telling me about next week. Like I think, and someone said to me, for example, like it's getting really stressed out when it's last minute. I do understand. I do understand. Like getting someone on the podcast in the next 15 minutes is probably yeah. But let me like I'm wondering where the fuck is Frankie? Are you even awake yet? Guys, where the fuck is Frankie? People told me he has been awake at 7 a.m. today. Where is he? He DM'd me and said he's having a wank. Huh. I doubt. Press X for doubt, but no, like he been away for a long time at this point. He's been away for a long time. Moving away from Farrell. I hate this. That's what I mean. Brain dead game design. I'm summoning to Zerif Mortis. I go now back to Oribos. In Oribos, I'm gonna change my covenant. Next week is spiteful quaking. That's not true. White and dirty. That's not true. I press X for doubt. White and dirty. I highly doubt that we're gonna have the same affix next week again. I don't think we're gonna have the ghost next week again. No, we don't. We will not have the same affix as this week. That's a question. No, we will not. See, I've got the necrotic wave. Congratulations! Congratulaciones! So I went to Oribos, from Zerif Mortis to Oribos, changed my covenant back to Ventir. Now I'm a Ventir. I'm gonna switch my covenants, my legendaries around because Unity never works. Now I switch to Guardian Druid. Switch my Unities around, make the typical ritual of like switching things around because it's never working. Inspired Quaking. As far as we know, it's going to be Sanguine Grievous. I don't know if it's Inspired Quaking. Like how would... Inspired Quaking. Could be, potentially be. Wait, has there even... There was Grievous. I mean, at least Benny said. Bolstering Quaking. Yeah, okay, everyone is saying something different. No one... Okay, at this point, no one has any clue what affix is going to be. Like, let's talk about this tomorrow. Sanguine Grievous in 2 weeks? Really? Oh, fuck. I need to take a week off. Sad. I thought it's during the Path of Exile week. That's what I mean. Like, Benny told me it's next week, Sanguine Grievous. Next week. I have no idea. Like, I look into my chat and I got like 1, 2, 3, 4 different answers what affix is going to be. Like, how do I know? Next week is still not confirmed yet, but how is then Sanguine Grievous confirmed? What the dog doing? Press I? I did press I. It's the start again? No. Is it really? What affixes do we have currently? Raging Explosive was last week. Now we have this one. In 2 weeks it is. Yeah, that last week would be Sanguine Grievous. Next week is week number 11. It's not repeating in 2 weeks. By the way, the dungeon browser, what am I pressing? What? Dungeon browser? Teaming overflowing. I miss teaming. Not. What am I pressing? What am I doing, Boy and Daddy? What am I doing? Full sentences, please. Full sentences. What did teaming extra enemies throughout the thing? There was an affix before Shadowlands. You had extra mobs per trash pack. And trash packs gave less percentage. It was just chaos. Just chaos. More mobs. What was skittish? What was skittish for an affix? Skittish, wow. Oh, when a tank did less threat. Less aggro, yeah. That should come back. That should come back. In my opinion. Frankie is definitely not awake yet. He 100% sleeping. He's still sleeping. I whispered him he's still sleeping. Believe me? I don't believe anyone anymore. That's over. I'm a little bit anxious, I'm a little bit nervous because I feel like everyone is freaking AFK. I'm not sure. Wait, what? You go to M+? Mythic Dungeons? Where does it say that? For me, it doesn't say anywhere. Inspiring Quaking. It's the only things that we had only once? Yeah. If, like, the thing is, if we have only 2 more weeks for this 12-week rotation, and we have Sanguine Grievous confirmed for in 2 weeks, then it can only be Inspiring Quaking, yes, of course. That's the only thing that we had only once. Then Harkley is absolutely correct. The next week is not even that bad. And it's not even that bad. Scoffy had another 20. Nice. Nice. So I'm pretty sure. So I don't know about my boy Wildlands. I really don't know. And Frankie's guaranteed still sleeping. Frankie guaranteed still sleeping. Let me do one or two things really quick. Where's Frankie's Discord? Where the fuck is the man, the myth, the legends? X to doubt? Wildlands is here. I was not sure. But we have like 2 cancellations and I knew that the boy Frankie is sleeping. Like if people tell me he is freaking... If he was awake at 7 AM in the morning, he is oversleeping that. He is oversleeping that. 100%. 7 AM till now is long. I started work at 7. Hey. Maybe you need like 10 minutes of sleep per kilo body weight and that makes him sleep for like 12 hours. I'm the same. Don't worry. Flexing privileges. Hey dude, I'm just eating. I'm nearly ready. Hey, that's wonderful, Ali. Meow. And Linda and Eva are not answering me. I mean, it's literally hard to get to them in like 1 minute. Wii U. Wait. Oh, she's in a dungeon right now. Oh. Ooh. It seems like we're gonna start without Frankie, but we... Hey. It's all good. I highly assume Frankie is sleeping, 100%. Linda's watching her phone. Linda's texting me. Wait, let me see what Linda's saying. Linda's probably gonna be like hit like a truck right now. Because I literally asked her 1 minute. Not actually 3 minutes. Before if she would be there. Okay, Linda's answering me. Press X for doubt. If she's texting from her phone, probably not. Come on, Linda. Come on. She's on phone, I know. Typical Frankie, she's saying. Okay, but she ain't no time. Okay, guys, we're gonna start the podcast. I gotta see you guys after the intro. Gonna be calling the people right now. Fucking Frankie, man. Fucking Frankie. God damn it. And yeah, gonna see you in a second. Gonna see you in a second. Or a minute.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way to even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
I wish you guys a wonderful good evening. We have some technical difficulties. Give me a second. We might gonna rerun the intro again. But I gotta do something. I gotta fix something really quick. Scuffed as fuck. Give me a second. Frankie is sleeping. So everyone is wondering, yes, the man, the myth, the legend, he is sleeping. I hope he appears at some point. I did not prepare for 5 people only. I did not prepare for that. Wait, he is here. Frankie, motherfucker. Frankie, Jesus Christ. Maybe a 3-minute intro is too short for people. Because people are figuring out their stuff, they're getting their Discord fixed and all the stuff. They're doing their thing. So let me freaking rerun the intro. See you again in 3 minutes. And yeah, shall we? Maybe 3 minutes was too short, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off as friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
That sounds like an off.
I have a history playing Feral, but
I wish you guys a wonderful good evening. Welcome to the podcast for the day. I will introduce every single person individually. Let me run some music real quick. I wish you guys a wonderful good morning. Now everything is fixed. Everything is working. I hope everything is working. Oh, you see the order already. Oopsie. Scuffed. I wish you guys a wonderful good morning, evening, afternoon. First episode of Scruffycast. Everything is a little bit scuffed. We had some declines today. Some people canceled last minute. But let me introduce you guys to the first guest of the evening. A wonderful lady that I just found in the WoW category. I was immediately getting along with her just by looking at her. Really cozy, really chill person. She's into a lot of talking, from what I've seen in the Discord group chat. First guest of the day, in the top left corner, is Apricot. I always said this right.
Yeah, hi. Nice to be here.
Wait, so everyone say something?
Hello?
There we go.
Hi. We wasn't sure if we were meant to say hello.
You guys are, of course, allowed to say anything you want.
We're just here, okay?
It's my cat, I love cats. Hey, that's nice. Second on the list, the man with... I'm, of course, really, I'm amazed that everyone on this podcast has a wonderful hairline. I thought we were all WoW players and we we're all balding, but everyone on this podcast has a wonderful hairline. We have the next sexy person on the podcast. You guys know him, he's in the title today. It's Shia Shiux, I hope I said this right.
Close though, but everybody's smudging my name, so I'm used by now.
People told me don't call him Kia Kiux, it's Shia Shiux, like Shiner.
Close. It's Chachu. It's way easier when you hear it.
Chachu?
Yeah, but hello everybody. Thank you for the invite.
Okay, no one can say
that. Come on, once you hear it, it's easy.
Next in the top right corner, the man that you all know, love, the man that you want to wake up in the morning because he cares for your family. If you're cold in the winter, he's going to chop down all the trees in the forest. It's your boy Frankie.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello. Frankie just waking up over there.
Yeah, man, like...
Good morning.
Crazy. But anyway, thank you for waiting those extra 5-10 minutes.
Extra there, literally.
All good.
I mean, I was not waiting. I was like literally trying to get Linda on the podcast instead of you. The bottom left corner. Community favorite. You all know her from my stream, especially. She's one of the best rescue shamans that I've met ever in my life. But she can't use Bloodlust. That's a big deal. Welcome, Hallie.
Hi.
No one's applauding, Jesus Christ. I'm running the one-man show. In the middle, it's your boy Scruffy. Hi.
Hi, Scruffy.
And in the bottom right corner, probably the biggest guest of today, guys. He is really famous on Twitch. Everyone knows him. Soda Poppin', Pokelord, Summit 1G, everyone knows him. He's one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. And as he would call it, he's your favorite streamer. It is your boy Wildlands.
Yo.
Yo.
Probably the only person today who's smoking weed legally. Right, Frankie?
Don't admit anything, man.
I mean, I was on a stream with. Don't let me say your name again. Chachu?
There we go. That's way better.
And
by the end of the podcast, you'll get it, man. You'll totally get it.
Hopefully. And we were talking about Amber Heard doing coke on trial.
Oh yeah, I remember that conversation.
She did.
I still don't think, man. It's just the stakes were just too high.
She did because we did it as well in our past, huh?
I mean, she did the right movement, but come on. Would you do that in a courtroom with a judge next to you, with a police officer to your right?
I mean, she needed a quick bump. What can I say? That's how this goes. I don't know what to say. Wish you guys a wonderful warm welcome. First episode. Of course, everyone is anxious. Everyone is shy. Guys, let loose. I wanted to drink a little bit, but I'm not.
If I started drinking right now, it's noon where I am, so...
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of alcohol. Alcohol is like fucking poison. No. I had a surprise that I did not tell you guys yet. But I wanted today the chat to participate and maybe vote on their most favorite guest today. And the winner would have gotten a Battle.net gift card, because we all have a WoW background. They would have gotten, the winner, the chat voting, would have gotten a Battle.net gift card that they could give away to their own community. Or keep it for themselves.
That's nice, that's weird.
But, I mean, I'm a small streamer, I'm not rich, no one is using any Twitch Primes on me, so I was not able to give it to everyone. But for the fact that we have less people today, how about I just gonna give it to everyone?
don't have to do that. Yes.
But I'm gonna do it. You're gonna keep it yourself, give it away to the community. I give every one of you, I will get in contact with you probably, today's the 9th. In a week. I'm waiting for the Twitch payment.
You have to be friends for 3 days too on BattleNet before you can give gift balance. Did you know that?
No,
I learned that the hard way.
I give you just a code that you can give away to your community.
Oh, gotcha.
And
Twitch Prime.
Sailor, thanks so much for the 100 cities. No, I just give it all to you guys. Let me get back to you in like a week, and yeah, you give it away to your community, or just use it for yourself. Wildlands may be coming over to a European server again. And we can do some 19 PvPs. We did back in the day. We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Guys, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Of course, I'm anxious. I feel like you guys are also anxious. Like a little bit like we need to get used to each other. Sure, like I mean, if we have Frankie on stream, of course, I'm getting a little bit aroused.
He's like,
You and me, you and me both.
I mean, Chat, you know me, Kelly knows me, like, only 2 people doesn't know me here, that's Wild and the lady on the top left.
You can call me Cat, by the way.
Yeah, Cat. So, why would you be anxious, man? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. I know you, it's not a shameless boner anymore.
Exactly, like, come on.
I'm used with them already.
For me personally, being on camera has just been really weird to go back onto the whole streaming side of things, but I haven't been streaming properly anyway, so I don't know.
Because of the glorious beard, it used to be so long that I had to cut it off because police officers couldn't recognize my ID card and the picture it, you know? It's been actually crazy, dude, like, I'm telling you.
You live in the bear life. We all know that.
Well, I just got stated like last night that I'm from Siberia. You know, I'm like, what the actual fuck? Like, like you know me for a year and you still don't know that I'm from Serbia, right? Like Siberian bear. Like, I'm like, okay, I can live with that, right? It's good. It's good.
I thought you're from Croatia.
No, I'm from Serbia. I mean, that's pretty much the same shit. It's just.
But isn't your mom speaking Arabic? Haven't I seen her speaking?
Yeah, well,
she used to speak Arabic.
No, but my mom used to work in Libya, so she learned a lot of that language.
Inshallah. Isn't Frankie from Denmark? Probably not. He doesn't look like a Scandinavian Viking. Does he?
Soon to be. We need him in a full outfit with an axe in his hand.
And he's chopping down some trees. Guys, we all have WoW backgrounds, and I wanted this podcast to be more than just World of Warcraft, because in my opinion, WoW is a dead-end road, and streaming it is coming probably to an end. Another year until Dragonflight. I have seen my boy Wildlands watching his first time the announcement for Dragonflight. I was there, Pog, and it was interesting.
I'm pretty excited for it.
It's been a while since we've had a new class and a new
talent revamp too that goes in the direction of like complexity rather than simplicity.
That's what I'm excited about. As a classic Andy, I love to see talent trees coming back. Like I think that will make me more inclined to come back to retail.
But wouldn't you say?
Even though
you say, go for it.
I feel like 99% of people are just going to use the same cookie cutter builds like they did in Lich King and BC and Classic. But who cares? Like let that small like niche audience like experiment with stuff. Because like we all go through those phases where we just want to like experiment and test things out.
It'd be nice to like. Sorry.
Go for it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, with the spec trees as well, though, if I take for example the Druid one, that supposedly Druid, I don't know whether it's not finalized or if it is finalized, but anyway, there were some interesting things where you could have like Typhoon, an Interrupt on the tree.
Those
like,
combos were
that kind of thing.
crazy.
So,
There was like a Resto Druid with Skull Bash.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, what?
So like, there is like I don't think there's going to be a true cookie cutter, but like, it'd be interesting to see where we can go from that.
Well, the thing I noticed right away, I noticed that they had the ability to like save the talent loadouts too, and not just like a dual talent, but like a whole arrow drop down list of just like 20 or so talents that you can save. So it's probably going to be like a really situational thing, where you just have like a talent set up for every situation. I don't know.
Yeah, I have a feeling the two sides, like one of them, the one which is designed for pure damage, heal gain, or defensives, will be almost the same for everybody. I mean, I'm talking here about players going for like high mythic plus, high rating, or high PvP, because you have kind of like a set in stone talents that you want to go to gain them to just min max your class, and that it's kind of like now like you'll take the same talent like any other demon hunter, for example, out there who wants to push. Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, probably the other side, which is more inclined into utility, that can vary from player to player or from like group to group, because maybe if you have enough, let's say for example, AoE stuns, you'll just get yourself more single target to help the group more. Like, this all comes to like how they can balance each and every talent. So it's all about Blizzard at the end. It's all about Blizzard being able to give more options, like valid actual options. Because like right now, you have 3 options on a row, but let's be honest, really rarely 2 of them can be equally good. Like, most of the time, it's just you either take these, you're not getting invited in any groups.
What I'm really hoping to see come from this is more people actually appreciating the true hybrid again, right? Like, something that Classic had was builds that were like half tank, half healer, and they couldn't do either job fantastically, but they could fill a role in a dungeon or in a PvP battleground or an arena, to be able to do both, because it was more clutch in that sort of scenario. And I would love to see retail sort of embrace that in its own way. Like, maybe, monks especially doing high damage output as a healer too, or like Resto Druids doing like the feral like DPS as well as healing. Like, that would be really neat to see. So that's my hope for it.
I feel like it should help bring. Oh, my bad. Go on.
Sorry. No, I was just thinking, you know how it was back? I mean, I'm a Wrath baby, so I remember Wrath talent trees. And I remember that we could pick for Assassination, Combat, and Subtlety. Now, you've got like, is that going to incorporate in that kind of sense, or are you going to stay true to more just being Subtlety only that you're going to get talent points for? Or is it actually going to be like a hybrid kind of action for the damage dealers? So like Assassination, I played Assassination in Wrath, and then I put into Shadow Step for Subtlety, for example. I did not want to play Combat. Combat was literally boring as hell for me. I'm just wondering, like, is that going to be like kind of that kind of thing? Do you get what I mean? Like, you went for builds that were half and half.
I don't think it's going to be that way, because you can only skill like for Assassination, then only for Assassination. You cannot just put points in Assassination tree and then into a combat tree, because you have like only like your base class talent tree, and then afterwards you have your spec tree, like Balance Druid, Resto Druid, Assassin Rogue, Combat Rogue, Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, I think the talent trees will be tied directly to the spec, to the specialty you're gonna play. So you won't have the vast array like it was back in Wrath. Like, I'm pretty sure each and every spec, like Sub or Assassination, will have its own set variety of talents, of course, from which you can take left or right and mix and match, but still not get too much into another totally different spec style. As long as it's shown so far. Go on.
Yeah, I noticed that the points are like separated. So like we were saying, now your spec has one talent tree, and then your class has a different talent tree. And it seemed like there was points, like you couldn't just dog all your points on your class tree. You have to, it like gives you a point for each one. So you kind of have to pick some of your class talents and some of your spec talents. I feel like what that's going to do though is allow like some of the really popular classes that want to be involved with raids, but maybe their spots are already filled. That will allow possibly like some people to go builds that, stray away from maximizing DPS and adding more utility, and like now they have a spot in the raid, even though there's already like 5 rogues or something like that. You know what I mean?
True.
And when we think about like Microsoft just buying Blizzard, Microsoft bought Bethesda, what was it, a year, 2 years ago? So they have a little bit of experience running Elder Scrolls Online now. And in that game, it's similar where like you can have a class, like you can be a Stamina Nightblade or something, but 2 Stamina Nightblades could be completely different from one another because of the freedom of how you can build. And that kind of helps with if there's overpopulation of one class, like still letting them get into their own role in a raid. I feel like maybe WoW's trying to do that. I don't know though.
I hope they will manage to do this, as I said, because it's one thing to have the possibility to play a lot different, like the same spec, the same class, the same spec, but a lot different. But then if this is a possibility, if those different styles will do, let's say, the same damage output, then yes. Or I mean, at a casual level, this can work, right? If you like just play casually with your friends, or maybe with like a chill guild, I guess you can try out, utilize different stuff. But it's gonna come again to the let's say min-maxing area of players, which will try to push hierarchies, try to go for maybe mythic raids. And let's be honest, we all know how that goes. Is you either play this style or this type or this class.
That's my fear. That's my fear too.
Yeah, it gets to the point in which people will we need that amount of percentage of damage, that amount of percentage of healing, and if your build it's not doing it, well, you either change, you either take someone else who wants to play the proper meta build. Maybe it's gonna come to class, play the proper meta class and the proper build in it, which again, it's a bit pointless to give us more options if we still, for some type of content, we are kind of forced to it. But it's all about.
I disagree completely. Because like what we have now, what we've had with retail is they strip away the more in-depth talent trees that we were used to in Lich King, and they just said, 90% of people are using cookie cutters, so let's take the talents that everyone's picking, make them passive, make them baseline, and then give people like 9 choices for talents on the talents that are like the ones that people are kind of split on. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Like, I don't care that 99% of people are playing cookie cutters. I want to, like, the most exciting thing is seeing those people who are just like breaking the mold and making it work. And I feel like those people end up becoming legends. And, sometimes what they're using becomes the new cookie cutter. And if Blizzard can find a way to make it so that the cookie cutter spec is kind of like getting rediscovered throughout the expansion instead of just staying the same and having people beg, like, can you make balance changes? Like, if they can somehow figure out that formula, that would be amazing. Am I hopeful that they will? I don't know, but I'm at least glad that they're bringing back the depth to it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Has talent points changed for the past 2-3 expansions that you can think of at the moment?
So I have a joke about that because I'm a Feral main. Literally, Feral has had no new or exciting features since basically Kata, and it's been the same rotation, the same build, and like with Legion, we got a legendary, and they made the legendary a move. That's it. That's the only thing that's changed, and it's boring. It's boring, no matter how much you love your main. It's just when there's nothing changing, no one wants to take you anyway. It's not inspiring to play.
Yeah, but also like don't forget, guys, the talent trees that they're putting right now is going to be exactly the same that we used to do like maybe 10 years ago. At some point, you will
it's gonna be similar,
yeah, it's gonna be pretty much the same. Like whoever played the game for over 10 plus years, you know what I'm talking about. It's gonna be a min maxing 100%. Like that's a just pure fact. No matter what feature they implement, no matter what they put in, like maybe in 20 key, for example, I'm gonna give a pure example, Mythic Plus, you're gonna play like some ordinary normal talent tree, but maybe in 22, 23, there is some talent that nobody's even thinking about, but it's gonna be like maybe a huge impact in the key. I'm gonna just take a brief example for a Guardian Druid because I'm a Guardian Druid main. I'm playing Guardian Druid for God knows how long. So you have a now with the meta of like Ursok Legendary and Legacy of the Sleeper, you can go like Survival of the Fittest, which is reducing your cooldown on your bar skin, and then you're having a mini incarnation every like basically 30 seconds with uptime of bar skin being up on you for like 12. But on the higher level of the key, the Earth Warden is going to scale way more better, and people are not thinking about it because the Earth Warden 30% damage reduction is way more valuable and valid than the Survival of the Fittest. So that's what I'm talking about. The new talent tree is going to bring maybe meta is going to be like maybe autopilot, but at some point I believe that some of the talents that are going to be there are actually going to be used either in the high mythic rating or high mythic plus content. Believe me, trust me. I tested it. Earth Warden versus Survival of the Fittest, there is a huge gap on the higher level of the keys.
You know, what you're saying too, it kind of reminds me of, I feel like Blizzard's philosophy behind talents over the last few expansions has been very simplified. Instead of trying to make this like averaged out, instead of making it like a real choice, there it seems like the choice is like, do you want another button to push or do you not want another button to push?
True.
Do you want more keybinds or do you want it easier? Like, and that's like the extent of their talent design. It's like, what? Come on.
When they removed talent points back in Kata, and then Legion comes.
It was actually, they didn't take talent points away in Kata, they took it away in MOP. They changed to the trees. Yeah, I thought it was.
It started going downhill in Kata, though, for sure. It definitely started going down, though. They gutted like half of the talents in Kata.
They just made it. It was for every level you got 1 point. So or for every two levels, rather, you got one talent.
Yeah,
it's been a while
instead of every song.
It has been a while.
It feels really weird to say it's been a while, but then you look at it and it's like, wow.
I mean, I've been playing WoW for 18 years, so that's just terrifying.
Yeah, how much?
They also made it in Kata so you had to like invest a certain amount into a tree before you could start putting points into another tree. So like the whole idea was just like limitations, basically. Half the talent points. Like, I don't know.
And ever since then, they've been trying to fix what's been missing in a way. But by adding them, they've made it passive. So you used to have like 3 points into combat, and it would be like, it would add, I think it was like armor penetration or something, or hit, or whatever it was. I know
for Rogue, the big 3 points in combat was for the increased gouge time, I think. Make your
and also
longer.
Sinister Strike.
So you had extra passive abilities, but it made it so the build that you're playing, and also if you had swords and maces and axes and stuff, but like that's another thing. But like
most of my TBC characters have points in all 3 trees, because there's usually something in the top 2 tiers that is really important.
You couldn't do that in Kata though.
No, max. When they removed them, it kind of felt like what they do now, where they've got, you had the artifact weapons. What did the artifact weapons give us? They gave us like a souped up weapons, and they gave us XYZ powers on top of the power. So I don't know. It just feels like, I'm glad that they're bringing back talent points, but I don't know. I don't know where to go with that, but it's just weird.
I've heard Ian talk in interviews about the whole cookie cutter thing that I mentioned a bunch already. And the way that he framed it is that it... What's up?
Can you explain what cookie cutting means? Because
So if you don't know what cookie cutter means, and like it's kind of like an MMO term for just like building the same way that everyone else builds. So like if you're new to a class and you're playing max level, usually like people look up the rotation and the build and the talents and how they should gem and stuff. And when 90, it's just like a general term for cookie cutter, like just what people tend to gravitate towards. And I was hearing an interview from Ian back in It was a couple years ago, but he's basically saying that they saw cookie cutters as a negative thing in the game, and that's why they removed the talents to begin with. So,
But they made it more
now I
simple
guess they're
for
changing their
cookie
mind.
cutter. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
that's
think
only
They know
it's all about the levels on which you play. I keep saying this, but as I said, the game, it's like, this is the beauty of WoW, in my opinion. The fact that you can play at all variety of levels. You can play at an
That's true.
entry, beginner level, a bit more casual. You can do all the content, as in both raiding, Mythic Plus, I don't know, mount farming,
it can be your
transmog
first
farming.
video game ever, or it can be your
Exactly.
last video game ever.
Exactly. You can play chill, relax, and still do all the content and see the story, see the and the boss, how it's called, cinematic, let's say, because you can do it on an LFR or normal level, where you can basically go kind of at some point you will be able to kill those with a bit of item level and like any talents. But indeed, at the same time, it is a game from a point, like if you want to play a bit more, I mean, professionally would be a wrong word, but some people play it professionally, because let's look at MDI and World First, the race and stuff. Like, at some point, you will have to play in a certain way. You will have a certain build, because you get to the point in which it's all about that 0.0 something percent of damage, of healing, of this and that output. Like, no matter how much they want to make different builds viable and stuff like that, there's going to be a point in which, of course, it's like the smallest group of people which will have to play like this. Is the smallest group of people or guilds or teams which will need to go to that specific build. But indeed, it is a thing.
Well, one of the things I think is so funny about the cookie cutter build or people saying, oh, you have to play it this way, is a lot of times when you do the Sims over, the length of a mythic fight or a dungeon, that top talents that you're supposed to pick are like less than 1% damage difference than just doing something that's easier or more fun to play. In certain cases, there's a big discrepancy, but it's not always the case. And it's actually has a higher cap to play at that expected meta a lot of times, where sometimes people are not capable of playing a more complex rotation, and it would suit them better just to have those easier talents or the passives. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, indeed. Some people or some players might be more comfortable with certain talents, which, as you said, on Sims, on paper, they are not as good. But because of their playstyle, like, for example, I think, this is my case as well, the current meta talent for the Demon Hunter is the Fell Rush talent, the Fellbound, or I forgot how it's called. Whatever, you press Immolation Aura, you get extra damage on Fell Rush. I personally hate that talent. I hate running around with Fell Rush all the time, and I play with Glaive Tempest. It's easier. You stand still, you press a button, some swirlies blades are dealing damage. I personally feel like I'm doing better because I'm timing it better, but again, on paper, I'm seeming lower. It's about the playstyle.
Exactly.
I do
but
think
it might, like, but if, for example, sorry, just one thing. If, for example, I would play in some big mythic guild, I not even maybe race the world first, but like top 10, 50 guild. If I would tell my supposed raid leader that I'm not gonna play the Fell Rush build as well with my Demon Hunter in some like raid fight, and I'm gonna play Glaive Tempest, I might get benched because they will be like, other guildmates maybe, or him will be like, okay, but you're not outputting the most DPS, which we require, and then I'll just get a Demon Hunter who can do that. But these are small cases. The small cases for, again, 0.1% of the player base, which are trying to go for that top achievements. For the majority of the players, it should not be a problem. Like, the talent tree, it's actually really good, in my opinion. It's really good what they do in Dragonflight, because it gives more space to create and have fun with various builds.
But this cookie cutting thing is not just applying to the top competitive 0.1% of the content. When I was playing TBC Classic, I was playing Shadow Priest in the beginning. We did some dungeons before Karazhan, and I was called an asshole because I was not a tailor and I didn't have the Shadow Weave gear. So it was really important for other players that I, as a Shadow Priest, go ahead and equip the best in slot items for TBC.
Oh, you know what that is. That's just the culture of everyone wanting to pretend they're in the 0.01%.
But I mean, everyone applies to that. And I think it doesn't just apply to all the content. It applies even to the easiest content. I would at this point say like Burning Crusade is not the same as like Jailer Mythic or like Sylvanas Mythic. Like the differences between doing a Karazhan run and the current content that we have, where it's like so overstimulated with abilities.
So different, yeah.
They still apply that cookie cutting thing to the easiest content actually.
We can have the same example nowadays with MDI and Mythic Plus pogging casually. I mean, when after MDI happens, the majority of the maybe not the majority, but a lot of Mythic Plus players from the game are watching MDI, and they see certain pools with certain builds or characters, right? And after MDI, like I swear to you, I see those pogs needing that class or those 2-3 DPS classes or healers they saw in MDI for, let's say, 15 to 20 keys, which, let's be honest, 15 to 20, you can do it with basically everything. Any spec, any class can pull enough damage, enough heal. Just play the mechanics correctly and you can do it. But that's kind of like, at the superficial level, people will be like, I've seen top players playing like this, I need those classes because only those people can do it. That's not true. But that's the overall majority mindset, let's say.
You need to have like 275 item level, you need to have the 4 set, you need to have the certain trinkets or whatever, you need to be the class.
And I'm a casual retail player. I mostly play classic, but I came in, my gear is okay, and I tried to get into a Mythic 0, and like no one will take you. How are you supposed to like enter into this world if you don't have like a community already willing to carry you?
You got gatekept, huh? Gatekept for not having a key yet. Yeah. It's like the classic, like, I've never had a job, and they're just like, well, you need work experience. It's like, well, how do I get it?
I'm like, I have 3 cutting edges. I'm a good player. Can you just like take me and so I can improve and get better? And they're like, no.
Most of the time you need to make your own group, or you need to like somehow grind it, or the grind needs to come from yourself, I would say. I had the same experience when I started playing. I started playing this game only at the end of Worlds of Drain, or yes, I know, bad expansion to start, but whatever. I knew nothing about the game. I started playing. I made myself a warrior, and I know one day I saw a transmog item, a sword, and I wanted to have it. And I discovered that you need 1,800 rating, whatever PvP rating, to get it. And of course, I didn't have previous experience, no rating. And I started pogging rated RPGs, but nobody was inviting me because everybody was requiring current rating or previous rating. And I couldn't do anything. So I started making my own groups. Of course, in the beginning, they were awful, they were terrible, but eventually I managed to push. It took longer, yes. It was tedious and tilting to do it so, yes, but...
And that's why no one wants to invite someone who hasn't done a key yet. Because as you're just saying, starting your own groups, you run into those people who aren't as invested, who will walk away after one lose, who don't want to like figure out the team and figure out what their role is and how to play. And like, I feel like that's systemic of the game itself, like catering to like more casual players and more single player activities.
That's awful about that is that when you're not involved in a community or have your own people or whatever, that when you are completely pugging and you have no concept of what's going on, then it literally usually only takes one person to step away to ruin everything. Like you're done. You can't finish the key unless you really have like a carry DPS or something like that. So then you get stuck in a loop of just continual.
Yes and no. At some point, at some point you will find the same people with the same mentality like you. It takes time, but at some point you will find people with zero experience or like minimal experience or even a lot of experience which are willing to help, and then you will be able to do the content. It's just a gamble. Like pogging in this game, it's a roulette. What can you find or who can you find? There are nice people out there. The community has both the elite toxic players and the fun, casual, or helpful players. You just have to not to be let down by the toxic elite, let's say, and keep on playing and keep on trying to find people. Eventually, you'll have.
You gotta get into the salt mines and dig until you find your tribe.
But like in
Yeah,
Classic,
exactly.
I could have been the toxic elite, and I still like. I guess I have a hard time with sort of. There's just so much anonymity. I don't know how to say that word. In retail now, because you may never group with the same person twice if you don't, you know.
On Classic, though, you're stuck in that server. You start to recognize people's names and stuff.
And people have reputations. You know who ninja quits, and you know who doesn't play well, and you know who doesn't consume and stuff like that. And losing that community aspect is a really like different side to each. Like I play retail on weekends with my community because there's no entry level to it. You just go in, you play, you can do dungeons together, you can PvP together, and you can leave. You know what I mean? There's nothing to stop you. But there's also nothing to stop people from just like being shit and trolling you as well. So,
I mean, that's why I'm also trying to not implement the dungeon finder in Wrath of the Lich King Classic that's coming out this year.
Yep.
So
yeah, a lot of people are angry, but I think that's a really nice thing, personally.
This is like the biggest point in contention in WoW, I feel like. It's like, do you want help finding groups or do you want to do it yourself? Like, it seems like either way you find a reason to complain.
So Burning Crusade currently has a dungeon finder, right? It currently has one. But
PBC does not.
BC, I think through add-ons, right?
They added one, but only for the same server for the people that can list their own group, and it's easier to find another
Right,
group.
it's like a bulletin board, basically.
Yeah,
kind of.
Exactly. Instead of like going to the trade chat or something, you can just all over the map see who's like queuing up for a dungeon. That's good because you keep that server identity. You're not anonymous. I don't also know how to spell it. Like anonymity, whatever it's called. Like at least you're known. You build a reputation. You're known on that server, and if you're a big troll, people will know you. There's no server transfer. There's no name changes. You're stuck to your identity that you build. In World of Warcraft, you come and go. It's like
you never know who you're gonna get, and you never know who they're gonna be like. They could be an absolute giga chad, or they can be a world-class player, but like you don't know, and what do you count for as a world-class player either?
People in chat are saying, I want a Mythic Plus deserter buff like in PvP. When you leave before it ends, you get a deserter, you can't queue up again.
That's facts, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
you know what this is reminding me of? In the expansion announcement long form video, they were deep diving in the new professions, and they were showing this new UI where you could post like work orders. And I thought that was really cool because it still makes you kind of like go and interact with someone who's making you something or making something for somebody else. But it takes away that clutter from like trade chat just constantly flowing. Like it's your own UI that you can scroll through and at your own pace.
Doesn't it have like a certain sort of almost like a Titan Forged like role sort of thing though? That's going to be really bad. At least the way I was understanding it. If you have higher
professions, you could have like higher stats.
Yeah.
In different areas.
So like what's going to happen is everyone's going to seek out these people that have, the max level or the rarest patterns and then the normal.
But they can only have the rarest patterns in one aspect of that profession.
Okay.
Like it's like a branch.
I'm a little
to
confused
like pick one or the other.
To me, it was like a lot of the new systems are a little bit nebulous. So I'm excited. Did everyone try to get into the beta? I did for sure. So really hoping for that. A lot of exploring to do.
In yet.
If I would go back to the punishment, to the penalty for leaving a key, Dr. Layups is saying it correctly. What if you're in a key that is going nowhere? Should you be punished for leaving? I talked about this on my stream as well. Like imagine your key is literally going nowhere, but no one dares to leave anymore because if you leave, you become a deserter. And
but what
is that? You just vote like on League of Legends.
Exactly.
A surrender button, exactly. Like in League of Legends, a surrender button that everyone agrees to. Yes, we surrender this key, we leave. Otherwise, like everyone would be held hostage in that key. No one dares to leave. You become a deserter, and people would instead of like leaving the group, they would literally just stand AFK the entrance, dance around, don't do anything, and leave you guys hostage because you are not allowed to leave anyway. Like he is not willing to continue this key, and you can't continue without him. So he wants you to leave, so he doesn't get the debuff.
The only problem I see with that,
absolutely.
So the only problem I see with that, if you join a key, say there was already 3 people in there, and they're like a guild group or a friend group, if you got a surrender, but you've only got 2 people that are going to surrender, the other 3 people are just going to troll you, and just like you'll end up with the whole situation. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that'll
like
just
the
happen
only.
sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
That'll happen. I feel like that's the it will happen, but not as much as it actually working, where like a group will surrender and go on.
Yeah, but griefing is.
Is there a better solution?
I have just a second in League of Legends. I was used to play with a friend long time ago, and then people are like, we are winning, and they start throwing the match, and then please surrender no, and I'm like, no fucking way, you gonna play till the end of this shit and just clicking no button, no, no. Yeah, I know that was a good days actually. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed it. I'm sorry, but yeah, yeah, it's gonna be a really fucked up system. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but any system is going to be abused. Like World of Warcraft was built for griefing. Like I have never played vanilla, but playing classic WoW showed me that even griefing was a thing in 2004. World buff griefing, world boss griefing. Like where
People will find a way to ruin people's day on the internet, no matter what. No matter
Especially
what
when
game,
you're
no matter.
anonymous.
Yeah, exactly. I think like the only game that I've never experienced that in, which I barely play, is Final Fantasy 14, and I think that's still there's griefing in there. So
I wish we had Sam today because Sam is going to be casting the world first race in Final Fantasy. He could maybe say more. Did anyone play on the podcast right now Final Fantasy besides Apri?
Not enough to.
I barely
be able
played.
to
I only
talk
got to level 50.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
tried
think I
some
only got to
leveling, and that's
30.
about it.
I played the beta. I played the like way long time ago.
I think I played the free trial, and I was like, I don't really like this.
Yeah, it was not my style either. I mean, I looked at on streams, it looked fun, like the raiding or the dungeons and everything looked fun, but then when I tried it myself, it's not my thing.
I think the difference for me, the reason that I kept playing for as long as I did, which was really only for like a couple months, was people's willingness to help like newbies and lowbies and stuff, the max level characters. I think they get bonus rewards and whatnot for helping sprouts, which are like the babies. And
Did
it's
that
such a
happen
cool.
before the game blew up in popularity by chance?
I don't know for sure. This was probably like 4 years ago now. So
Yeah, for
5.
sure. Then I feel like most dying or like not as big MMOs, like the people who play them want people to like get attached to them and like them. So they're like, "Oh, you're new. You're actually playing this game. Please don't quit."
Well,
like
but
you don't really see that on
people
WoW
are
because it's so big.
Well, but there's also no reason to help people who are new, and there's no way to denote if they're new. Like you could sign up in a dungeon, a pug, like I could be the dungeon leader, but anybody could do that. You don't have to like have evidence or proof that you've done it, or that's really like the only thing, right? So I would love to see the community of WoW become more wholesome in their own way. I
Didn't
like
they try
seeing.
to do that? Didn't they try and do like you were an experienced player or whatever, but nothing actually came about it?
We do have something. If you do something with a person that has a less score than you, you get more valor points. Regardless if you have like reached your cap of 750 a day and you don't get anything from it, they would still reward you. But you don't
No, I
get
mean,
reward. But that's the thing that we have right now.
no, there's like an experienced player kind of thing.
Yeah, there is.
you could
There
ask
was
to
a
help
feature. There was a
people.
feature before BFA came to an end. They open like a voting system, or you can like apply that you
Yeah.
can be a mentor in the game, and you're gonna get the rank. And I think the people that are new in the game will see you, like that you are actually helping new players. But your account needs to be like clean as fuck, right? You know what I mean? Like you should never have any penalty, any silence, any mute or anything. And if you apply, they're gonna check all of these stuff. And you need to have, I think, like 100 days playtime on in the game or something like that. I don't know. There was no achievement, or actually there was actually 2 or 3 achievement requirements for you to be even also considered picked. So I think I couldn't, because I got like silence in BFA for like 6 months or some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
What did you do? That sounds like a story time.
three
I
or
had the
6 months,
same.
something like. Yeah, I know, Chacho. You had the
I
same.
had the
Yeah,
same.
yeah. Jesus Christ, dude! Like the boosting communities reporting us for doing the community keys. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. I got like 3 silences in like a 3 weeks period. Like, first one like 2 days, second one week, and then bam, 3 months, 4 months, something like that.
It was always doubling.
Yeah,
Like, you were getting a 24-hour silence and a 2-day silence, an 8, 16, and all the time it was getting to double. I know I got 3 months and then 6 months, and that was the highest one I got ever. 6 months. I think it just resetted after, because.
Yeah. That was crazy, dude. Like, and then after the galleries got exposed and everything went to shit, like, I was happy though. Holy shit. But yeah, I got like I got reports in like short period of time, and I got shit ton of, like, I couldn't open anything.
Yep.
That was scary.
And what you got like silence for? What happened?
Well, basically, like, the TOS, the thingy when you're doing a community viewer keys, we used to put our Twitch link into the Dungeon Finder, right, in the Mythic Plus section, and then obviously, like, people that either doesn't like you or they're boosting for gold and they see you, like, his mass report thingy, and then it's you just go to the jailer. You just go to the jailer.
You're taking my customers, so I'm gonna mute you.
Yeah, exactly.
But not only, mostly boosters or advertisers or boosting communities were reporting us or are reporting us to this date. But even there are a good amount of normal players not being into the business that are reporting. I know I get every now and then a whisper saying, "Yo, what you're doing, it's against TOS, whatnot." And then when I'm trying to reply to them, the majority have me already on ignore, which goes automatically on ignore whenever you report someone. So it's even the normal community doesn't. I mean, even the, as I said, players not in the business are reporting or can report. But indeed, the majority, it's expected the majority to come from people in the business, because you are actually taking them real money clients.
So I remember in September last year, there was a big wave of Blizzard finally enforcing the rules. Like, advertising Twitch streams, everyone in here did it. Was never allowed. But Blizzard never enforced their rules, and people were complaining, hey, we report players for boosting advertisement in Group Finder, and it's nothing happening. And in September last year, there was a big wave of Blizzard finally enforcing their own rules harder. And a lot of streamers got suspended or chat silenced. I think Frankie I know other people were. I got 24 hours of a suspension. Other people that I know got 7 days. I know a streamer who got 6 months, but it was lifted for just advertising Twitch in the group finder.
Yeah, I heard cases as well.
Weird. And during that time,
you don't want to open group finder and it's just all random streams. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's
true.
True.
It seems kind of a slippery slope.
So during that time I was like checking on Reddit and see what were like past experiences for people, and I saw a lot of like posts on Reddit. I mean, it's Reddit, but people were saying they hate Twitch streamers in a group finder way more than boost advertisers. Like, the majority of people were literally against, like, fuck the streamers, we rather buy boost than going to a stream and follow them and to just get a chance to a key. They literally went ahead and were on a crusade against Twitch streamers and literally made sure everyone who's advertising for Twitch, they get reported, but not the boosters. So I would say, like, it's literally like a lot of people, the vocal minority that becomes a majority because they're so loud.
Well, the boosters are offering a service. The streamers just want your service.
True.
Yes and no, to an extent.
I mean, if you're not, you're the product if you're not buying anything, right?
Some streamers are definitely different. Like, there's some there that, like, you have to build certain amount of points to be even recognized for a key, or you use your channel points for a key. But to get those channel points, you need to be subbed for extra chances. There's a lot of things that are like, that's why people are a bit like more like angry towards certain streamers. But like, I definitely don't think it's worse than buying a shitload of gold
I mean, I'm just gonna give you a brief example. If you sub to some of the streamers that are doing the key, like you getting a one weekly key on your alt or main, isn't that more than fair from that streamer or guy that is going to help you for five
It's real
bucks?
money
Then
transaction.
yeah, I mean yes, but
You're literally
that's
buying this for real money. That should get you in
no, you
trouble.
don't get it. You don't get it. Aren't they already bought it cutting edges and shit for thousands of euros and dollars? And in BFA, if I remember, there was a guild that do the mass scam on Enzot Mythic.
Oh, yeah.
When the people he was yelling on Discord, don't loot the motherfucking boss if you're a fucking leather class. Don't loot the boss. So these guys can fucking buy it the next week as well. I mean, yeah, everybody's are nobody's right here, right? But mindset of at least me seeing I rather fucking sub to some guy that is going to help me once a week than paying a 500,000 gold to get the plus 15 in time or not in time, especially on the beginning of the fucking patches.
There's
I mean,
one big
okay,
difference.
maybe that's just me. Yeah,
there's one big difference that we all forget. If you sub to a streamer and he helps you for a key, instead of you buying a token and buy it with in-game gold, is that Blizzard doesn't get any money from it. That's the factor. Give Blizzard money as well. That's why real money transaction is a no-go, but buying your gold and then buying it with gold from Blizzard is okay.
That's facts.
Blizzard doesn't get anything from me getting a sub for a weekly key. But a booster who's also trading gold over tokens, Blizzard's making big bang from it.
No, yeah, you're right, but Blizzard will never know if you're doing it, because in your mind you're doing it passively. You're just supporting your community with a key. I mean, nobody knows that. Nobody can prove that you're doing it, right? I mean, at the end of the day,
you're a streamer. Everything you do is public. You can send a clip to Blizzard and say hey, look what he's doing.
I mean,
I feel you make a good point, because the most important thing for all these AAA gaming companies is maximizing users' screen time. And when you're selling boosts, it goes back to, well, they're still spending time on our game. They're still giving us more screen time. But a stream doesn't guarantee that they'll stay in that cycle. You might go to a streamer and they might be dogging on WoW and about to quit. You know what I mean? They might quit in a year.
They needed the boosting services to survive. Blizzard did, because there was an amount of people that are buying gold to get into these boosting services.
It's bank.
They needed that money, but also the boosting services, they got a shitload of real money from selling the gold onto other websites and things. So they're always going to be around.
Don't forget that. One really important thing. Do you really think that the guy who is making billions of gold or millions of gold in this case is going to go in the shop and lose 10, 12 bucks per token instead of just selling it for 20, right? There is no fucking shot that 100% of those boosting communities are buying WoW token, because they're in a loss of maybe $5 to $7, $8 or euros. I know,
but
that
it keeps the screen time though. It keeps the screen time though compared to streamers.
Yeah, exactly. But
and then you get more invested in your character too. You start progressing, so it's well, they already spent some money on the game. They're gonna keep playing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. People are gonna buy the tokens and sell it, but the boosters, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I know boosters that sold for real money.
Yeah, of course. I just told you, BFA is a scandal that happened on Zot
Not just in BFA though. Not just in BFA.
Everybody,
I've known people in the Shadowlands.
Everybody who does it from a certain level up, as in a couple of millions up, will sell for real money. You get to a point as a booster or especially as an advertiser, not even talking about boosting communities as per general. They are fucking big moneymaker companies or at the level of a company. But everybody who gets to a certain amount of gold, you'll get to a point in which there's nothing in the game or in the shop to do with. And you are just having all that pile of gold, and you will see the opportunity and you will sell it for money. That's a given fact. It's
True goblins.
Yeah, it's just normal, because you'll get to the point in which you are investing a lot of time, work, and resources of your own, and you'll be like, well, I want to be, rewarded in a way. So again, if I'm gonna make, as an example, if I'm gonna make 50 million gold in WoW. I'm gonna buy every transmog, any black auction, black market, black auction house market.
Eventually,
everything.
it's like, well, I got everything with gold.
Yeah.
So.
What I do now, and you'll be like, well,
Yeah.
I guess I can just get a couple hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars to, I don't know, buy IRL stuff because nothing in the game.
IRL loot.
IRL loot, exactly. You'll get to that point because that mentality of, well, I worked for this, it's gonna kick in. I worked for this, there's nothing to do with it. Well, I guess I just monetize it in a certain way.
Yeah.
It's so funny to me how inflated the just money situation in retail is. I have about 10,000 gold total on my classic account, and I'm rich. I feel rich anyway. I could pretty much buy whatever I need forever. I gave someone
so true, man. When I hear that number 10k gold in TBC, my god, I remember the grind. It was actually crazy.
Well, we do all these. So this is a new concept for me because I never did it in the original classic. The GDKPs, where like you basically buy your loot with whatever gold you have, and then you split the money at the end. Do those exist in retail as it is? Not really, right?
Not really. But
People just would
People
bet millions and millions of gold on an item.
Yeah. GDKP on retail would be crazy.
It would be fun to experiment. I've never seen anything. Maybe there's not a necessity for it either because people just have so much money. But I've heard that the legendaries are really expensive to upgrade. Is that true?
They were.
Yeah,
They're not
they were.
as now.
40k probably.
Not
They
anymore.
did lower now, but at the
Now
beginning of
they're,
the
like,
At the
patch,
peak, them.
Yeah, for my class, it used to be like 100, 120k gold, and then now it's like 15. I don't know. For me, at least, as a leather user, 15,
they make
20
it.
gold, 20k.
They Blizzard intervened here and they made the materials needed for legendaries to be more obtainable, and then the prices just went down. It was
because if you make, for example, leatherworking now, you don't need like 12 crafts. Now instead of 12 crafts, you need like 5 to level up. It's going like you have a level 1 legendary, and then you're progressing, like you're going like crafting like 5 times, and it's level 2, and now it's again you crafting again, it's level 3, 4, and then you have that bonus stuff that you're putting in, and you're getting it up to 291. So it's way easier. I spent like million gold to make 3 or 4 items max level so I can sell them in this patch. But hey, the skinning becomes shareable. So now the desolate leather on the auction house, you have 3 zillion desolate leathers. You can't even sell it anymore. You know what I mean?
So sketchy. That's so sketchy that they sell gold now and then also have a mechanic in an expansion where to progress you have to spend tons of gold. Like, isn't that pay to win? It's pay to win, but like more gray area. It's like more steps.
I think there's a lot of more people playing on the auction house. Like, there's definitely more people that are like doing the whole gathering and professions, but also that also exploded in itself. Like, for instance, the leather. There's God knows how many leather farms right now. If you go into the custom channel, there's like at least 5 or 6, but at the peak times of, like when it's Wednesday, it's super busy, and then it's like it peters off, and then Tuesday everyone's just kind of building up for the next Wednesday kind of thing. But like to get your level working up is like 10 million gold easy, if not more, to craft, to get to the point where you're going to craft your legendaries. And some people have been selling them off, and then some of them are cheaper than the other ones.
But sorry, continue.
No, is it?
I meant to say, like Wyland said, like it's pay to win. They're implementing systems to drain the gold of players. But wasn't this the intention with the black market already when they introduced it in MOP, giving players some inaccessible loot usually?
There wasn't a WoW token in MOP though.
There was no WoW token, but there was still a big inflation in gold, definitely. And they just wanted to drain that gold. And now we have like other ways. We have still the black market. We have other mounts that go for millions from a vendor. And the content itself
spider,
is,
right?
the spider goes for 2 million. We had an auction house mount that went for 5 million, and there's definitely systems in place that want to drain the players' money.
That is the Blizzard own fault. I'm sorry, like interrupting. It's Blizzard's own fault because, if I'm not mistaken, in Mist of Pandaria, with the release of Monk, there was a dungeon and the time when they started doing a hardcore multi-boxing. There was one specific dungeon with some trees inside and with 5 monks tanks. You just rush in, clear the dungeon, the first area in like 5 seconds. You go out with like 1, 2, 3k gold. I remember that back in the day, it started to being popular. There was a clip on YouTube even back then, and you see now we are to the point where in retail, you have basically no materials except maybe some primal fire. I heard some farms recently that are going huge, but other than that, like, what do you expect? Like one guy farming for 10 hours, making like 100k gold, 200k gold, versus a guy that is going to be a multi-boxer with 5, 6, 7 characters and make 7 times more. They're basically forcing everybody else to multi-box with the system that they just putting in the game.
But
you
the
can't make
multi-boxes also spend more gold. Like the upkeep cost for multi-boxing. I tried multi-boxing myself just for achievements and all this stuff, but the thing is, if you have like one account, you want to pay your WoW time with gold, you must multiply this by like 7 accounts. Like your upkeep is the same. Like one account is still looting the same as you loot, and due to the multi-boxes, you have like a way bigger supply in an auction house that makes all the prices lower, and therefore you also earn less money. You earn less money as an individual player that's not multi-boxing, but you also spend less. So your living costs are lower because there's such a big supply of like herbs. Since they banned that, the game is not rewarding. It never was rewarding enough gold so you can upkeep your rating and all this stuff just with like a few dailies. You had to always make like some gold in different ways.
Just a question. Just a question on what you said. I agree, maybe, but even now, I'm still farming one particular mount in Maldraxxus as a Necrolord Covenant. There is a marrow route around the Theater of Pain area. It's like a square or triangle or whatever. It still exists after the season 1, and I can see so many druid multi-boxing. If you are saying like, okay, I can maybe relate to that it's expensive and maybe not worth anymore, why they're still doing it? I can see
I'm not saying it's not worth. I'm saying we are benefiting from this. If those multi-boxes would not be farming the marrow route, for me to get like in potions for my raid would be even more expensive because I'm not farming anything.
So they probably do have some profit at the end of the day. So it's not like waste of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. But I'm benefiting from that. I'm benefiting from
I had
them.
a couple of. Sorry,
Keep
go
going.
ahead. I
Keep
didn't
going.
mean to
No,
interrupt.
keep going.
No, I have a couple of people that do multi-box. Well, not anymore, but did multi-boxing in my community, and one of my close streamer friends also. That was his thing in Classic. And the question for me regarding that was like, I can see how with sharing nodes in retail, how it's detrimental. But why are people so against multi-boxers, especially like in Classic and whatnot? Things don't share back then. You can't loot the same herb, the same skin. It's just for one person.
Screw multi-boxers, man. That goes back to the pay to win thing. It's like you're paying more subs so that you can get benefits. Like you're getting mats faster, you're getting gold faster. I don't know, it just seems weird.
Yeah, but that
like you pay an extra sub.
It doesn't necessarily interfere with others' gameplay. I mean, to an extent, depending what type of multiboxing you do. Because if you like go around and mine stuff, then yes, you can hinder other players' activity. Like they don't have enough things to farm, let's say. But I feel like I never had anything against multiboxers. I didn't care. Again, it was not affecting me directly. Not a problem. So I feel like to the extent in which you're not hurting the gameplay experience of someone else, go for it.
I think a lot of people like to play the auction house like a stock market, or play it like crypto, and I think that's where the enjoyment is. Look at Leather and Leather Legendaries, for instance. Every time there's a new patch for this expansion, anyway, you could have like a load of leather, but then there'll be nothing, and then the patch comes and it'll be inflated by like 500 times. Then that person who needs to go and get those legendaries needs to get more gold for that reason, because they're trying to min-max. But it's the same legendary, mine.
Yeah, but I personally disagree, because you're spending less on that legendary because there are multi-boxes farming that leather for you. Like, if they were not inflating the economy with like the whole supply, everything would be way more expensive. And people in chat are saying like, just farming herbs, for example, as a single person and multi-boxes.
It wouldn't be more expensive though.
10%.
It wouldn't be expensive though.
Things
people
go up
wouldn't
on the
be
auction
buying
house
it.
though when people get banned though.
If there was no multi-boxers, you say things would be more expensive. But if you list stuff for a high price and people don't have enough money to buy it, then you're gonna have to lower your price eventually. Like, it would even out. Would it
But
not?
weren't we just saying that people had an excess amount of money? Like,
Yeah,
it's
not everyone.
Yeah.
Right, I don't.
Yeah.
As a casual retail player, I'm broke with my 500k.
You have to know
even
the
if
crafters.
even there would not be multi-boxers, we still can get back to what Helly said, and the same thing can happen, as in a bunch of people, or maybe one or more people, just buy everything out on the auction of a certain type of material and then relist it with more. So it's like, when it comes to auction house, we cannot really be like, oh, it would be better like this, would be better like that, because there always will be people with a good chunk amount of gold, and if they want to play the auction house, if they want to retail whatever on the auction house, you cannot do anything about it. Like, Blizzard won't be able to put I mean, they can, but they won't, to put a limit to say like, oh, you can only buy, let's say, 100 of each type of leather per day or something like that. If someone with millions and millions of gold decides to buy all type of, let's say, feral legendaries and then release them with 100% extra price, they can do that. So
Yeah.
you can not
I mean,
control
that's for any version of the auction house, though. I mean, on classic servers, we had one person who was in control of the arcane crystals, which were used to make all the legendaries for classic WoW. And if you put one on the auction house for half the price, or even 3/4 the price, he would instantly buy it and then repost it. That's not like that's something that's been around for forever.
That's what happens like beyond the game. That's how markets are working beyond the game even. And you can see this in the game, especially when a new expansion drops or a new patch drops, because then is the most it's the moment when the most players are coming back, first of all, to the game, and then people that are making money out of flipping things, they know that's the moment, and then they will just go for searching the market, searching the needs of other players, and be like, okay, it's going to be a big influx of new legendary materials needed. I'm just going to preemptively going to buy or going to farm all these things so I can resell them or make profit out of it. That's how, in general, markets are working.
Like, for example, before 9.2 came out, who stocked up on their Corthia crystals? I know I had some Corthia crystals.
I was crazy. I was so mad that I sold them 1 week before because I had like 500 of those. I was doing Corthia on 7 characters. I have like 5 of them on Exalted. Like, don't ask me like how I just did it for a Paragon mount so I can get the box, because it took me so long to get it and I was so mad. And then I had 5 characters and extra 2 I was just farming and doing quests and getting Corite crystals. And then 1 week before the patch, I sold them for like 200 gold, 300 gold each. And then first week of the patch in season 3, they were like 2k gold. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, you know what I mean? And yeah, that's just how it goes. It's a gamble, you know? You never know what's going to happen on the marketplace.
And it's like
the Blizzard never intends things to be inflated so hard.
Yeah.
They expect like a certain, like, they have it down to a T with how many hours of game time you should have to spend to get a certain upgrade. And the market kind of like throws a wrench at that if people want to put stuff like at super inflated prices. And Blizzard's solution to that is, well, you can always just buy a WoW token And that's like such a lazy and kind of that's just kind of sus to me. Have you guys ever played Black Desert Online?
No. I watched it. My friend used to play it, but that's hardcore RNG pay to win as well.
Yeah, well, I only bring it up because the auction house, if you list stuff on there, every item that you list has like a pre-programmed price range that you can list it at, so that people can't do things like buying everything and then relisting it for 100% of the price to make a profit.
That's good. That's a good control of the market.
Yeah, and there's no multi-boxes in that game because of that.
Yeah, it's not a game to make like a lot of IRL profit, I guess. Then, with this scheme, I'm pretty sure you can make with other types of like methods, but yeah.
Yeah, they'll always find a way in every MMO that make money.
Almost every online game, I think it has a way to make IRL money. I mean, even if you look at
there is 100% way. It's
Yeah.
either boosting in rank, boosting in some other stuff, or getting a score in WoW, or getting a number in WoW, like which is a PvP arena, or getting a gladiator mount, which is seasonal. You know what I mean? Like it's prestige. Also KSM mount that is looking like dog shit as well, like recoloration all over the place, like red, blue, green, orange,
Yeah.
purple, gold. Like it's just the same model, and it's similar. If you ask me, like a Jaina mount from season 2 BFA, it's doing the same animation. It's just look a bit different. That's it. Like so, yeah. If people are collectors, they're gonna pay probably millions of gold to get there. So yeah, that's and every game we have a aspect of the season that is going to be like limited to that season. You will never be able to get it, and people that want to get it, they're gonna do anything to get it. So IRL money or gold or whatever. So yeah, that's just how it is.
True indeed.
It's pretty limiting on how you can make gold if you're not into that kind of thing. So I know that there's like the dailies, but apart from the dailies, how else would you make some gold?
I mean, I used to make gold by clearing old raid content. You would get transmog, pets, mounts, and money from vendoring and from also looting the bosses, and then they nerfed that gold farm into the ground. I still don't understand why they did that. Personally, if anyone has any insight, I'd love to know.
Because
Can I just ask you, I'm sorry. Which one? What particular? There was a particular raid that you would farm, because I remember. Can you just tell me which one did you farm?
I mean, I went back to all of it. I would go do ICC every week, and I'll do our a bunch of the map ones.
Yeah, exactly. The Mist of Pandaria. There was a dungeon or raid that you can go through LFR over and over again. If I remember, in the Shrine of the Two Moons in the middle, where is that lore walker?
Siege of
Oh, Siege of Orgrimmar. But that was hard to do solo.
It was so good with the gold. I remember it, and then I think they nerfed it in VoD or something like that. They destroyed it completely. Like people were making what 20k gold in 15 minutes or something like that. That
but
was
the thing
crazy.
for that too was that was one of the biggest raids that ever existed, wasn't it? I think there's something like 13 or 14 bosses, maybe more. Is there 16? It's a ridiculously gigantic raid. So if you can go fast, like I know Feral's great for farming, or even hunters, where people were clearing through them. They're clearing through them in like 10 minutes.
Yeah. That was also the first raid. I think they implemented mythic raiding. I think that was the first mythic raid ever released. So it was crazy. Yeah, it was a good farm, and like I said, VoD, bomb. It was destroyed completely. So
yeah, but for
that was my way to farm gold, and then that was taken away, and I was left at a loss.
Yeah, I mean, but that is the reason that you asked why they did this, and that's the answer. Like, you found way too much gold. The more time passes, the more expansion comes, the more raids you can farm, and if people would still farm the same amount of gold, the inflation would be just way higher. They tried to reduce that at some point. Reducing inflation is probably a good thing, but for the question like how do you still farm gold, it's the same thing. It's like you put in effort to farm something. You can still go ahead to Timeless Isle in Pandarium and go ahead and farm some pets that are still worth like 200,000-300,000 gold. Will take you some time.
Yeah.
Sure, you can boost that at some point it's the same thing. You sit in front of your PC, you press WASD and some buttons, and the more time you put in, the more gold you make. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if it's like farming old raids or farming the same snakes on Timeless Isle, or you just do some dungeons and boost some people. There's one way better than the other, but at the end of the day,
I mean,
it's the same
there is
thing.
only like legitimately like two ways of making gold for me in my eyes at the moment. Except if you're really like a huge like farmer that you're really like or enjoying farming. Apart from that, I think it's only boosting for gold in the boosting communities that you're gonna get eventually cut off, and many other stuff that is going with that. Or you can buy a WoW token, and that's pretty much it. Like you can sell it on auction house, and there you go. You have a $20 for like what 260k gold per token on retail, or 280. That's pretty much it. So I
These
think
are
that the two ways.
No, I think these are the fastest or the easiest or the ones that come you at the tip of your fingers, let's say. But there are other methods, of course. Some which might work faster or it might take longer. I'm pretty sure there are like the transmog item farm and resell it. That can work, but that's a gamble as well because it might take time to drop a good transmog item and then it might take time to be actually bought. So it's random. I do feel like when it comes to making gold with professions, some are working throughout the whole patch or expansion, but some are really good only in the beginning of a patch. So you gotta like maximize your profits in like a span of 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks top, and then it don't work. But yeah, it's about how much gold you want, how much money you want to make
Season
out of
3
it.
release. I'm playing a monk as a skin farmer, right? Because obviously in the groups people are gonna invite me because of my statue, right? So I was like, yeah, why not? Let me try. I went to Cortia, 2x4 group. I put my statue AFK farm 4 hours, 350, 400k gold.
Yeah.
Beginning. Now, recently, couple days ago, I did exactly the same farm with my monk. 4 hours of farm, 100k gold. Not even 100k gold.
Yeah,
The
that's
difference,
because
the difference, the difference. You see?
Yeah.
Exactly the same amount of desolate leather. I fill up all the I have full empty bags, 32 slot bags, desolate leather, colossus hide, the other one, the rare one. I can't even remember. It doesn't matter. And you know what? Like after I put it on auction house, I'm like watching the prices. Colossus hide from 40 or 30 gold each. It dropped on 1.2 gold each.
Yeah. Because everyone's
Holy
doing it.
shit!
Yeah.
It's all about supply and demand.
Yeah,
And
exactly,
supply.
exactly. So the it's just also professions that used to, like for crafting legendaries, that used to require a lot more materials. That was the balance. The moment they scaled it down for 400%, at least that's what the Wowhead says. Who the fuck is gonna spend that much anymore? Like, of course, like you just open Ocean House and you will see like 200,000 desolate leather there. That's how it is. Nobody's buying stuff at the moment, except maybe the heavy or the armor kits for high mythic plus. You know, the thing that you put as extra enchant on your chest. That can
Heavy
maybe
desolate armor
be
kit.
worth some of the gold, like 300 gold each, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. But apart from like playing the auction house and potentially doing old raids, how would a person make gold and if they're a new player? Like I think that's the big thing. You see
My friend just started. No, my friend just started and she's like, I'm gonna just do every quest in the entire game, and my heart hurt for a second as like a not lore master type person. And she's like, you make so much money, and she has a couple thousand gold, and I was like, oh my god, I have to figure something out for her. You know.
You were like, should I tell her the truth?
How far that will go?
I mean, when I was AFK, I was literally thinking about this. Like, we talked about, like, Blizzard trying to drain gold from the game with Black Market and reducing the gold that you got from, like, farming old raids and reducing the amount of gold that you earn, but everything is still expensive. And at the same time, like, oh, you have no gold anymore? Check the in-game shop. We have some tokens to sell.
Yeah,
Like,
that's so scummy. Like, the idea of draining people's gold and also selling gold at the same time. Like,
from a business
How about just not
perspective,
make
smart.
systems that drain gold?
Big brain, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, they gotta
I
make
mean,
money.
but what system is better? And I'm just talking from their own standpoint. We don't have a token in Classic. It doesn't exist. So people buy gold from third-party sellers, and then that puts you at a risk for a ban. And if you get caught or whatever, and then because that there is no token, the money isn't going into Blizzard's pockets at all. So people are like, we don't want a token in Classic. It'll ruin the economy. But the economy is already ruined due
and
to
so many people buy gold from third parties too.
GTKPs and illegal third party. Yeah, it would make more sense to me to just give us the token unified. Doesn't matter,
Right? Like
where you ask
them
for the
adding the token is to shaft all the gold sellers, but at the same time, they could have just made gold less of a valuable asset. But that's a lot of work. That's like revamping your whole game.
But didn't they make tons of those sub currencies to attempt to do that? And then now we just have
Yeah,
5,000 sub currencies that
Yeah, but
just
don't forget also
litter our
that,
base.
guys. The ban wave in BFA with the Galavix. Do you remember that how much actually items on auction house were worth and materials and stuff? Because after the ban of that boosting community, there the gold sink in the game went for billions of gold. As far as I remember, I think 45 billion gold disappeared. You know what I mean? And now this recent event last year, when they ban and forbid like some boosting communities, you have to also understand. Obviously, that was also opportunity for many people to make a lot of gold. I made a lot of gold. I mean, for me, a lot of gold, even though I'm casually farming sometimes. So every ban wave that is going to happen for people that are actually trying to get some gold, because then the people that did not get banned, they're gonna be scared and they're not gonna put that gold into the economy of the game. They're gonna keep it for a good amount of time just to stay hidden. You have to remember that, like every booster
It's
or
like the
everybody that
mafia.
is, yeah, exactly,
They have to wash
exactly.
the
Like
cash.
just think about it. Just think about that. Like as a mafia job, right? Or a crew that you have, and then 3 people get fucked, and then the other 3 people, oh, listen, I'm just gonna bury this shit like in the ground for like 3, 4, 5 months. Let's just everything goes with the flow. And then after everything's like the tides start like everything's going like to be more and more calm, I'm just gonna like put all my gold into the economy or sell it for somebody. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Even though Blizzard
Question.
are saying that they are tracking all the trades and gold, there is a lot of ways that you can like just trade it, and yeah, it's gonna be really hard to get
Well,
it.
before the communities got banned, I was in a boosting community, very, very, very casually, but the person in my guilds were very involved with that, and so I just got free into them. Like, I didn't have the logs or whatever to prove or whatever. I just like kind of joined in. When, unfortunately, I didn't lose a lot of gold that I've earned, but some people did, and like a lot of people were not happy and everything. A lot of people, because it's their only income of gold. Like they don't want to be doing the farming of the 3-4 hours in Zereth Mortis for 100k gold, when you can go and do a raid and get you boost someone. And especially if you trade items as well, especially now with, the new raid, if you trade items, easy 300k. Like, you're not going to get 300k from anywhere. Like, where's the incentive? And I think that's why, like, steadily you see more of the adverts and stuff. Like, I had an add-on that removed it, but it was bugging out. But yeah.
Kelly, you have to understand that Chachu, from all of us, he knows the best how that works with trading items. I know when he used to boost for gold on his streams, I was watching it. I know how much gold he would make. So, yes. But you also need to understand what Chachu, for example, I'm going to give him as example, what he gone through to get all the items, all the gear that he will be able to equip on his character, just so he can reach to the point to be able to trade the gear. I mean, it's not easy. It's maybe now it is. You have catalyst. Look at this. Poof, 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 poof. You're just putting items there. You're full 275 item level. But back in BFA, for example, the gearing was not that easy because you had only one option in your chest, and then you have to grind all motherfucking day. Now you have three options. Oh, this item. Oh, I missed that. Okay, let me click that. So you know what I mean? Like even now, I have feeling that especially at the start, you have to be extremely lucky, and you have to grind a lot, because they also scale down the percentage of the items that you're gonna get from Vault, which is I think weapons and trinkets, which are the most valuable item on your character. And then yeah, when you reach that potential in like short period of time, and you can make a lot of gold, yes. But Chacho
Feel
knows the
about
best.
the tier coming back this time around. I know that's something that's very classic identity and has been missing for a while in retail.
Yeah, but with the tier, it's easy to get it. I mean, they introduced the tier crafting option, so that's of course it would have been, in my opinion, better to be introduced exactly from the beginning. It was a big difference in the first how many weeks into the patch was the catalyst up?
8.
Oh, 8 weeks. Oh, yeah. Like I remember in the beginning, everybody was chasing to get tier sets, and for some classes, it's a big difference to have either 2 set or 4 set, especially. And then for a lot of players, it was a factor to be invited to some groups or to some to pushing or to try some type of content or higher content, because if you're not lucky to get the tier set fast, the whole 4 set, you are having a problem. So things like the catalyst, it's an amazing thing they added, but again, in my opinion, a bit too late. This is one beef I have with Blizzard and with the developing of the patches and the systems. Well, first of all, I don't like all this new system added over a new system in each and every patch. But the fact that they introduced this quality of life catch-up mechanics a bit too late in the patch, or a bit too late after the hype.
They seem to be doing that a lot lately.
Well,
adding
I
people
was
a little
actually
too
wanted to
late.
bring up
specialist
catch-up
at
mechanics.
time gating. You're always going to have a bit of a time gate with trying to keep you in the game as long as possible. But in a way,
Yeah.
that's a catch-22 because no one's going to stick around for 8 weeks just to get their 4 set. I was fortunate with some of my characters that I was quite lucky with getting some of the pieces straight away. But I've had 2-3 weeks now of really dog crap.
I mean, it reminds me of getting the wrong legendary in Legion and how long you needed to wait till you literally got your next one, kind of thing. If you weren't lucky to get good ones from the bat, you didn't know what was coming next.
Yeah, and the fact that they make such a big impactful change to your character was another thing. I remember in Legion, I got benched to Ursoc Mythic because it was such a big DPS check, and I was playing a Marksman Hunter, and I got the Rapid Fire Legendary, which was an AoE Legendary. So my character was not doing enough damage compared to the other hunters in the guild who dropped this single target one, right? So I know this was a problem. So the fact that they implement this legendaries items or systems which are RNG based, but then it does have a big impact to your character, might put a big pressure and a big drawback to your
So we can only hope that they've learned from that and aren't going to do that in Dragonflight.
Yeah, I mean, so far, as much as I've seen or I've read the interviews about Dragonflight systems and stuff like that, and what's up with what's in the game right now and the way they catch up with the players' feedback, it looks good. It looks promising. I don't know, some people
saying that though. Unfortunately,
Yeah. Every expansion
how
looks.
many
They're
times
really
do
good at
people,
making
like-
their expansion look good. They're
Yeah,
really
three
good at
others.
the
So
hype.
we're due for a good one now. Legion, I
Here's
thought
the
was
thing,
great.
though. If Dragonflight sucks, we have Lich King to fall back on.
Yep.
So get
Oh,
excited.
well, that'll be my main anyway. But so
Yeah.
if Lich King sucks, then pray that Dragonflight is good. But
yeah,
I mean, and Classic has its own problems. There won't be enough content to keep people interested. So I anticipate what they will be doing is be releasing Wrath like 2 months before Dragonflight comes out, so that when people are max level, their alts are max level, their demon or death knights are max level, and the content is stale, that then new shiny expansion, fly on a dragon, be an evoker, are going to keep people reined in until basically Alduar. And I probably will fall prey to that myself.
There's a big content drought coming in front of us because they officially announced that the beta for Wrath of the Lich King is going to be released in July, August. And if they don't implement like the same like classic content the same as retail content, we might get Wrath in November, December. And if you check the previous patch history of like Burning Crusade, we had like this year I think already like Tempo, Zulaman released, and now on Wednesday, Thursday, Sunwell releases. That's it. That's the end.
And
of
it's
Burning
not
Crusade.
nerfed, right? It's not nerfed either. So this
What do you mean
content.
nerfed?
Well, Sunwell originally
It's still
was
really
released. It was really hard, and
Yeah,
also
but
you got the first 3 bosses, and then you weren't allowed to progress until the next the next gate was released or whatever. So
Okay, true, but I mean, if they now release like Sunwell and they release Wrath Classic in 6 months, like we had like now 5 months of 2022, and we had already like 3 content patches: BT, Zulaman, and Sunwell. In 5 months, 3 content, and as you said, like they need to keep player engaged, especially in Classic. From now on, it's probably like 6 months until like Wrath is going to release.
they're absolutely rushed Sunwell in a lot of people's
Absolutely.
opinions.
Because now there's the content.
We were all shocked. The entire community was like, "What? Too soon?" You know.
And they
like
just announced
Lich
it,
King
like,
in
5 days in
2022
front.
is crazy.
6 days, notice. So.
6 days, like not even like 2 weeks or something. Oh,
No.
next week, Sunwell. There you go. Like
You know what I thought was
overrun.
really funny on the announcement, the 1 hour announcement thing when they announced Lich King. At the final like little scene after showing the trailer, they showed the release date, and they had the numbers flying in for 2020, and then the final number to show what year it was going to be animated really slowly, and it literally looked like a 3, and then it like changed to a 2 right at the end. I thought that was so funny, dude, because it's like, really, this year? It's coming out this year? Like they just made that announcement like a week ago. I thought it'd be 2023, honestly, but
I just hope that they don't
Lich King
rush
this year.
Dragonflight. If they're rushing this to get content out, like, what does it mean for Dragonflight?
I think they have this content made, and it's to keep people subbing until Dragonflight, because I think there will be a lot of retail players if there's not that much to do, or all you're doing is your keys every week or whatever, who will play Wrath for that nostalgia or even that first time experience for some of the younger or newer players. It's just another carrot on a string to keep people subbing. So
Yep.
I hope that they're not rushing. We all do, right?
But they should.
They had to give us something, because also what they did with season 4. If you look at the season 4, it's a full how it's called, it's a full test. It's totally a gap filler. They didn't. I can bet you money they didn't have this idea of doing this type of season 4. They had planned more Shadowlands content, but then Shadowlands like totally dripped off. And then what they try to do with season 4 is like, oh, we're gonna test out this type of redo the raids in a certain way and introduce some like old dungeons in a cycle. So you can see that they are filling the gap just because they need more time for Dragonflight. So everything that they do, including Wrath of the Lich King Classic, they need to give to the player something. They cannot keep us too much time either in TBC, either in season 3.
People have no
of
attention
Shadowlands.
spans anymore. They feel like they have to be constantly putting something in front of you, even if it's not ready.
But I mean, the numbers shows
would we be surprised if it's not completely ready if they release it? Like, we'll
No,
still
not-
say
I don't
subbed.
think-
No, it's
Like-
always status.
It's
They
always
know we'll
really
still
bad
say
at the
subbed.
start. Like we always seem to go through like the terrible loss of the previous expansion, and we feel like we're nerfed to the ground. We're non-existent. We've all got to work out the new metas, or the cookie cutters, or whatever you want to call it. But also like losing Covenants, for example. How do you feel about like how that's gonna feel, and legendaries
Great.
and stuff? Well,
It's gonna feel so
it's-
good.
like,
Am I the person that thought
Yeah.
losing the heart
The
wasn't that big
grind-
of a deal?
like, how do you feel about going back to a new grind?
There's no
Indeed,
new
this is-
We're used to it. We do it every expansion.
No, but that's the thing about Dragonflight. There is no new grind. Like that's why
So
I
far.
disagree with this and think it's boring, because we had like a grind system all the time. Like the last time we had no grind system was like maybe Wrath or Cataclysm. But at some point we introduced like systems that we have been grinding out. In Legion we had the artifact weapon. In Waters we have something different. It was always something to do in the game that made your character stronger, but now we're going back to literally nothing. We get back to a optional transmog dragon riding system that, as Wildlands said, I watched the stream on that day, is literally getting time gated. Like dragon customization, time gated. Like you farm this over time just to get new scales on your dragon, but it's not making your character stronger. And for me, it's just like an activity player that's not going to be in the outside world, but going to the dungeons and raids. There's nothing to farm anymore. Like right now, I can just farm renown, I can farm conduits, I go Torghast, I do my dailies, farm reputation, and gain more like character power. But in Dragonflight, for now, as far as renown, we don't know any. Like there's nothing. Like we just do dungeons, drop loot, be happy, and log out again. Like.
Well, I do know that they said their big focus on Dragonflight was implementing systems that don't just go away when the expansion's over. Because we seemed like the last few expansions, they implement something that we grind at, and then the next expansion comes out, they completely wipe that. And it's not even there as like players going through that.
And
that's something.
Keep going.
Dude, I just hate the catch-up that's been going on the last few expansions. Because there's multiple times the last few expansions where I took a break from WoW because I wasn't really having fun. And then I come back later on in the expansion, spend like a couple weeks grinding, and I'm caught up with my friends who have been playing nonstop the whole time. And it's like, well, if I had been playing that whole time, what was the point?
I think it's good for the game and for the majority of players that wanted that borrowed power is going away. I personally, as an active player, I think it's sad that borrowed power is going away because I liked it. There was something to do outside of my stream, just to farm something to gain more character power. But of course, like if it's good for the community, if the people really like it, then I'm really happy that they're going to implement that. But
I don't mind, for example, I don't mind the example of like farming for borrowed power, but how they implement the borrowed power, that's the problem. So for example, 9.1, I mean, started the patch, you were essentially locked into a covenant because you got into their story and everything, and you had to kind of say sorry for leaving and blah blah blah, but then you got locked out for 2 weeks. Say that you want to do some certain type of content, that one covenant is better than the other. It felt actually horrible to play that other type of content.
I mean,
I don't know whether you like the
Legion was
raiding
kind of like that too at the beginning.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's the thing. Like we talked like a few minutes ago about like tier systems, and that we had like 8 weeks of like time getting an RNG content, and we said like if you loot something due to RNG, you're like better than the other person that didn't have the RNG. But we wanted that they learn in the future about like from this. They didn't, because in Legion was the same. Like I was benched in my raid because I did all activities, I did even PvP that I hated, just to get another chance on getting that one legendary that I needed for my character, but I couldn't get it, and I only got it in like mid season 2 of Legion, and I was just completely fucked for the beginning of the season. And they didn't learn in that moment that RNG can determine if you're like just scum in the community. You don't have that legendary, you don't have force set right now, you're not getting picked into a dungeon or something. It was the same in Legion, and don't know if they really learned from that. Just what
they did, because you were able to pick your legendaries, right? That you wanted to craft this expansion around.
At the end,
but at the same time,
they waited to fix Legion until the very end.
but they learned from that mistake into Shadowlands.
Fair enough,
because we have all basically the same legendaries.
Yeah,
but they scuffed it in different areas.
But like, imagine like, but the thing is, I don't mind grinding out for something, but there's always going to be the hardcore players that make it look like it's actually really horrible to play. I mean, look how many times people did islands for artifact power, and how many levels did they get?
Torghast and islands are both things I'm glad to never do again in my life.
Yeah, like 99. Well, Frankie, I know for a fact, did it to a certain extent because he's a muppet.
The moment I got all the mounts from that shit, I just left it forever. The moment I grinded all the fucking parrots and fucking snakes and horses, I like, yo, guys,
I just
not
remember
going
rolling
that
up.
shit anymore.
I met you in BFA, and I remember I just like went on to the mount that you've not got, just to throw it in your face that I've got it already instead of you.
Toxic.
That's what WoW's all about right there.
I'm
And
sorry, I have just
let me
one
carry on.
random question. Wild, what class do you play in the WoW at all? Because I know for most of these people, she's feral. What are you playing?
My most played over time. I started in vanilla. I played druid for most of the time,
Yeah.
but also mage and rogue. And for druid, it was feral or balance, sometimes
Yeah, but
tanking.
like if you can pick any of those classes as your really favorite one, which one would it be?
Definitely druid.
Definitely. Okay.
I'm a druid at
Druid
heart. I
for
wouldn't play
sure.
this game if it wasn't for druids.
Yeah, I just love the mobility and like sitting in. I PvP a lot, and like I can't play like a warrior or something. You're sitting in a root.
Oh
It's
my
like, dude, I
god.
could just shift right now, man.
Yeah,
I could just shift and be a
whenever I
NASCAR.
shift out of it, I just laugh at people. I'm like, see ya.
Yeah, I love playing Druid. Instant flight form and just falling and then hitting flight form before hitting the ground. Like, all you other classes are going to get to experience that in Dragonflight finally. But us
Yeah.
Druids, we've been doing that the whole time.
Since TVC.
Yeah.
We've been doing
Yeah, I
that
love
for a
Druid,
very
though.
long time. Yeah,
Instant flight form saved my life on my. So I did what I'm known for is the hardcore challenge. If you guys have ever heard of it, which is like a Iron Man style, 1 to max level with 0 deaths. Instant flight form saved my 69.999% immortal druid from death because I fell in lava.
Oh, yeah, because
and
you
if
get
I
it
didn't
at
have
68, right?
Yep, you get flight form at 68 in TBC. If I hadn't have had that, I would have done, 14 days played of work just to die to delete that character. So
It's really good content, though.
It's
Get
been
that ad
awesome.
revenue, and then you can buy a WoW token.
The
That's the best way to farm gold.
Yeah,
is to
exactly.
fail on your Iron Mode character.
The only thing that I don't like what they're doing with the Dragonflight is exactly that feature, because then the druids are not going to be as unique class as always, right? That's some.
I mean, they've been homogenizing classes forever.
I mean, yeah, but
you're still not going to be able to instantly mount up on your dragon.
Yeah, I know, but still, like replacing like that feeling that when you're going on your druid in midair, diving in, quick fly form, and then just continue. Like, and now every other class is gonna be able to do that, except when it's a Halloween event and you have your own broom. Yeah, that's the only. I mean, come on,
Good
man.
point.
Can we have more like unique classes in this game? Like we have 7 other like you don't even need rogues for a shroud anymore. You don't even need this class anymore. Like everybody's pretty much the similar like way, maybe in different like aspect, but like yeah. Now and they're gonna change that as well. I know that. Like I was so sad. Like fuck, man. Like I don't want to play that shit anymore.
There's actually a good comment in Scruffy's stream. The more in 9.0, you love to be a druid in that.
Yeah, I know.
You got travel form.
Yeah,
We're all jealous of you.
I remember opening on the Maw, and the moment you finish and go back to the Venari, there was already like 5 druids standing in front, like selling, running, mounting me, 2k gold, please, let's go. Like, holy shit, guys, you already find a way to make something. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm like, people are yelling, like, selling running services, mounting services from quest to quest. Like yeah, it was a good time. Like I like it.
How
Not
do you
gonna lie.
guys, when we're talking about Dragonflight, how do you guys feel about Evoker and Lizard people?
Not sure.
I mean, there's a
Dude,
hilarious
the
joke.
Argonians, man. They added Argonians. Let's go.
It's better than pandas.
I agree 100%. Fuck pandas.
Like, why pandas? Can I just say why? No,
I mean, they were in Warcraft, but
where?
Yeah.
What?
They were the brewmasters in Warcraft.
I'd rather be a lizard than a panda. To be fair.
I think they subjected
I think it was
themselves
because
to
of
a
their
lot
Asian
mockery.
market. They get a lot of money from their Chinese market, and they also have to follow a lot of extra rules in their Chinese market compared to everywhere else in the world because of like their censorship there.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was really.
What do you
If
want
they
to
make
say,
a panda
Statue?
druid.
I wanted to say that I like the race. I like the direct tier race. Pretty interesting. Of course, their form, it's like a copy-paste form of the Demon Hunter Metamorphosis with smaller wings. We know they are, like Blizzard, are masters of copy-pasting content. That's not a problem. But the fact that they are only introducing two, for me, it's a really downhill thing to introduce a class again with only 2 specs.
True.
I don't know.
Whole
Just
race with only one class. IMO.
Exactly.
That's kind of just
Exactly.
seems like really
I know back in
poor choicing.
I know back in BFA there were some speculations, leaks and speculations of this Dragon-born Traktir type of race coming or class coming, and everybody was saying it's going to be, again, yeah, people were saying it's going to be a male class, which they did. It's a male class, but everybody was saying it could be tank, DPS, or heal, which they could have worked it, or at least put a third spec. I feel like, I don't know, it's the same
I'm
with
just
Demon
glad they
Hunters.
added a ranged in all of
Yeah,
the
I was
time
just
of
gonna say
WoW's
that.
expansions. They've never added a ranged class, ranged
We've got
DPS
so
class.
many
Yeah,
men.
when it comes to diversity, it's good what they did, but for me, as I said, it's like just put one extra thing, put some, I don't know, put one more spec.
I
in there.
wonder, going back to talents for Hunter, I wonder if they bring back some aspects of survival being a range again.
That's never
You
gonna
think
happen.
that
You know it. I know it. Everybody
I
knows.
mean, it's wishful thinking, okay, but
The box has been opened. Pandora's
like-
box has been opened on that already. Can't close it.
But to be fully, I don't think they will make it possible to be fully ranged again. It's just like being a hybrid as it is right now.
no, I mean hybrid would be like
Yeah, but maybe in the new talent tree you can choose if they are smart enough. Like you can put survival as a melee. You have a talent to be a melee like right now, or you can put like there is a spec, range spec. You know what I mean? That could be great. I would play fucking survival. I used to play it in Wrath and
Yeah.
Cataclysm. I know. There was a really nice spell, Black Arrow.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit, that was a
Why
good
don't
one.
you just come back? Why don't you just come back?
Yeah. Wishful thinking.
So
But yeah.
maybe you never know. Maybe
I'm
fellows
so
can get
glad
ranged.
they're releasing all their classic servers, though. I feel like that just gives them so much more player data on what makes the players tick and what they really enjoy. And now we're seeing, is Dragonflight going to be the first big expansion where they've had enough time to field all this data from Classic and BC and then put it into an expansion? Because I feel like Shadowlands, before Shadowlands came out, a lot of the old Blizzard WoW team got fired, and they took a bunch of Diablo people and moved them to WoW. And I always felt like that showed in the aesthetic of Shadowlands. But watching their like hour-long Dragonflight announcement, it seemed like they kept bringing up the point about things like talent trees and how players like those. They have that data with Classic now. It's confirmed. People like talent trees. So I'm actually really excited to see what they do with all this new data. You know, I always was like thinking it would have been cool for Blizzard to, instead of just shutting down private servers, make some kind of like gray area where they legally are allowed to pull like analytics from these private servers in order to make their own game better. But, you know, they're just doing it themselves now by making their own servers. And I think that's pretty cool. I'm excited for Dragonflight.
We might be in potentially the renaissance of a system that might never come back as high as it will be. Like, I don't think a second fresh classic again will be as revered as, you know, what 3-4 years ago. This Wrath will be the only one that will be this big. I have seen a lot of private and public server communities who love fresh and they do it over and over, but they don't like the way that Blizzard does it. So they will probably just end up kind of bleeding back to those private servers after this time around. That's my thoughts on it.
Do you guys think Cataclysm will release? Cataclysm Classic?
I think that should be the
That's a good
last
question.
one.
I would like it. I liked Kata. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but
no, it's actually Cataclysm was not that actually bad.
it wasn't. It's not. It's less bad than you remember. That's what I'll say about
yeah,
it. Most
well,
people have these bad feelings, but when you actually are playing it, you're like, wait, LFR wasn't out yet till the end.
If you played Kata, what do you remember most? For me, barrel roll, 100%. That boss, that fight, the barrel roll is just ingrained into my mind. And everything else doesn't. I don't remember Kata.
I remember Battle Luck fight the spider. Oh my god!
Oh yeah, Firelands. Yeah,
Firelands. That was probably maybe the
Firelands
worst.
was an epic raid. I loved her.
No. The raid was good. It's just the boss fight there. going up in the
Anything.
net, going down in the net, like like oh my lord, all of that for like
Kata got so mechanics heavy in PvE.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty sick.
It was actually nice to see though, because things weren't that difficult before that.
Yeah.
Even hard mode Alduar in Wrath, which was my first experience at like really hardcore rating at the time, was easy with people that
It's all just
were
gear
capable.
checks before kata.
Yep.
And then suddenly it becomes, oh, you have to have a brain too, and the gear.
Yeah. You have to
I
move.
did-
You have to.
I mean, I
I
think
did
the
like
best
the
example.
bosses.
Sorry, continue, Helly.
Sorry.
No.
The bosses seemed more fun in some way than they do now. Now it's all about you either have to do as much as you can damage, and then you're kind of like pausing for a little bit, and then you're carrying on and doing damage, and then just pausing. I don't know whether I remember better Kata and be more nostalgic about it, but like you said, the spider boss, that was more fun for me. When you're doing, what was the bird? But you're on the mount, dude. The one in
Elisrazar?
Thailand. Yeah,
It's Elisrazar.
yeah, that one.
Elisrazar, yeah.
Yeah, when you're doing HC mode and you're having to fly up and getting in the circles and stuff.
Yeah, with
that
the,
was
with
cool.
the feathers. With the
Yeah,
feathers.
but the raids were very immersive too and fun. I
But,
thought. So
if
people have this bad opinion.
If I compare, for example, Uldor, like you said, that it was I mean, yeah, it's a gear check. I do believe actually, if I'm thinking about the Uldor bosses, hard mode specifically, Mimiron, for example, was a nightmare with all the fire on the ground and the lasers and the mobs, and then obviously you have Yogg-Saron for there was achievement that was prestige back in the day,
Lights,
alone in the darkness, if I remember correctly. And there is also later on added in the patch before TOC that was Algalon, the Observer. That was also so hard. Like it required so much coordination, timings with the stars. With
that was the
with
introduction
Big
as
Bang.
well of
Exactly.
the
And
numbered attempts.
And
which
now, yeah, exactly. You had 50 attempts to kill it. If you don't, he will like banish or like for the week and GG. And then I compare Ulduar bosses with the Ice Crown Heroic. I think maybe the Lich King fight only and Professor. It was yeah. And maybe Sindragosa. There was only 3 bosses that I find it hard in Ice Crown Citadel back in the day. Like comparing to the Ulduar that was like having like what 12, 13, 14 bosses, like God knows how many. Like there was like Freya, there was a lot of other bosses. Also General Vezax before Yogg-Saron on hard mode. That was insane because you need to line up those buffs, you need to stack, you need to spread, you need to like kill the ads, broke the shield. I remember all those like crazy. It's crazy. Like after all these years, like I still remember because I was grinding them. I know exactly how it feels. Like and then later on in Kara, only like maybe 3 bosses I can remember. Spine of the Deathwing. Betilak for me was a bit annoying, and maybe the last was the Ragnaros fight, and that was it. Nothing else.
Yeah.
So people in chat are saying like, at the end of the day, summarized, they're saying like, if there's a demand for it, they will bring Cataclysm. I think that's what Boulder was trying to say. Like, if there's a demand for it, they will bring it. What I'm wondering is there really a demand for Cataclysm private servers? Because I know that Wildlands, for example, is playing MOP private servers, and I feel like MOP has a big private server community compared to Cataclysm. Would it be possible that they just skip Cataclysm for a classic version?
Yeah.
Or do they just go?
That'd be kind of awkward.
I think
awkward.
They will skip or they will implement whatever will bring them the most money, and whatever will bring them the most
like, if there's a demand for it. But
so currently, I think after Lich King, I have a strong feeling we'll see Legion Classic.
We love that, honestly. If they especially made it so that the legendaries are craftable from the start, if they learned from their mistakes.
The only thing they need to do in Legion is they didn't implement this until the very last 2 months of Legion, but for the rest of Legion's existence, there was no passive damage reduction against players in the world. And they did the stat template things for instance PvP. So even trying to duel someone outside of Storm or Orgrimmar, it was one-shots. And you had to set up a war game inside of an instance arena to do legitimate 1v1s. In the last 2 months, they added back 40% damage reduction to players in the world, except for tanks. And world PvP was like fixed, but it was already too late. I feel like Legion was so disappointing for me because that's all I like to do is world PvP, and I literally had to world PvP on my Brewmaster monk to have fun in Legion because the damage was so high in the world that my Brewmaster could actually kill and not die in like 1 second. I couldn't book in world PvP until like the last 2 months, which sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they implement Legion with that, that would be sick. Another fresh chance to have fun with it. Because there's so many world PvP things they implemented in Legion with world quests, like shared world quests and literally world PvP quests to go do. But it was like, oh, if there's a paladin, I'll die in one Hammer of Justice.
Wait,
so,
you're talking about
like, it doesn't
the
matter.
world quests in the areas, right? Stormheim and all the areas, High Mountain, those towers with the Alliance.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That was good.
While I see in chat the comment "fuck classic," Kat was pitching a topic in Discord already, and let's go briefly over this. Kat was asking, why do retail players hate classic Andes? What is your take on that?
Yeah.
Do you want me to answer, or do you guys want to answer my question?
Like, I answered this already on my stream today, really shortly. I just think that retail Andes don't hate classic Andes. I just think people hate everything besides themselves nowadays.
Yeah, I don't think that's that much depth to it. Yeah, exactly. It's just an elitism thing. Like, there's a lot of elitists who play WoW. One of the oldest websites for WoW getting better was called, what was it, Elite Jerks or something like that?
Elitist Jerks.
Elitist Jerks. Yeah.
I feel like
from Icy Veins.
I feel like from my perspective that because I play both, retail obviously casually, classic more a little more hardcore. Classic people tend to hate retail more because it's unplayable and the systems are janky and Blizzard's just trying to make money. Blah blah blah.
And that hate's been building up for years and years and years, though.
And that's understandable because a lot of people quit. When the like sexual harassment stuff came out and whatnot. So whatever. But I still find a lot of times when people who come to my stream, they're like, "Oh, are you playing? Is this TBC?" And I'm like, "Yes, it's TBC." They're like, "Oh, I only watch retail streamers." It's just like, if you had to ask, why do you, like, what difference does it make then? Are you just waiting for the end game? Like, what are you here for? So it is a really weird.
Yeah. Really weird.
That's it. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I've seen a lot of people on Classic. Like, I didn't play it personally, but I was watching, some other people like feel like more toxic environment actually than the retail itself. I don't know why. I mean, I understand that the Classic came out like back in 2004, and like I don't know, like it feels like why would you put like so much toxicity in the game that is like what 18, 17 years old? Like, okay, I understand the passion, I understand everything, but like it was not even that competitive at all. Like, I mean, first kill on Ragnaros, what happened like what after a week, like with level of 40,
Apes,
like
yeah.
55 characters. Like, come on, like there is like literally one mechanic that you need to do, right? Comparing to the retail when you
yeah.
Come on, like let's be honest. Like obviously, back in the day, that one mechanic was like crazy. Hey,
well, your tank was DCing off their dial-up.
Yeah,
there wasn't really anything other than like Omen threat meter. You know what I mean?
Not just the internet stuff too, but our computers could barely run WoW. You couldn't alt tab to go look at a guide or anything.
All over the place.
Did you?
And the only thing that I actually do remember about
Ventrilo, if you had good internet,
yeah,
like every so often you would like, you saw the
the raid leader would be a robot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
or someone would be replying to something that happened like 2 minutes ago for the whole hour.
Yeah, but like what?
The only thing that I actually do remember from Classic or back in era in TBC and Wrath of the Lich King was the signups for a guild, for example. Like there was like a lot of questions. How old are you? Blah blah blah. And then the last question, the application, the very last question: do you have a job? Oh my lord! I remember that shit like it was yesterday. Do you have a job? And I obviously I was in the high school back in the days. Like obviously I'm going to like I'm sorry man, but yeah, it's not gonna happen. Like we need people that are like at the PC at least 75 hours a day. So yeah, that was actually the only really thing that I remember. But yeah, that was pretty much, I don't know. It was fun.
Old school players.
Yeah.
The memories.
A different experience, again, playing, but also, remembering what playing TBC or Classic was like. It was, you would stand around in a town and you could recognize people by the gear they were wearing, or maybe everybody that you were friends with hung out at this one certain inn in Stormwind or in Orgrimmar, and kind of talked and AFK'd there and whatnot, showing off their gear and whatever. And there's nothing really like that in retail unless you play on an RP server.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about Goldshire.
We
don't want to go there.
And yeah, I actually hadn't had that experience in my life until recently, and I was like, oh, that's really true.
Yeah, but that's
I,
that experience comes from the fact that the amount of content the game was providing was way less than the current version.
Yeah, it comes from boredom.
Well, I
You're
think people
bored,
are
and then
going to
you
be
make your own
degens
fun.
no
You make
matter
your own
what.
story.
Right, exactly.
No, but I'm talking about the fact that you will just hang out in certain cities or certain
Oh,
places.
yeah.
It's
now there's so many
common.
systems that take your time up.
Yeah, so many systems.
And they're like
things
single
you
player
can farm.
systems.
Yeah, like for example, if you look in comparison to New World, I don't know if some of you played New World. In the beginning of New World, it was exactly as you say it was in the beginning of Classic. I never played Classic, neither back in the day, but in New World was the same. Even after you were leveling to max level to level 60 in New World, the game was not providing too much. You had like 2 dungeons at the max level, a good chunk of professions that you could farm, but it was the same. We were meeting up a bunch of people from the same guild or from the same parties and stuff like that, just hanging out in front of a city, doing random PvPs or doing all this random stuff without we were hanging and not doing too much content because there was not enough content to do in New World in the beginning. So this was back in the day, I presume, in Classic the same. Now, if you play...
it was like that in Mists of Pandaria 5.4. The longest patch in WoW's history.
Oh my god, dude. Come on.
It was so much fun, though. It was
Yeah,
so much fun. We were
but
doing world PvP groups every single day, raiding Goldshire, raiding Stormwind.
How many months was that? Or how many weeks, rather?
It was over a year. It was like a year and a half. It was like
Oh my
16
God,
months or
that's
something.
I was
No,
actually
thank you
thinking
so
now that
much.
you mentioned 5.2, I think 8.3 was almost the same as a Mist of Pandaria one. Almost, maybe not, but it was really, really close in BFA.
Yeah.
Oh my lord! Like that
few
patch
days
was like infinity. Like I think that patch will never. It will never end.
Guys,
I don't know.
Dodo was gifting 20 subs right now just for me to recognize him and his questions. So let me ask and throw the question to the room. Raid Shadow Legends, Raid Shadowlands, yeah. Raid Shadowlands compared to BFA and give reasons to your decision. What was better or worse, Shadowlands or BFA?
Oh god.
I mean, let's start from Cat, and then we're gonna go by the order, and I think that would be so.
Yeah.
See, I actually had a community in BFA, and even though I hated almost everything about it, I got my cutting edges in there and in the End of Legion. So with the fond memories I have of the community I was in, I would say I liked BFA more. Was it a better expansion? By no means. I have no attachment to Shadowlands though, because nothing has been enough to suck me back in. And even though I play 2 days a week every week, so I don't know. That would be my probably incorrect opinion. But I really believe that your community is what makes the game enjoyable or not.
100%.
Chachu?
In
Shadowlands
my
or
opinion,
BFA?
this would be really subjective because I think
Of
both.
course.
Yeah, no, but from the perspective that both expansions has their own systems. Like as I said, I'm a big, I want to say hater, but I really dislike seasonal systems and system above another system above another system. Like for example, Shadowlands you have the legendary system, then you have the Covenant, then which is divided into soul binds, which is divided into conduits. I would say it's already too much. So from that perspective, maybe BFA had less, if I recall, but you also had the armor traits, how they were called, Azerite traits.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
From the content perspective, I think they are pretty much the same. Both expansions had you had raids, dungeons, something on the side to do. In BFA, you had islands and the war front thingy. Now in Shadowlands, you have Torghast and I'll name something else. I don't know, Torghast, whatever. Some mod dailies if you want. I don't know. To be honest, I like them both in a both way. I enjoyed having playing the content both. If I would choose between BFA or Shadowlands, Legion.
Mood. Okay, fine. That wasn't fair.
True.
Frankie, what about you?
So I'm gonna just it's gonna be a bit like I'm gonna compare. First of all, Shadowlands versus BFA. Overall, BFA. Why? Ambient, the dungeons, not too much grind in a way. Obviously, reputation grind and some currency grind, but overall, yes. Trade grind as well. Yeah, maybe.
I agree with you on the ambience aspect because
Yeah.
Shadowlands, I can't oversee the Diablo 3 art team getting moved to Blizzard or being moved to WoW.
So PvP then. I'm a really passionate RPG player, and I didn't like the PvP scaling a single bit in BFA because I have a full gear that was like what 375, 380 item level gear, and then there was a guy that was like on the break for like 2 years, came with the full green items and one shot me in the arena or a rated battleground, and I'm like, oh my lord, like what is going on with this game? You know what I mean?
More
And
skilled, man.
yeah. And then comparing to the raids overall, I have a feeling that they have way more ideas and overall like vision. I like Uldir. I didn't like that much Battle of the Allure, but then I liked Eternal Palace, and then I did really like Nyalota. I don't know why, but I found it really interesting in many ways. Comparing to the BFA, we have Castle Natria that is like. I don't know. I feel like I already seen something like that. You know what I mean? Like when I go in that raid, it's like already seen like the boss fights. Like they just mix the
At one
like
time, and I
mechanics.
still don't
I don't know.
understand the vampire dance. Like, I don't get what are you supposed to do?
Well, yeah, you need to just it's very simple mechanic. You just need to follow like the circles behind you, in front of you, and that's pretty much it.
If we compare that,
have projected textures on, you'd roll up on that raid, and no one had a few people, but like, oh no, we can't see the circle. We can't see the circle. It's projected textures. There's no way that a new player is gonna know that.
yeah, it was
Anyway, I'll digress.
bizarre.
So just before you go to Heli, just why did I like BFA overall? Like I said, ambience, Mythic Plus system was way more like interesting. Like everything was like brand new for me in a way. For me personally, it was like you can like also like catch up really quick, right? But like I said, Chacho mentioned it in Shadowlands. We have covenants, soul binds, like everything that is going with borrow power even more than it was in the BFA. Obviously, the corruption gear in season 4, but that was like only season. We are having this kind of stuff since the beginning of the Shadowlands, right? Since the first season, you have a soul binds that you need to min max. You're either a mythic high end raider to get the max conduit, so you can like output that 1, 2, 3% more damage, or you're just casually like doing a heroic raid and you're stuck on like what was that like back in like 226 or 213 conduit level, and that was it. So I only like about the Shadowlands that they scale down the PvP, and now you're like more equal. If you have a better gear, you're gonna win. If you don't have a better gear, you're gonna lose, and that is the only thing that I really do like about the Shadowlands. That's it.
Before we go to Heli, just wanted to tell the chat, please go ahead and follow every single streamer. The links are in chat right now. Go make sure you're gonna follow them and do that. Let them benefit from this podcast. Heli, what is your take? BFA, Shadowlands, BFA, Waters of Draenor.
Okay, so for me, I'm in two halves. I'm never one for really deciding straight away, but since we're like pretty much at the end of Shadowlands, I think I can say. But like for me, BFA is better in some aspects, for sure. Like the dungeons are a lot better, the raids were a lot better. Gradually I realised that I don't want to go back into raiding. But like I wasn't fussed about PvP. So some things that were like annoying was getting the Azerite power and the rankings for them. So the PvP one was really annoying to get, and most classes you would want to have that. I've forgotten what it was called. What was we had to go and kill 15 people or whatever, or 15 games win.
Oh, yeah.
Where is that? Where?
BFA.
There's like a BFA quest.
To get the Azerite
And you could get a
power.
PvP chest.
Ah, yeah, I know. It's also part of meta achievement for the Mount Conqueror of Azeroth. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was doing it in the stream.
For that, I would actually say BFA was better, but in a way, it was more annoying. But for Shadowlands, when they promised, like, we will do better, blah, 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 and remove borrowed power and give players choice, I don't feel like players' choice was not done right for Shadowlands at all. Definitely don't like Shadowlands. There's way too much in the grind, and each patch you felt like you were replacing what you've grinded out for months on end. 1 second, my grandma's calling me.
Yeah, take it time. Wildlands, Shadowlands, BFA.
Oh man. So, you know I love WoW. You know I've been playing it forever, and I feel like I can like talk about it passionately for hours. But BFA and Shadowlands, I've been like real spotty on. Shadowlands might be like one of my least played expansions, and BFA I was like
absolutely
on and
mine,
off the whole time
which
too.
is crazy. I even play Warlords more than more than Shadowlands.
Yeah, so I don't really have like an answer for that one, to be honest. There were some memorable things about BFA. You mentioned the World PvP quests where you had to go like kill people. I remember when I first saw them implement that, I was like, oh, cool, because World PvP is like my favorite thing, absolutely all time in WoW. And it's not really implemented well in other MMOs, I feel like. So I'm always like coming back to WoW for the World PvP. And when I first saw that they were incentivizing World PvP with that kill 15 players in the World quest, I was like, oh, that's really cool that you're going to start doing this. But what it ended up turning into was, instead of like a cultural like World PvP thing where people were just like getting into that, they were just joining a group, and then like 15 people in a group were going and killing like one person until they had their 15, and then they were leaving.
A lot of times it was low-leveling people too that were like just fresh to the expansion or whatever.
It seemed to be more when you got the world quests as well. When you had the world quests for the chests that were dropping around the sky and stuff.
Yeah, I was a little sad that it didn't like boost World PvP. It just showed that people just wanted their rewards. You know what I mean? They just want their rewards. They don't want to do any of that. So
you just wanted to have that neck level maxed out.
Yeah.
Just had to come back to Wrath for World PvP.
Yeah, Wrath had amazing World PvP. I'm looking forward to that. And Scruffy mentioned I was playing a MOP private server pretty recently, and the World PvP.
Which one was that? Was that
blast too.
Endless?
No, it was a new one that came out in January called Mistblade.
Oh, okay.
Didn't know there was.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's like private for basically everything.
Yeah, I feel like I missed out on MOP and some of Legion. I'm glad I didn't play Draenor, for sure, from the horror stories.
Draenor, I feel like it wasn't as bad as we thought it was looking back. But you guys are. I'm feeling that you guys were mostly like PvEers. Yeah. And I always hear that the PvE content in Warlords of Draenor was kind of slacking.
I lived in Ashran, so I wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fine. I leveled every class to max level, and I got them all in like decent PvP gear due to Ashen.
I feel like we
crewmates.
all had like a bad taste in our mouth from Warlords because they did spell pruning, and then the whole idea that we're like going back to like the TBC kind of zones, and then they kept advertising the whole like player housing kind of thing, and it just ended up being Garrison. Like I feel like they oversold Warlords of Draenor a lot. And when you actually look, they were still reporting sub numbers back then. You can find the bar graph that shows their sub numbers, and it's like the biggest spike trend right before Warlords dropped, and then the biggest spike trend down right after it came out. And it just kind of like cemented in my head how good Blizzard is at hyping up their products, but not actually delivering. So, and I feel like that vibe like carried with me the whole Warlords of Draenor, where I just had a bad taste in my mouth about Blizzard. And it followed up Mop, which was like so good in my opinion. So it was hard to like it. But then Legion came out, and I was talking about how World PvP like got gutted in Legion because everyone's one-shotting each other. So looking back, when I was in Legion, I was like, "Give me WoD back." But when I was playing WoD, I was like, "Give me Mop back." And it's just been a trend every WoW expansion.
Have we been chasing our tails since basically, TBC? I think everyone can agree that going from Classic to TBC is a gigantic upgrade. But, everyone who hated Wrath were like, oh, I just want to go back to TBC. And then it continued just like you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I even had a buddy in TBC who quit because he wanted vanilla so bad. But he was like a super geared mage who had like every piece of item, so...
Right, he was
like,
the top damage.
So would you guys say that...
had that...
Would you guys agree that... So everyone was favoring BFA over Shadowlands. Would you guys say Shadowlands is the worst expansion? Because there was a survey on MMO Champion about, is Shadowlands the worst expansion? Worse than Warlords of Draenor, worse than BFA? And 64% of people said yes, it is the worst expansion. So
I think people were thinking it was going to be better. So like you usually had the trend of like there was a good expansion, there was a bad expansion in whatever.
So this was supposed to be our good one.
Yeah, it was like scripted.
No, the thing is, Helly, like it was not like a good expansion, bad expansion, because Legion was good, and then BFA was decent. You can't expect another good expansion. That's why I think.
Why can't we? Why can't we expect it?
I mean, that's how it just works in WoW world, I guess. It's not like why can't we? It's just they are basically maybe out of ideas. Their storytellers or writers are just
You know what I think it's the biggest mistake of WoW. I mean, not biggest mistake, but why we have these bad good expansions. Because from expansion to expansion, especially the latest ones, they are trying to reinvent the game or give a almost total different product, coming with the mechanics of the game, coming with the systems in the game. We do not have continuity from an expansion to another one. Like, you can take basically almost each and every expansion, take out the lore, and it almost feels like a new game or like a different game. That's why I think
they had a whole new crew though. I keep mentioning Shadowlands and Diablo 3.
Yeah,
like I'm sure we've heard through the headlines throughout the past years about like layoffs at Blizzard, mass layoffs and mass people leaving because of benefits getting stripped away, and the whole sexual harassment thing. Like a lot of people left because of that, and suddenly they're like, "Well, we need to fill these desks." Well, we got these people on D3.
Yeah, let's get them.
And we're just redoing the season every year on that, or every few months on that. So they're not doing anything.
I feel like they just try to give something new instead of keeping what's good in the game, reshaping, remodeling, and just adding something else. It's like, for example, I look at Lost Ark. Lately, Lost Ark got in EU and US, blah blah, and you see there they have a progression arc. You progress your character from level 1 to 50, to max level to 50, and then you have a bunch of more levels. But when it comes to gear, everything is linear, everything is progressive. It's not like you hit a spike, and to get to the new content or to the new lore moment or the big chain in the quest, in the campaign, you need to drop when it comes to items and stuff. All the time you just build higher and higher and higher on your character. In comparison with WoW, when you reach the high, You need to reach a certain height, and then you digress. Like when the new expansion comes, or a new patch, but mostly when a new expansion comes, you are down below again in terms of character value, and again you need to reach a higher
The
position.
moment you hit max level is the weakest you will ever be for the rest of the expansion.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that's a
then,
terrible feeling.
Yeah, and then as I said, another expansion comes, and everything you actually everything you had to grind in an expansion becomes obsolete, becomes zero, becomes like you just vendor that because it's going to be replaced with some green items, it's going to be replaced with some quest items. It's like I remember killing Mythic Kill Jaden, which was one hell of a good fight, Mythic wise. You kill Mythic Kill Jaden, you save the world, you are the saviors, blah blah, champion. The little Magni comes and, champions, we saved the Mother Resurrect nature, whatever. You drop in the next expansion, like, who is this guy? Who are you? Yeah, I killed 10 boars. I'm like, I killed mythic creatures. I saved planets.
Yeah, I killed Argus. Like,
And that's why mount farming and transmog farming is that real end game of WoW.
Exactly.
Oh man, I killed mythic creatures, bro.
we dropped in Shadowlands. Remember, they said about Shadowlands like and Zed Mortis again, like it's the beginning. It was the beginning of everything. Everything was created in Zed Mortis and in Shadowlands, and they oversee everything. Yeah, you go to the Night Fake Queen and it's like, who is this scum? Yeah, go kill me 10 butterflies to prove yourself worthy. I went through fire and flames, death and life to reach you, to tell you that it's something, it's dying, and like, nah, just
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's not like Argus put the sword in the fucking Azeroth, right? Like nobody saw that, right? No,
what
not
sword?
even the...
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What sword?
Literally,
What sword?
it's there, isn't it?
They're gonna
What
catch
sword?
up. They're gonna catch up to the sword.
Yeah, I have dude, I have a feeling Dragonflight is coming from Shadowlands. Somehow we're gonna spiral back to the world directly into Dragonflight, into the area. We won't be able to live there for like a patch or something. And whenever we are like, finally, let's go back to Azeroth, let's go back to our homes in Stormwind and Ogrimmar and whatnot, the sword will magically disappear. Like, oh, I guess what happened over here?
But all the dream ends up fooled us.
No, I have a feeling Illidan comes back to take the sword.
I mean, ever
down.
since Warlords of Draenor, they basically said, hey, we can just retcon anything with time travel if we feel like it.
Yeah, like
bad feelings to me.
This is also a thing that that Frankie said when he was comparing BFA with Shadowlands. What I also don't like about Shadowlands is how yes, you can just go back and forth from Shadowlands to Ogrimmar, and it's like nothing happens. You don't have a clear time zone or a clear space, and also just going through portals in Shadowlands areas. I'm like, it's such a turn off for me. I'm more of a man. I want to be in a zone. I want to like know there's land beneath me, a sky above me. Like make it simple. It's just like all go through a gate. You're in a different time zone. You're on a different planet, different universe. It comes to.
I don't really care about storyline. I've never been into the whole lore and stuff, but at least something has got to make sense. I feel like Shadowlands is literally, what have we done? Like, what did we stop?
I don't understand the story at all, and I tried to make sense of it.
Where was people? What the heck?
Yeah. Listen. I said something today on my stream when I did the other side, and since the beginning of the Shadowlands season 1, I was always thinking about it, and then later on we have the quest in the Ma when you have a Wojin, and then you're going back to the BFA into Necropolis where the Bosandi, the main, like where his priests are praying for him, and he's god of death, and then you have that quest that you're shooting to get Mozala, which was his like his boss, right? He made him what he was, and then you played the other side, and then you saw those four like the conquer like big walls that are like connected, right? And I was thinking like isn't like that the other side is actually connected, like the top of Necropolis that is in BFA is actually connected to the Shadowlands through the other side, because when you kill Mozala, below him is the Maw, right? And then we are doing the other side where he's like Bonsambi is probably like sending the souls to the afterlife, and then on top of it you have a BFA, right? I never understood that, but like I don't know if that makes any sense. But I think that we are actually inside of the Earth. Like if you think like that, like the Shadowlands is like basically inside the Azeroth. In some my opinion,
Didn't we
like
go
my
through a portal from Ice Crown, which is a different continent we didn't know about until Wrath of the Lich King came out? Blah blah blah.
yeah. Well, I don't know.
I don't
Like
understand it. It doesn't make any sense.
yeah, exactly. Like
Cool.
that's why I'm like the other side. And after you fold out after that quest with Vojin, you're going back through the like portal, and obviously they're not showing the other side. You're just flying down, and you're in the Maw. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's just it was just a thought that I had like for a long
This
time.
game became elevator fiesta.
Yeah, like
You're
going
up,
up
down.
and down. Up is down, up is down.
You just made your own story. You came up with your own assumptions because you don't feel like there was much to the storyline.
No, I do like a lore, but I feel like they're butchering the storyline after the Legion, right? I'm feeling like the storyteller or the writers are just like putting some first bullshit they got in their mind just to twist it. We had the same stuff with the Warlords of Draenor, like how Gul'dan came back, like and I mean Gul'dan in Warlords of Draenor, and then Time Gate through the Legion, and then some different aspect portals, shenanigans. Like I don't even understand it anymore. But they can always make a new lore with that. Like I said, the sword. Like they said, what sword? Hey, you never know. Maybe in the next season you're gonna have a quest line. You've been in hibernation for 2,000 years. What the fuck have you been doing in Shadowlands, my friend? Like, come on, man. Like, for real.
It's just it's really just...
Now there's fucking dragons everywhere. You've been asleep for 2,000 years.
We've got another zone that we're never going to see Stormwind or Argamar again.
Can we talk about that new zone just really fast? That you have to be a dragon to do one of the 5 zones that are new in the next expansion. That seems really unfair.
That's not true.
They're letting you do it?
They're going to get the starting zone on the Dragon Isles, but that zone will also be implemented for endgame later on. Like in compared to like the Goblin starting zone, for example, that is just for goblins. You never see it again. They will reuse that zone again for later content.
So dragons will do it twice?
They will do it twice. I really love how passionate you guys are. This podcast has been going completely freestyle. I had not to do anything. We're going for 2.5 hours already. I would love to cover a topic that we talked briefly about already, but the chat was really passionate about. Let me give you a little bit of context. On the 31st of January, Blizzard posted, as of today, we will now prohibit organizations who offer boosting, matchmaking, escrow, and other non-traditional services, including those offered for gold. World of Warcraft accounts found to be in violation of this policy are subject to account actions. And pretty recently, there was a big report coming out. Boosting communities still in operation despite Blizzard ban, even including top-notch guilds like Method boosting for boosting communities. What is your take on that?
It's always Method that seems to be in the trouble. Just saying. It always seems to be Method that gets caught.
No, these things will never disappear from the game.
No.
But should it even?
It went quiet for a while.
It should come back.
Oh no.
But
the thing is, it got to a point in which these things are like IRL drugs or hookers. You know they are there, so you need, as a entity which controls it, you need to make it controllable and profitable for yourself. That's what I feel. Blizzard needs to make it controllable and profitable for themselves. Of course, it's when it comes to Blizzard, they like boosting because boosting brings a lot of money. But at the same time, boosting services are are affecting the social life of the majority of the players. So they have this Blizzard had this internal fight of we need to stop boosting, so we have a good friendship with our majority of the casual players, which bring a lot of money, but at the same time we cannot stop boosting because boosting itself brings a lot of money as well. So what they need to do, in my opinion, is somehow I mean, it's already legal, but somehow to control it via in-game discoverability, maybe. I don't know. This was talked a lot. I know I talked it a lot with my community. Maybe make it as a separate LFG section. Even if they make it like that, people will break it and they will advertise boosting in other sections, like in dungeons and raids and stuff like that. But yeah, they need to make something with it. It's there.
Boosting sucks, man. But like, it's always gonna be there. Like you said, like
Yes.
you can't get rid of it. It's just the idea that if everyone's boosting, like if that's the standard way of progression, you grind out to max level or even pay to get boosted to max level, and then you're just getting paid. You're paying to boost through all these raids to get your gear. It's like that's just such a shitty progression. If that's 99, if 99% of players had to do that, you're not playing WoW anymore. You know, you're not meeting anybody. You're just handing out your money to get your gear, and then
Some people
when
have
you
more
get your
money
gear,
than
what do you
time,
do?
though, which is like something that, even from the classic perspective, that people who get boosted or whatever.
And that's the issue, is the instant gratification.
Yeah,
I think also it comes from you see all these top guilds and now they're streaming. You really, really want to be like them.
I just think this
you want
hurts
to get
Blizzard.
their gear. You want to go and get their power.
But then once you
want-
get it, you get bored and you quit, and they need to add new patches. So it's like
Yeah.
if the time it takes to get to that gear is shorter because you're just boosting, then I feel like that hurts Blizzard overall, because then people get bored, you know? Like the idea that carrot on a stick, if you constantly have it, you'll keep playing. But if you just pay and get the carrot, then you're bored. And you feel kind of like shit because you just paid a bunch of money for shit and it's not even that
like
great.
it feels like you didn't earn what you
Some people,
have.
that's
People will
enough.
always be more proud of things they earned.
For some people, that's
So how could they balance that though? Like it doesn't seem like they can.
They need to make it harder to obtain a certain amount of gear or to obtain the max ultimate level. And what I like,
But if they make it harder, then people want to boost more, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but for
it's such a double-edged sword, right?
It's really double-edged sword. But if you look at it in comparison, what happened with Lost Ark? Lost Ark, for some people, like when Lost Ark launched, and it was even back in Korea when only it was like a Korean, Asian game. The Lost Ark has such a long progression to reach the ultimate max item level and max content. It has such a long progression that at some point, people were not able to keep up with the game, with the grind, and the developers had to slow down their content release. So they had content over content, new dungeons, new raids, and stuff like that. But people were not able, because every time that, I don't know if you know about Lost Ark, when they release a new content, you need a certain item level to be able to access it. And then people were not getting that item level that fast, even though you can invest a lot of money in Lost Ark. Contrary to people's belief, if you haven't checked the Lost Ark shop, of course you can get a lot of upgrade materials to upgrade your item level via the cash shop, but it's not infinite. So you have a limited amount of things you can get every couple of hours or every day. So even like that, they added so many extra item levels, or such a low chance to upgrade your gear, that people, even investing thousands and thousands of dollars, could not reach the max, the ultimate thingy. I'm not saying Blizzard should do something like that, but I do feel that Blizzard's content, it's totally different in the sense of, in the first couple of weeks, not even, let's say a month, you can reach a good amount of gear and item level and go throughout the whole content and be like, okay, I'm kind of done with this patch. I'm just going to wait 5, 6, 7 months until the next patch releases so I can grind again. So I feel like everything right now in the game, it's so fast grindable, even solo. You don't even have to buy boost. Or if you buy boost, of course, you can get full max geared in less than a week. But even if you don't buy boosts, if you play, let's say on an average 3 to 5 hours a day, you can get everything. Like you can get everything, and yeah, you get to a point in which, what do I do now? Well, I guess you can farm again mounts, achievements, transmog, or a random Raider IO score. So they need to do some sort of limitation towards content. or towards reward from content?
Can I just say something about the boosting communities? Do I like that? Yes, in a way. Do I support that? Probably not. Why? I'm just gonna say because I'm really like passionate about the only thing in this game right now, that's Mythic Plus. And then the boosting communities that are doing boosts, I mean, they are doing it for themselves and the profit and everything, and that's fine. But sometimes when you're trying to push keys, right, and then you check on the Radar.io guy, and how the fuck do you know that he's not boosted, right? Then you invite him in the group, and the guy doesn't even know what the AOE stun means or interrupt. You know what I mean? Like, and then he ruins your key, and he dies on the boss, and he's the first guy that is going to leave. That is the only thing that I just don't like it. I can't understand that. Like that stupid number that is going to show like the amount of skill that you have, or at least other people think that, it's so bad. Like if they can like implement some sort of like I don't know, like thing in the game that when you're getting boosted, it will like show up, or like be like, he didn't do anything in that dungeon, and he was like, yeah, there for fun. That would be way more easier. I mean, I don't mind if you're gonna buy 5k Radar.io on your character if you have that amount of money. That's for you, man. That's great job, right? But if you are boosted, like, please at least have some dignity. Like, why would you join such a high level key if you have no experience whatsoever? And then you're gonna ruin everybody else's experience. Like, and I was pushing that key by myself with bugs. You know what I mean? I've been pushing and pushing, and then you invite the guy, and he's like, "Hey, guys, fuck everybody, goodbye." And he's
And
the
that's
one that
inherently
makes
what's wrong with boosting is you're skipping steps.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, that is the thing that I don't like. But boosting is a boosting, yeah, is their thing. If people want to skip certain amount of progression on the gear, you have even pay to win method. You go on an auction house and you buy like 4 or 5 or 3 pieces, 275 or 270. I don't even know anymore. 278, and there you go. You have a full gear almost, right? You're already good to go. So yeah.
So you
that's
want
pretty much.
you want people to be like brand marked if they took a boost and that it's now showing like a sign on them and you see like they have been boosted.
Yeah, why not? Like, why not? Like, to be honest, like,
I mean, I'm German. I'm German. Like, we did this 1939. I'm done with that.
No, I mean, dude, like, no, come on. I'm not thinking in that way. Like, I'm thinking like skill-wise cap, right? You know what I mean? Like, is it fair for you to push keys with bugs, sweating, remove the sweat of your forehead, trying to do the best performance as you can, and then the guy that joined your group, he randomly dies and leave the group instantly? That happened in last 2 weeks, like 50 times already, and I couldn't do any progression just because of that bullshit. And then the same guy who was wiping the key, he typed random bullshit in the party chat, flamed everybody else, and he just teleported out.
Yeah, but that's what other people do as well that have not.
What a legend.
I mean, man, I don't know, dude.
I think this is just the mentality of the players itself, not just the people that have been boosted. Like I think you have methods to see if someone is boosted. If you check logs, for example, you see like someone killed all mythic bosses with a 0 log because they have to die. When you get boosted into a raid, they tell you, please die at the beginning, don't interfere with us playing the mechanics. Then you have a 0 log and you killed them once. Like you see that. And if they did like a dungeon, for example, and they got boosted into that, you can check that by just quantity. If they did this dungeon once on a certain level, you can definitely tell they have been boosted. But I, for example, like been streaming, doing dungeons for over 1.5 years now, and I rarely encounter a person that has been clearly boosted and boosted into score so he can join a group and then grieves the group. That really rarely happens. Over like 6,000 dungeons with like 6,000 times 4, over like 20,000 people you encounter, it really rarely happens. Like that is definitely not the majority of players that are gonna
do you guys all play EU, by the way? Am I like the only NA person here?
I'm NA.
Okay.
I am EU.
Same you here. So
who's boosting me then? Like, for real.
I can give you some NA streamers if you want who are doing the same.
Actually, the reason I started streaming was because a friend of mine did heroic Nilata carries and got everyone there ahead of the curve. And I always thought that was really cool. It was like helping the community. She didn't take money for it. It was just people would sign up in the chat and do that. And I thought it was a really cool concept. There was no expected payment or anything. So, is that something that people still do, or not really so much?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
They do like AOTC carries.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. On EU, there is a bunch of them actually. And
all the time there will be these streamers for both Mythic Plus or Raid or PvP as well. Because you have to understand that these, even though people or streamers are doing it for free, they are gaining, or they are creating advertisement, or they are gaining visibility out of it. So it's a win-win situation.
There's always motive, right? So I don't do anything like this. I don't boost or carry people or anything like that. So I don't get free advertisement. This is my free advertisement.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm saying that people are doing it for that. Like, you don't have to do it for money. You do it for the visibility that it creates towards you and your channel or your community.
Yeah, with the boosting, like I said.
Keep going.
Go. No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I should tell you that you're not boosting bananas, and he really
Of course. I'm not boosting anybody. I'm helping people. That's the difference. But boosting requires a payment. So if he wants to get boosted, he needs to pay me.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same thing here. That's why. That's why the boosting is like also either you at the moment I think even plus 20 key if you have a 4 really synchronized good people that are playing with each other consistently, they know exactly how each person like basically breed in his room and what he's going to do. I think even plus 20 key is going to be like probably, but now you can just AFK, you can just go W and just do auto attacks. You don't even need to interrupt. You know what I mean? Like plus 20 key is nothing comparing to the BFA, for example, or Legion. If I'm like if I can compare the like plus 20 in BFA like season 2 3, oh my lord, like the difference between now and then, yeah, you can just autopilot it. Like it's basically you just learn the mechanics, you read it from the guide, and basically it's all the same. There is no difference, right? It was never a difference, but the difficulty was I think it's a bit easier now than before.
It's a different scaling also. I mean,
yeah.
If you want like the 20s of now, I mean the 20s of Legion, let's say, feel like maybe a 25 of now. They always have this scaling going up and down.
Yeah,
sometimes they diminished it from patch to patch or from expansion, or sometimes they just kept working it out. Like you can see also with the world highest keys, in some patches was maybe only like a 28 or a 29. Now or in other patches we're easily getting to 33, 34. So it's just like a scaling
the previous season was Necrotic Wake on that summer or whatever that was 33 Necrotic Wake, I think, the world first in that race. I think that was the highest key that they did in season 3. So that was basically it. Yeah, but like I said, like boosting, yeah, you can do it. I don't mind it. I really don't. Like people are doing boosts for years, but like when you have something like that, and then sometimes it happens, right? But I don't know. I feel like it's just so bad in many ways, because if you're gonna sign up and fuck up somebody else key just because, like you have like I had like that shaman in the group. I'm just gonna give a brief example in Plaguefall, and then we finished it. We didn't time it, and then I check interrupts. I'm having I'm second on interrupts. The shaman with the lowest interrupt cooldown in the game, he's having like the lowest. Like holy shit, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? Like why would you
it's
have
the thing that people that are getting a boost, that are like paying for a boost, they need to be a bit self-aware after they get a boost to what content. As you said, maybe a lot of them are just like, oh, I'm going to get a boost just to get enough item levels, and then I'm going to do the same keys myself. But if they want to do that and they don't acknowledge the fact that they need a certain experience or they need certain knowledge to do the thing, that's going to hinder the group. And then when it comes to like a timed Mythic Plus, it goes bad for everybody else and they can ruin other 4 people experience. In comparison, there was a thing when Lost Ark launched in EU. Already when the Lost Ark launched, like all the content was done or had been done on Korean side, and again, you have the content in Lost Ark, like dungeons and raids and these things similar to
It's
WoW.
like Classic getting re-released though. Everyone already knows the content. You can just look at the Koreans.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But there
There's
were a
some
lot
mystery.
of there were a lot of Europeans doing it and experiencing it for the first time, and they wanted. I know myself. I was like this. I went into like a new dungeon or something like that, and I wanted to learn the mechanics by playing the game, and I got flamed various times. Like even from people from the stream that, oh, why do you go to the dungeon without checking a YouTube guide to see what you have to do? I'm like, let me play the game. Let me experience the game with the other party members. And okay, if we wipe, granted, it was not, as I said, it was not timed content. It was not a content like Mythic Plus in which it's timed, and if you don't do it in time, you lose stuff. Plus, it's like a key and you lower the key. It was content that you could restart and re-enter fucking 1,000 times a day, right? So I was like, man, it's not something people will lose if I fail. Of course, we lose time, but let me experience the game. It's like the hype of killing that boss, actually learning.
You're arguing against boosting right now.
Yes.
You're arguing against boosting right now. Exactly. Like let people experience the game. And I feel like boosting is socially acceptable and so prevalent now that like the analytics that Blizzard gets on how players are progressing as like a population is just completely skewed now. They don't have legitimate analytics. So they can't correctly make new content that's paced that will like cater to all the players. Like Kat, you mentioned how players are willing to spend money on things that they don't have enough time to complete, but maybe they don't have enough time to complete it because Blizzard has they have like a skewed statistic on how fast people progress because of how prevalent boosting is. So they can't ever fix the issue. They can just lean into it by giving people WoW tokens and profiting off of it. And that just seems really scummy to me. Like, think about a single player video game, take like Grand Theft Auto. It's fun to like turn cheats on. It's fun to like just type in the code and have the best car for like an hour. And then you don't care about doing the story anymore to get to that car, you know?
The problem that you're saying though is the lesser of two evils. Which is it? Is it the people who are still going to boost and buy from an illegal source, or is it the token that puts the money in the pockets of the developer and the company? Either way, like we were saying before, people are going to do it whether it's allowed or not. It should be like the safest possible way for it to. So is it scummy? Yeah, but it's probably just as scummy as going and buying gold from a third
there
party.
was a whole expansion with no boost whatsoever, even a third party though, and they were able to actually gauge how long people need to spend on content and what their RNG mechanics need to be to get gear into people's hands without them like quitting or wanting a boost.
Yeah.
Like, we can't ever get to that point.
You don't know because you're not able to see it from the perspective of the people who, are now adults playing this game casually or even in a semi-core way or whatever. It's not their job, it's their hobby. And we don't know, how long it's actually going to take for people to do the stuff. So I agree with you.
Maybe let me rephrase the topic. So we covered now what we all think about boosting. Let me explain correctly. In January, Blizzard banned boosting communities. People would refer to this like a mafia, maybe. Boosting community is a international, like server-wide international group of individual players offering their services in dungeons. They form in Discords and then form groups that boost other players. This is now prohibited. Boosting itself and getting people through certain content with in-game gold is still allowed. But boosting communities are no longer allowed to operate. Like it's no longer allowed to have like a Discord community like Dawn, Savannah, Scarona, whoever that are forming like people internationally together and make other people boost. Those boosting communities are still active, they're still operating as now came out, and even top players like Method and probably like Echo, Limit, and other guilds are still participating. Wrong? What am I wrong with it? Squiggly, what am I wrong with about this?
Wrong. It's wrong.
The Ben Hammer. Denied.
Wrong.
Not like what was the question, Scruffy, though? What was the end?
So the topic would be, what about boosting communities still being banned? And despite being banned, still active and top guilds still participating in that activity.
It shows that those top guilds and the people are going to continue to do it whether or not they're banned. Like,
yeah.
But should there
The
be
amount of gold they spent on this season alone is incentive for the communities to be still there. For example, for the big guilds, like $93,000 or something equivalent in gold.
In tokens, yeah. The thing is, nobody forces them to spend this amount of gold.
No.
But it's a big win if they do, as we know and as we saw. This is another thing to eliminate this type of gold. Like when it comes to Race World First and big top guilds, because they can raid at any given time and it's not gated, like Mythic is not gated and all that, they are in a rush. They're always in a rush, so they will do whatever they have to do, even gold-wise. Now, when it comes to like this, like to the discussion Scruffy started with the communities, as I said, no matter what Blizzard will do, they will never be able to ban them completely. They will still operate in a certain way. If they need to be punished, well, that's up to Blizzard, how they punish the boosters or the boosting communities. They know they are still there. They did this for the sole purpose of looking better in the casual eyes. I know it's a hard thing to hear if you are the majority of the casual players, but Blizzard is doing these bans and change of TOS and stuff like this to look better on paper, to be like, oh yes, like for the majority of players, paying subscription and investing that $10 per month for an extra amount every 6 months or whatever, they need to see Blizzard taking actions. They need to see, or it looks good for them to be seen as, oh look, Blizzard is actually fighting for us. Blizzard is actually banning these people that are spamming the chat. Blizzard is actually banning these people that are having the whole occupation of the LFG. But let's be honest, they do it, they disappear. Like when Blizzard did this with the communities a couple of months ago, they disappeared for what? Couple of days. The trade chat was readable for a couple of days, and then what happened? Look at the trade chat now. Again, spam. Look at the LFG again. Want to sell.
LFG, it's worse.
Yeah, Roic Jailer. Like I rarely pog. Most of the time I do my own groups. 2 days ago I wanted to get into a jailer. Out of 15 groups, 2 of them were like actual groups with random people pogging jailer. Everything else, like 13 groups, was just like jailer at this time, 180k, blah blah blah. They will never be able to do something. Even if they change their TOS into hardcore banning boosting for gold, which they will never do because they profit a lot. But let's say, hypothetical, they're like, from now on, no more gold boosting, no more any type of boosting is allowed. Even if that happens, there's going to be another case of the prohibition. Even more people will want to do it because it will become even more profitable IRL for money. As I said, we're talking about a business of thousands upon thousands, if not even millions of hundreds and if not even millions of dollars or euros or whatever. And I'm talking about players, not Blizzard. Players and these boosting communities are making so much IRL money. Probably, this is my personal take, probably this is also why why World of Warcraft resisted so much through years. Because people were actually managing to make a living out of it. And I'm not talking about content creators, I'm not talking about people just, playing it professionally in like tournaments or PvP or PvE tournaments and stuff like that. Because you can be a casual player and still make a couple of hundreds of bucks, if not even thousands, from advertising or from boosting. And that kept the flow going for both players and Blizzard. So Blizzard doing something about it? They can't. They will do.
They kind of have a track record of people hating making money off of their game too. Like I feel like when streaming started blowing up, they were like, we don't really know if we want people streaming WoW all day. Like when it was really early on. And even early esports, like even nowadays, I feel like their prize pools don't really match up to how much they make as a company.
True that.
Like I don't know, they've just been they have a track record, I feel like, of being like, you're making money off our game and we're not really like oversight on you. Like we don't like that.
Do you remember
the
the
kibosh
one
on
with
that.
the helping out with the pot? And it was the pet in the shop. And people all bought into it, thinking, oh, we're actually going to help these players. And like, this is so cool and everything. Turns out it's totally not. There was a cap.
Oh yeah, it was like 10% of the proceeds, and yeah, it capped, right?
And then they kept the rest. They didn't like reimburse anyone. Like they didn't.
Everyone
say,
wanted to support the scene so bad. They wanted to support the prize pools, but they basically skimmed a little bit off of it and gave it to the players. Yeah.
But they only made it up to the cap, so they actually didn't actually put anything into the pool. They just used the players' pool that they got from the shop.
They pulled a bait and switch.
That's scummy.
That was yeah. But we're digressing, I think. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about boosters, but yeah, definitely to the making the game a little bit difficult in some certain aspects. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to make the content so it's not boostable if they want to get rid of it. 100%.
Which means they need to make it more horizontal progression.
Yes, that also, and they need to make, let's say, for example, a simple example, they need to make raid bosses not being able to be killed without, let's say, everybody alive. For again, I'm going to give the same example, but I think Lost Ark is doing tremendously well into fighting this type of boosting mentality or thing. So, as I said, you can invest a lot of money in Lost Ark to progress faster through content, but not to actually kill bosses. You put money in, you buy some materials from their own shop, kind of like you buy a WoW token, let's say, but so you reach a certain level, you unlock a new raid, but then when you go into the raid, most of the bosses, like hardcore bosses, will have a mechanic in which if not all the players are in their right spot in the right moment, or if one person is dead, you need to restart the boss. You need to wipe it and restart the boss because the mechanic is in a such way that you won't progress through it. So I feel like it's way harder to boost people in Lost Ark. Like, let's say it's a party of 4, we do the raid, we get a fourth one. He pays us to boost him. But the fight takes 5 to 10 to maybe 15 minutes. I cannot tell him, yo, you need to stay there, you need to stay. Eventually he will die. If he doesn't know the mechanic, he will die. Even if he invested $5,000 to get to that point, I won't be able to help him further on if he doesn't know the mechanic, if he doesn't know what to do, and if he cannot stay alive. In comparison with WoW, in which you pay a top guild, you pay some top boosters, and they take you to the content, they take you to either high mythic plus, either high mythic rating, and you'll be like, take the boss, please die, we'll take care of it. Like, Blizzard content is created in such way that at some point you will outscale, you will outgear the content, and a smaller group of people can kill it regardless. So they need to do something about it. They need to like fix or think of a method, again, similar to other games, in which it's not so easy to boost. Just simple as that.
Does that put a lot of pressure on like every healer main on Earth to make sure that if they don't know the mechanic as good as possible, that they're giving them wings or spirit or whatever, or keeping them like fully hotted or whatever? Like, there's a lot of things that I agree with you about that on there, but that creates a pressure to certain roles potentially. Like, I guess it should be self pressure, right? Like the person should know the mechanic to not cause the wipe. But that's a lot of responsibility, even on 20 people.
I feel like from the business side of things too, it's like what's Blizzard's incentive to stop boosting if at the end of the day they can sell gold?
Yeah.
Sure, they could say this is bad.
Yeah.
Give a big wink.
By the way, come buy a WoW token and boost because it's the only way you can do it now. It's the only way you can progress now. Like imagine a WoW where that is the only way you can progress, and there's probably times even now where it feels a little bit like that.
Yes and no.
Like imagine being a brand new player starting Shadowlands.
My
you
friend
definitely
is.
feel that.
She has no clue, just nothing.
Okay, yeah.
Like, and she's like, I don't even know what this place is. Like, I don't know how to get flying. I don't know how to get my mount. Like, it doesn't teach me these things. I had to like show her everything, and it's not player friendly anymore for like newbies. Like retail
Well, that's
WoW
good
is
though
now.
that someone is teaching her because that's what it's supposed to be like at the end of the day. It's better to have a player teaching someone than a bunch of systems where they don't have to meet anybody, which has been going on with WoW for every expansion.
I think that it's not player friendly anymore because it's just an old game. As in, I think, I don't know, I'm not sure how classic and TBC. It used to be that, but now they are at the point in which they are releasing the continuation of the story and go on, and they are expecting. They are not catering the game to new players that much. They are catering to their ongoing player base, right? It doesn't look like any. Of course, they're making their little tweaks every here and there to help if you're a new player to have a faster progression to the end game. But Blizzard created their game in such a way that it went towards being relevant only at the end game. It makes it in such a way that you need to progress and you have to progress really fast because everything you do up to end game doesn't have too much value the moment you reach it. And yeah, they're not catering it for like as I said, new players. They give minimal, let's say, information or how to do it. And other than that, I guess they just hope everybody has Google and the ability to search how to do things.
Yeah. I had a friend that came back after playing, and he was like, "Oh, so I need to do this." And it's like, "Yeah, so yeah, fair enough. You're in the last patch. Well, second to last patch. We don't call the next patch a patch. So you need to do like everything from like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, but just to get to this point, and it just feels really janky because there's no rhyme or reason to do it. So why would you go through the trouble of doing it when you can get boosted through it?
Or just wait a few more months for easier catch-up mechanics to get implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah, that also.
Like that, I think that's where a lot of it as well is a new player or new old. I mean, it's not bad anymore. It's bad. I wouldn't say it's as bad for an old, but getting everything sorted, it just feels, yeah. It's just step after step after step after step, and then you feel like you can do the end content. But where's your limit to the end content? Like Frankie said, ruining someone's 20 key, or that you don't realize that you shouldn't be doing a 20 key, but you've been through a 20 key, so you can do it. It's like, yeah, okay.
And that comes to each and every individual's, as I said, acceptance of what he has been doing on his own power and what he has been helped with. As I said, if I would be a new player, or like, let's say I have a bunch of friends playing this game for years. I'm coming, they're like, dude, you should play with us. You should play the same content with us. I'm like, yeah. And they will help me, right? Because I was in this position, and I will tell you after. But let's say they helped me reach their item level. But then I'm like, in order to run the same dungeons or the same heroic/mythic raid, I need to learn. I need to fast learn and catch up with what I have to do. I can't just go blindly in there and expect throughout the whole time I'm going to play with them or with other people as well to be carried. But this is like, as I said, it's the own player mentality. And as I said, I was exactly in this position. I started at the end of Warlords of Draenor. I was playing only PvP. I wanted to get into PvE. I was dog shit at PvE. I knew nothing. I got into a guild, which was a boosting guild. I wanted to get into boosting so I can earn gold to pay my subscription and mounts and get stuff like that. I was like, man, money is power, right? I want to get gold. How do I get gold? And I've seen an advert of some fellow Romanians who were having a guild, and they were like looking for boosters. I got in touch with the person running the business, and he said, "Yeah, I know you from your streams, blah blah blah. We will get you in." They got me in, and they tested me to see how good I can play in one of their boost runs. I know back then they were boosting Heroic, Gul'dan, and Archimond. And I got in, and because I had zero PvE knowledge, I was below the tank and DPS. I didn't know about pots, healing pots, flasks, all the PvE stuff a raider should have. And they were like, dude, we cannot use you. You need to learn. So I got boosted. They helped me with gear. They got me all the gear. But what I did on the side, I started to read guides, watch videos, how to play my class, how to play this, how to play that. And in a really short span of time, I reached their level, and I managed to play the same content, raid mythic, progress mythic, boost, whatever we were doing. But again, this was my take. I wanted to learn. I learned fast. At the same time, there might be the opposite type of mentality, which will be like, well, I don't care about how to do this content. At any given point, I can just throw in $20 to Blizzard, get 200k gold, pay this guy. Oh, look, I have all 20s done. I get all the portals. It's all about mentalities when it comes to both boosters and boosties. Why they get it? Yeah, some people might get it because they don't have time. They have maybe an 8 to 5 job, work, kids, family. They want to do the content. They don't have time to invest in pugs or in a guild, and that's it. Some people do it because they want to be proud and have something to show off to other people. Like, oh, I have mythic, Sylvanas mount. Yeah, you paid a couple of millions. GG. But it's their achievement. It doesn't interfere with my gameplay as long as they don't come and, as Frankie said, ruin my keys. Had that happened, the same. So it's all about their
You
mentality.
say it might not ruin your gameplay, but you guys ever see the movie The Incredibles? In The Incredibles, like the bad guy, the whole plot of the movie is that the bad guy wants to make this technology to give to everyone so that everyone can have superpowers. And there's this quote where he says, "Once everyone is super, no one will be." And that makes me think about like original vanilla. When you would see someone going by on a level, like a 100% speed mount with like a full set of matching gear, it was like so legendary to see that. Just to witness that. It was like inspiring. It's like, damn. Like that's what I want to like get at. Like that guy just plays so much. But nowadays everyone has like insane transmogs, insane mounts, and people are just boosting for the most modern mounts and transmogs. So like you see something really cool, it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. And then when you work really hard for something cool, people could be looking at you thinking the same thing, like, oh, it doesn't really matter.
That's what Classic and TBC really brought to the table in terms of you earned really epic gear and mounts, and when you had it, you stood out and really right now the Mani Warbear, the timed ZA run was a very difficult thing in the original TBC if a guild wasn't very good and organized and geared. Now I would say probably, at least 50% of the community has a Mani Warbear. It doesn't look that cool. It's not that rare anymore.
True.
So but the boosting thing is like, as I can't say it. As he said,
dude, you just become a DJ.
Scruffy the rap god.
As he said, like people are getting like they're working, they're spending time somewhere else. They don't want to put in the effort in doing that grind and like growing into that content. They're just getting boosted. That's why I would assume that World of Warcraft is not paid to win, because you don't win anything. Like, you don't win at the end of the day.
That's
you can
true.
pay for a lot of things, but you just don't win at the end of the day. Playing mobile games, for example, for a long time, spending thousands of dollars myself and getting in debt for playing mobile games that are paid to win. Like, that is literally paid to win, but you don't win in World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Talking about mobile games, we are already like 3 hours in. I would love to wrap it up at some point. because I'm also losing track. I've been like arguing.
We
with
just
chat
live here
alone.
now, man.
Yeah, I feel that. Like in the meantime, I was like literally talking to chat on my own, and you guys did your own thing. It's wonderful. I really love it how passionate you guys are, especially about World of Warcraft. It's really lovely. I was really scared that no one is saying anything, and there we are.
I could talk a lot.
And ramble for hours.
Yeah.
But talking about mobile
That feeling
games,
when you meet someone in real life who also plays WoW, and then you suddenly have
Yeah.
things to
Oh,
talk
yeah.
about all day.
Yeah.
Warcraft Arclight Rumble was announced as the first Blizzard mobile game. Top or flop?
Shameless cash grab.
Maybe it'll
don't
just
know
be
how I
something
feel
cute
about
to
it.
play when you're on an airplane or something.
Yeah,
So
you-
Activision
you-
Blizzard owns Candy Crush, and that's their most profitable game. So of course they're
Yeah.
going to try and take their next most profitable game and go the same route as that to make even more money.
Well,
It's
I've
just-
never
it's
spent
safe.
a
It's so
dollar on
safe.
Candy Crush. For like I've had it on my phone multiple times when I'm bored or whatever. I've never spent a dollar. I think there's a certain community that definitely will. I spent a lot of money on Hearthstone, that's for sure.
Yeah, but
It's they
Keep
had
going.
to get into the market. It's like is the trend right now. Everybody's making phone games. Every big company is making a phone game or phone app or something to go along with their content. I think it's just they just wanted to go through it, right?
Do you have a
You have
phone?
Diablo coming to the phones. You have other games or inspired from other games coming to like a phone version. They just want to acquire and keep their community, their player base in a cycle. It's just like you have time to be at the PC, okay, then you'll play WoW, Diablo, Overwatch, whatever. You don't have time to be
Right.
at the PC, you're in a rush. Okay, let me give you something you can spend time, view time on this, and ultimately that helps. Even if Arclight will be free to play, it's going to be free to play. It's a phone game. It's going to be free to play, but you will be able to invest money. Even if you do it or not, the fact that you just played their game or the fact that you just downloaded their game, it's going to show on the statistics, and then those statistics will bring more money to the company towards ad revenue and stuff
Simple
like that.
capitalism.
Yeah,
It's
they
like
can just-
Coca-Cola already exists. Why are you making Pepsi? It's like, well, we got to give the players a choice. What are they going to
Exactly.
pick? Let's just step back and see.
It's like making, like as you said with Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola sold like insane. Why they created other flavors of Coca-Cola or things like that. They had to keep people in a cycle. They have to refresh all the time. Even if they give the same shit content, they need to put a layer, put a new layer to it. Like, look at this. And as I said, with the phone industry is getting bigger and bigger. It was about, time for them to get out there with more products. They are just keeping, as I said, keeping the population, keeping the their player base or keeping their notoriety intact on multiple devices, on multiple areas or scenes.
But therefore, keep going.
Sorry, as for the game itself, it looks cute. I like it. This is personal opinion. Has some nice.
It's
graphics.
not like a new game by any chance. It's a game it's proven to be profitable. And they're just basically copy pasting it.
They literally took like Clash Royale, copy pasted, yeah, but shouldn't they, like, if they really went to implement and introduce a mobile game, what they always wanted, the best thing they could do is like literally go ahead, check the market, check the competitors, check what is the best selling game ever, Clash Royale, and literally copy paste that thing into the WoW franchise. Like, if they really wanted to implement a mobile game...
If you think about all their games are just copy-pasted from other games.
I mean,
like,
sure,
WoW copied EverQuest, right?
But
Hearthstone copied Magic.
But they could have taken, like,
Here's the Storm
Pokemon
copied
Go
League.
into WoW, for example, and, like, do a pet battle mobile game. That would have, like, somewhat interfered somehow. Like, that's why I think Diablo Immortal is kind of garbage. They're releasing it now to PC as well, because... kind of weird. It doesn't really fit the franchise at this point, doing like a totally standalone game after Diablo 3 to mobile and PC at this point. But going with just a standalone mobile game like Arclight Rumble, copy pasting Clash Royale completely, and yeah, shameless cashing in on the money. Why not? Like, if they want to do it, it doesn't interfere with me playing World of Warcraft.
And like Bananas said, they're adding that Blizzard charm, that signature Blizzard charm to it.
Yeah. To an already existing game. Imagine we would have World of Warcraft when it's getting sold to Microsoft, coming to the Game Pass, coming to console. Do you really like the idea of playing a dungeon in World of Warcraft with a console player? That's a thing in like shooters like Call of Duty, for example, always an issue with like auto aim on controller versus like PC players. Always caused an issue. Arclight Rumble is literally not interfering with anything. Like it has nothing to do with World of Warcraft. It's just like the Warcraft franchise put into a mobile game. So let them take the money.
You say it's not disrupting it now, but if it makes a profit like in much more sense than WoW does, then they're moving resources from WoW to mobile now. And next thing you know, in 10, 15 years, WoW might be a completely different game. It might be more suitable for controller. You know, we talk about spell pruning and WoD. Imagine that times like 20. So you're down at like ESO's level where you just have 6 abilities and you can play it on the Xbox.
I mean, Final Fantasy is on console. Like, why wouldn't Microsoft implement this in console as well? I wouldn't like it, but possible.
Yeah, can't predict the future either. But
like, I'm gonna queue up for Mythic 15 keys, no console players, thanks. That's what I'm gonna do.
But even
I'm excited for Blizzard though.
If they bring it to a console, to being able to be played on console, they will definitely, or in my opinion, they should revamp a bit the content to be friendly for both. So yeah, I definitely don't see someone playing high Mythic Plus keys with a.
You don't have any add-ons probably on console. Like damage meter, your UI probably doesn't exist on console.
But they're changing the UI, so it's actually like much more. You don't need to install LVI or Bartender or whatever people use.
No, but
just a humble brag, the UI that they're designing is literally the UI that I've been using for like years. Like the 2 bars in the middle and the fat health.
Yeah, I have something similar.
Multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah, I mean, you can already like play World of Warcraft with a controller now.
Yeah, you can mod it, so...
But, like, details, like any damage meter in World of Warcraft would probably be inaccessible for console. And that would become an issue. Like, it's somewhat mandatory.
They would mod that in. They would baseline put that in if it was coming.
If they put the baseline in, then yeah. But...
I was about to say exactly the same. I mean, if they bring it so they will make in a certain way so you have access to that, they will just make them somehow being able, like, just from the interface, enable, disable DPS checks, enable, disable, I don't know, some bars to help you see when the boss abilities are coming in and stuff like that. They will make it as friendly as needed to make the money grab.
And Microsoft, like I said, they bought Bethesda like a year, 2 years ago. Elder Scrolls Online's been on console for a while, so they kind of already have like analytics to just compare and see what works from a completely different other MMO.
True.
Can I ask you guys something that's just sort of more like just for my own personal data? Are we all like within a similar age range? Like I, for example, am in my 30s, so
yeah,
28 myself.
28.
32.
Okay, so someone in my community mentioned that Blizzard gets flamed because they don't really have ways to bring like new younger players into World of Warcraft, and that potentially getting them hooked on the charm of like this mobile game might bring them in like more invested into the game itself. Now, I don't imagine that they'll still be making new World of Warcraft content as it is as a game right now, past 8 years from now. I really think that, I mean, we're in the last years of this game. I'd love to be proved wrong, but the only way to really keep it going for the future is to get people invested or even addicted to the characters, the lore, the storyline that they could create with this mobile game.
I was curious that you mentioned addicted too, because I feel like a lot of the younger generations, most of the games that they lean into are built with human psychology in mind. I mentioned Candy Crush earlier. Their most popular demographic is like women between like 25 and 35. They literally have the music in that game match the heart rate, the average heart rate of that demographic, so that they feel more comfortable playing the game. So like all those little tricks, I feel like the younger generation has experienced games that have all of those tricks in it.
Absolutely, it's
whereas
just like a
we
casino.
grew up just playing passionate games that nerds wanted to make. So I don't know.
If there wasn't something in WoW, like for example, Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus is in no other game that I know of that does it so well. Like, you got dungeons, don't get me wrong, in other games, like Elder Scrolls, you've got it in Lost Ark, well, I think it's like Lost Ark, but you got it in Final Fantasy. But, like, you don't have anything nowhere close to Mythic Plus, and that's the reason why I play WoW. I don't play other games, I literally play only WoW, nothing else.
No, I'm the same way, Helly. And
Like, I can't
if they
think
got rid
of
of
another game that I would want to play
I
this
think
much.
I think also like getting new players into WoW is just like a generational issue. Like the WoW genre, like the MMORPG genre is just dying. Like it's not like popular anymore. Like it's this fast-paced adrenaline rush of a Fortnite or Apex Legends game that you're gonna get. You hop in, you come home from school, hop in, get adrenaline rush immediately. You can hop off.
Get your quick dopamine.
Exactly. And WoW is like a long-lasting game that tries
It's
to
a slow
implement
burn.
like they try to get like faster paced things going, like Mythic Plus for example. Like you hop into a dungeon, get your quick adrenaline, and then you're out again, even though it's not the case because you like queue up for like 2 hours before some groups take you. But it's
Yeah, but imagine like Kat was saying about her friend who's new to the game. Like you don't just think like, oh, I'll just log on to WoW and jump into a dungeon for a little bit and get my dopamine fix. She's like completely lost, you know?
She has no.
Like,
I mean,
there's
she's
so
doing her
much
best,
to
but
chew.
yeah, just the amount of okay, when she started playing, she's like, I don't know what these terms mean. What's a proc? What does DPS mean? Like and she's like, slow down. I kind of understand. I'm learning, but it's like you forget we like speak a whole different language than some of the people that have no experience with this whatsoever.
You try and explain it to your friends in real life or your family, and it's like, why do you play this game? And I'm like,
good question.
And then you explain how long you've played this game, and it's like, and then you think to yourself, I've been playing this a long ass time.
17 years for me. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
But explaining to someone else why do you play this game, it's really easy.
Yeah.
Like you can explain to each and every individual why do you play a certain game or why do you do something generally in life by just comparing what you do with one of his habit. If someone would, I don't know, ask me why do you play World of Warcraft, I'll be like, why do you play football? You're not like some elite football player, but you still enjoy playing it with some of your friends. Or again, every person has in their life a certain activity which makes them happy or makes them relaxed, or it's just they just prefer to do it. So it's the same with WoW for the majority of the players. Of course, you have that niche type of players which are doing it for content, for whatever, money, for tournaments and stuff like that, the professionals and whatnot. But for the majority, it's just I'm playing it to have a good time, to relax myself. But then when you go in depth, as Epicat said, okay, it's overwhelming if you get a new person to play the game. Of course it's overwhelming, but it's the same with every game which was released for years and years, because that game will have layers upon layers of content already, and that player should not be exposed to all the content at once. If like all the time I have people coming into my stream saying, I started playing the game, what should I do? I'm like, take it step by step. Enjoy your time, take it step by step. I'm not going to tell you that you need to reach max level and min-max your character and go on icy veins and check for stats and blah blah blah. No, enjoy it, man. Have some quests, do some quests, get to the low level dungeons, see it if you like it. And then from that thing you build up his like this is how you get new people into other games. You need to give them a bit of the game and not show them everything. Personally, I started playing World of Warcraft, as I said, at the end of Draenor. I knew about the game forever, but I never got into it because for me, in my opinion, every time I was talking with a friend who was playing or like content creators and stuff like that, they were always explaining me, oh, you can do this and that and that and that. I was like, man, it's too much content. It's too much shit to learn. I'm CBA, man. I'm not.
It takes a while to get comfortable.
Exactly,
but it takes a while.
If you give up a new player,
clicker to your keyboard example, Like, there's a lot of things that you've got to do and learn. It's not just like the standard stuff. It's like to progress in this game as well. It's not just like you got to know what you want for yourself, not other people, and you shouldn't be influenced by other people to where you need to be.
I feel like there's two issues. Like some of the most fun in WoW is when you're a complete noob, you have no idea what's going on, no one's holding your hand, and you're just getting completely lost. Like sometimes that's fun if you let it be fun, if you're not too worried about figuring it all out at once. But talking about like the younger generation, like all the new games, I feel like once you download them and play them initially, they give you free wins, like right off the bat. Like these newer like kids games, they just free wins. Here you go. This is what it feels like to be good in this game. You know, you're just fighting against bots usually, but like in WoW, there's nothing like that. I know the first few levels of the game are like the easiest, so I guess you could compare it a little bit to that. But most of WoW is in the end game, and you don't really get to see any of that for a long time as a new player. Like what could they do for a completely brand new player to just like blow their mind and give them a taste of what the game would actually be like if they stuck with it for a long time?
We need World of Warcraft 2.
WoW 2.
Yeah.
WoW 2,
Yeah.
Definitely.
I don't know.
WoW 2.
Unreal
Engine 5. WoW.
Well, as I said, the game caters to end game content, to max level content. Is just I don't know, maybe if you come as a new player with zero experience, you might still find exciting the low level dungeons and the leveling process, but I don't know, it's not that overwhelming
It's
anymore.
squished now. I think a lot of it's been ruined by how fast you can level now.
Yeah.
You don't experience the zones. You don't.
What do you need? 10 hours to reach max level, and
Yeah.
you have also the I think the potion that is also working till the level 49 from BFA, 10% increased experience.
You can go.
And also you have time walking dungeons where I recently got information today that a guy got like from 50 to 51, like he got 98% experience, like one full level in one time walking dungeon.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, you can level up like so quick, it's not even a joke.
But you're not
You can cheese
experiencing
time
the
walking
game.
super hard too.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like they're making it faster, but in a way that's not a good thing for the end game because this takes longer, the end game, than it is to level up. You're not learning your spells like how you used to.
It's just I'm thinking about all you just guys said. I'm observing like a conversation about like for the new player. I'm just gonna put myself now. The first time that I sit at PC, the first thing that maybe will reflect me back from the WoW, it's like shit ton of spells that you have in your spell book. You know what I mean? But then again, I stick to it because I liked it. And then again, I started from the beginning again. And then, yeah, you got hooked, addicted. But for a new player, I have a feeling like there is like what? Vanilla, TBC, Wrath, Cataclysm, Pandaria, Worlds of the Legion, BFA, Shadowlands. 9 motherfucking expansions, right?
Which is insane when you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like 9 expansions. And now we are going to get the 10th. Which is going to be Dragonflight, Blight, whatever. And then you get a new player that is like, yo, dude, I like this cinematic. Let me try this game. He's logging on, and then starting area is empty. There is nobody there. Why? Because most of the people are usually boosting their characters nowadays. Nobody is even actually trying to level up from level 1. And then imagine a guy who is doing quests and then he encounters some rare mob that is like really hard to kill solo without any heirloom gear because he's a brand new player. He doesn't have any access to anything in the game. He's like, yo, can somebody help me? Where are the people? Hello? Like all the zones around the World of Warcraft are abandoned. Like there is basically no people. Even the Oribos nowadays, like I mean, it's like okay, it's every expansion. Like it's gonna be Ghost City soon. It's going to be basically like nobody's gonna be even there anymore.
It seems to be like
I don't know. They need to do something. I don't know what. But if I'm a new player, I probably wouldn't play it because there is too much to catch up, achievement wise, lore wise. If you're interested in that, and then obviously there are people that are into that and they would go for it. But I think maybe 85% of the new players that will try to play the game, they will just, yeah, man, 150 gigabyte, like I'm not gonna fucking do this shit, like that's too much, you know.
You have to have like multiple friends who play who talk about it all the time. Feel like you're missing out to really get into it. I feel like.
Yeah.
Not
I don't
much
know.
is explained anymore either. Like
Everything is messed. Like when you imagine lore-wise, it started with Warcraft, with normal game, Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne. Bam, you have a World of Warcraft. Let's go. You know, and now lore then, now lore now, and like they're trying to combine it with some, I don't know, strings from the past.
you can go to Crony and then all of a sudden you're done.
Okay, I have an idea. What if they made a really popular Netflix TV show?
Yeah.
With like really cool animations, like the cinema. You know the WoW movie. We were all like, oh, why didn't they just use the cool WoW cinematics for the movie? What if they did like a cool show, and people are getting into the show like Game of Thrones esque like hype. Like people don't even play the game, don't know what Warcraft is, but they get sucked into the show.
Like
and then it's like, well, there's this huge universe. Like there's this game we can play. There's these mobile games. There's like all this stuff Blizzard does. Like maybe we should see what's up with that.
I think if
maybe that's the best way to get people into it, without even
into
changing your game
anime,
too
yeah.
much.
I can see WoW like as an anime. I don't know.
It has a lot of lore. It has a lot of lore.
Exactly. I think they can make like at least 5,000 episodes, and I do believe that if they have ideas how to make it, and which I assume they do, they can if they want. I think that can be huge profit. First of all, for the company. Second of all, I think they will attract more people into it because the more knowledge.
It's advertisement for their $15 sub fee.
Crazy. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. So I think the anime thing it can work so well.
But the thing is,
how much tweeted out?
The jailer did it.
Get on it, devs.
It's got ruined by the jailer. It was all the jailer. Where's your lore now?
Actually, yeah.
But there's some bigger, badder dude that was pulling his strings, isn't there? Like there's always.
Yeah. He basically said something that if you guys remember the Algalon the Observer in Ulduar, which we have a Rygalon now, which is basically the same model. Rygalon, Algalon, they're both like messengers of the old gods. Like if you think about it. And then you have a jailer who is at the end of his cinematic says the cosmos is like whatever he said. It's like something that it shouldn't like be disturbed. So let's be honest, like there is some fucking shit behind that even more deep than we expect. Like, it's going to be something like crazy. It's gonna be definitely crazy.
What if we're all sleeping right now and this is just a dream? Shadowlands is just a big dream. Like our dreams are being manipulated by something.
I hope it's a nightmare and we don't come back.
It's like we've gone from that, and then the announcement for the next expansion is about Dragonflight.
Yep.
What? But how does that link up?
We've been sleeping for 2,000 years, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like...
It makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
I mentioned hibernation and going back through time, and then like they did with the Gul'dan in Legion, right? Portals, the alternative timeline, blah blah blah, and
they
in
can just
cinematic,
retcon whatever they
obviously,
want.
if you just
it's
think
all
about it.
Ron. We all went into his mind.
Yeah, exactly. But we had also N'Zoth. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
N'Zoth. So we were corrupted and we couldn't see like blah blah blah. But like the main thing that I'm thinking like really like crazy about all of this is just if the Argus or Argus was so powerful, Titan, like and he got dragged away, and Illidan is fighting him now. Are they gonna? I hope they're gonna bring back Illidan at some point because I remember in season 3, the Lady Vash and or season 2 actually. I'm sorry, Keltas and Lady Vash had one specific part in the quoting like about something about the Illidan, right? So I'm looking forward because, in my opinion, he is my favorite character in the game. Like I don't know, like there is like maybe others, Arthas and stuff like that, but I think Illidan is like the most surreal character they ever made.
Like, he's so sick because he's like a twist built in. Like, is he bad? Is he good? Like, what are they gonna do now with him?
I mean, in Legion, he killed that Naru thing. He said, "My scars are my own." Bam! Goodbye. goodbye. Let's be real. Like, I'm not a special child. I choose my fate. You're not gonna fucking twist my fate, bitch. Wing. And then that guy, that paladin, like tried, he's like stopping with the two fingers like nails. Hey, bro, let's not talk about that anymore. Don't do that. Don't do that anymore. Like, honestly, like, no matter how many bad things Illidan did in the lore overall, he was fighting for justice at the end of the day.
Mhm.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. And
That's why I like him, because he's like an anti-hero a little bit, but then it's like, no, wait, he's actually a good guy, just in general.
We opened the last raid of the entire expansion. It was actually just ducks all along.
question, just a question. Do you guys really think that this season should be the last season? Or do you guys think that in between season 2 and 3 that we have now, something should be in between? Because I believe that they speed up the process with releasing this season and the jailer, because I had in my mind that Anduin maybe should be in the season 3 and the season 4 should be this one season that we're playing right now, because they left out of the content and the story.
There should have definitely been more content to Shadowlands. They definitely planned a lot more content season wise and also like probably raid wise. I'm pretty sure it should not have been a 3 raid expansion, but something went sideways. I mean, we all know about the lawsuit and whatnot. And yeah, I have a feeling they didn't thought of having this type of we're just gonna end Shadowlands. Shadowlands is a big end of like a big chapter in WoW and stuff like that. But they saw their numbers are dropping. They saw they are not moving into a good direction, like revenue / player base wise, and they were like, okay, we need to shut it down. We need to like compress everything, get rid of it, and move on. But there's a big but. I'm pretty sure the next expansion should have came now, as in after season 3, but they realize also we are understaffed or we need more time. So what are they doing now? We need a season 4. And like I'm pretty sure they wanted to create and launch the next expansion faster. They realize they can't, so they will just prolong Shadowlands with season 4 with reusing all the raids, reusing old dungeons and stuff like that. They are bringing this in the form of, we are testing out new systems, we are testing out and blah, blah, blah. But in reality, they're like, we are not yet just done with what we wanted. We scrapped some stuff. We wanted new stuff. That what is scrapped, we cannot bring back. What is new, it's not quite finished. Get some recycled content.
I was thinking that season 3. I had a strong feeling because after we killed Sylvanas, we have Anduin that is corrupted, right? And it doesn't make any sense that you got the Anduin in the like now. The like is that what was that boss? 7th, 8th? Like
7th,
what?
yeah.
Like
no, 8th,
like,
yeah, 8th.
Yeah, 8th boss. Like I had a feeling like the moment we entered the Zeret Mortis, like this shouldn't be it. Like there has to be something that they're supposed to implement in between season 2 and 3. I think this should be actually the last season. And
how long has Shadowlands been out? When did it actually release?
2020.
November 2020.
2020 November, yeah.
So it's been like a year and a half.
I mean, a couple months short of 2 full years.
Yeah, 2 full years, exactly.
It was late as well.
Oh, November's kind of a far away still.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. But don't forget, they already announced that this season is going to be a really long season, right? And then we're gonna get 9.2.5 because they're gonna test now the faction like Alliance and Horde playing together, and we're gonna have a cross-faction Mythic Plus. And I don't know about rating; I still don't know. But yeah, so it's gonna be a really long time until I think maybe a year from now or even longer before we get the draft.
I don't know if it's gonna be that. I know it was on the table for Blizzard a few years back. They were talking about moving their expansions, like making them shorter, so they had one every single year.
Yeah, I remember that conversation as well. But yeah, that's not quite happening, isn't it?
No.
I don't see how they can do that in a year.
Well, just if they have to come up with a new theme every year, I just feel like they'll just start throwing shit at a wall. you know.
Yeah.
They can do
Well, they
it.
probably already do that.
No, the thing is,
Yeah,
they
to be
can
fair.
they can do it. They can do it if they make their game more linear, mechanical wise, and if progressing through
Which they
from
talk
one
about in
expansion to
Dragonflight.
another.
They talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
implementing systems that stay instead of just
Yeah,
getting
like, so
erased at the
probably
end of
they
every
are going
expansion.
towards
So.
probably they are going towards that direction with Dragonflight, because
And I keep bringing
if-
up Elder Scrolls Online since they are both Microsoft now. They release
Yeah.
so many expansions and patches and DLCs like constantly. It's crazy. I don't know if they're gonna like take a page from their book.
Releasing content regularly, and you knew that it was going to come out. There's 77 days.
Oh yeah.
It was
What expansion was that?
days between
Legion?
each.
Yeah, it was Legion.
That
I
you
think.
knew there was going to be a new content, but it wasn't a new system in that new content, really. You had more experiences with a new raid, and Mythic Plus, you didn't really have seasonal. I don't think they brought out. They didn't bring out seasonal, did they?
I don't remember, to be honest. Oh, you had
I can't
seasons
remember
as well.
when did they bring out seasonal. I think it might have been not Legion, but yeah. I don't know. I think we're just going roundabout boat.
I think only Warlords of Draenor was expansion with 3 patches, right? 3 raids only. Yeah, I think it was only 3 raids. It was what was that? Heimal. What was the other one? The Hellfire Citadel and Blackrock Foundry. Is there any other raid? I don't think so.
Was there like a little? No, I don't think so.
No.
Wasn't they going to bring out another one, but then they flopped it?
I mean, I don't know, but all this, I'm looking forward to play again. Karazhan, Mechagon, upper and lower, and
Gross.
I mean, no, I like those dungeons. I mean, no, I obviously everybody has like I like those dungeons. Not lower Karazhan, but yes. And then Warlords of Draenor, I really don't know. Like, I really don't see that fitting those.
When I saw that one Grimwell, I was just thinking Mythic Plus is going to be a nightmare for that.
Yeah, especially when you're climbing up on the tiny little like ledges or stairs or like I don't know,
the stairway.
Like, Jesus, quaking.
Unless they never do Mythic Plus Oculus, then I'll be fine.
Yeah, well,
Orchidon, whatever it's fucking called. You know, the stupid RP walks. And
yeah,
stuff.
I mean, yes, of course, but like I said, then we're gonna have Iron Dogs. That is going to be a shit show, definitely. And then you have a Grim Rail that is going to be pretty similar to Iron Dogs. And then you have other 2 or 3 dungeons that are going to be really easy in my mind. At least Mechagon Junkyard is going to be stomped like no problem. Like in BFA, it was the highest done key I think ever because of the borrow power with the buffs that you can get. Obviously, the upper Mechagon is also easy. There is no certain any majority like that you need to like know. But then again, Karazhan lower is a bit like mess. As far as I remember, lower is way harder than upper one. We'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward, but for the raid though, I don't like that. I don't want to play raiding in with Mythic Plus affixes. Nobody wants that. Like that's some bullshit. But hey, I think it's the first time to see everything.
Party people, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I would love to wrap it up. My attention span is gone. My ADHD through the roof after 4 Red Bull. Would love soon to wrap it up.
Hey, I have ADHD too, so I think we did pretty good.
Yeah.
No, it was awesome today. Like I expected way worse.
Oh,
Dude, Scruffy, thanks for inviting us on, man.
No,
That's how low you expect of us. Okay.
No, I expected
Well, this is my first time meeting a lot of you guys as well. Well, mostly all of you.
Yeah, it was nice to chat with everybody. Thank you, Scruffy, for pulling us all in here, man.
Everyone was so passionate, especially about World of Warcraft. Thank God we did not talk about Johnny Depp or Jackass movie or something like that.
Or
Thank
Twitch
God.
in general.
I had a Twitch topic on the list. Twitch subscriber revenue for partners being decreased. This was on the list as well. Thank God we didn't talk
I'll
about
go
that.
on for an hour on that one.
Oh yeah, I
Hey,
can.
it's still on the menu at some point.
Next
There's
podcast.
something good and bad, but yeah.
That is maybe for some other time. I don't want to think about it. Actually, it's killing.
I mean, is anyone even like? Is anyone in here even getting like a 70-30 split right now?
No, nobody on Twitch gets that.
So who cares? The exclusivity is gone. Finally, multi-streaming on YouTube. Another day, we talk about this.
Yeah.
Can you guys please shout out yourself? Apri, can you start?
I'm Apricot. My socials are all the same. Apricot Cat. I'm the community leader for the hardcore classic community, as well as a full-time content creator. So, yeah, just that's Apricot Cat for Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitch.
Thank you so much for joining today.
Of course.
I was like thinking about this name like at least like 80 times during the podcast. Chachu.
Oh my God! There we go. 100% perfect. You got. I told you by the end of the podcast you're gonna get it right. So
no, I was thinking about that name like literally 80 times. Like no, not kidding.
Thank you first of all for the invite. Had the pleasure to talk with you and with everybody else on the panel. I'm Chachux. I was Chachux. You can find me daily on Twitch, and of course on all social media: Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. On Twitch, I'm live daily, as I said, doing mostly viewer keys and viewer raids, but hanging out with the people, chatting while playing most of the time WoW content. So pleasure to hang out with anybody from anybody's community.
I want to remind everyone in chat that I will provide a Battle.net gift card to all the streamers on the podcast, probably next week, that they can give away to their own communities, by the way. So guys, make sure you're going to follow all of them. And if you want to have all of those gift cards, just follow all of them and stay tuned on that one. Frankie! Shut yourself out, my man.
Don't fall asleep yet.
Thank you for the invite, man. It was nice actually, and I'm really glad that finally we could like first of all speak like this and share our thoughts, opinions. You can find me on Frankie MTV, guys, doing keys, and helping people to get the portal sooner. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The social medias, I really don't like them. But other than that, Twitch is the thing that you can find me, and that's pretty much it. So thank you. And also those people that came to talk, and I really appreciate that. So yeah.
I'm Frankie, and this is my MTV Cribs. Hallie, please shout yourself out.
So I'm not actually a streamer anymore. Like, rip my GPU being AMD for one thing. Yeah, that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. I digress. But anyway, I help out in a lot of communities. I usually hop into people's streams and just help out, really. Usually get my Ratolts eventually a key. It's a little payment. But yeah, I'm more just a helping hand, really. It's lovely to meet you guys. I already knew Chachu and Frankie from before, but it's nice to see some new faces, especially from the classic. So, yeah.
Thank you.
And Wildlands.
Dude, well, first off, Scruffy, thanks again for the invite, man. This has been really fun. It's nice to meet some of your homies as well, too. I feel like you got a little, you kind of felt out some of the cooler WoW people, brought them in here together to hang out, and it's been a pleasure. So it's been cool to meet all you guys. And yeah, looking forward to doing this again sometime. If you start making this a weekly thing, it'd be really cool to hop on another time. Yeah, you guys can find me on Wildlands, on Twitch, Wildlands GG, on all the other socials. Don't get your hopes up because I'm not really playing WoW right now. But I'm definitely going to be playing Lich King, definitely going to be playing Dragonflight. Stoked for that.
Are you staying NA for Raz?
NA, yeah, for sure.
Okay, let me know what server you decide to play on. You know what I mean?
Will do. Heck yeah.
Especially if you're playing Druid.
Nice. Anyone streaming or planning on streaming right now?
I'm still live, but you could always. I make a point with my communities. We always raid someone small so that they can help build their community.
Yeah, but I really wanted to rate one of you guys. Anyone Kat, are you continue streaming or?
Yeah, I stream for 2 more hours. I don't know. Chacho is too, right?
Yeah, I'm live as well, but I'm about to head off as well, so it's better off to give it to Kat or whoever wants to stay live more.
That's what we're going to do then. Next week is another podcast. I will get to all of you guys again. Like, of course, you're welcome. I had some responses already about like next week. A lot of people wanted to join for next week. We got to figure out how we're going to do this. Like, we had like 2 people like canceling the invite last minute today. But I think like 6 people were actually pretty okay. Like if this was like now 8 people or potentially the next week like 12 people, that would be probably a little bit insane. We're gonna see about this. I'm gonna get to you guys.
Pretty insane. It's gonna be
just everyone's talking at once.
Yeah, that would
be like an auction.
Well, was a roundabout topic as well, so you end up going round and round and round and round in circles with other people, and you end up at the same point anyway. So 12 people doing that, it's just gonna be a bit mental.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for joining. I hope you had fun. This was the first episode of the Scruffy Cast. I'm gonna talk to you guys pretty soon. I get back to you for the gift card as well. Did you guys give away?
I did it for the gift card.
I told my community, I'm like, don't you dare think you're getting it. I'm keeping it.
I didn't have a community, so you know, like I'm just here for the sake of it.
I'm keeping it, motherfuckers. There is no way you're gonna get that fucking gift card.
Roll it. We'll all go. Wow, we need to roll for stuff. We've got no.
Frankie comes in our channel and tries to win our cards.
True, man. Hey. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a follow on all of you guys. I mean, Chachi already followed for like 55 years.
Yep.
I think Frankie 3 years in August.
Yeah, 1st of August is gonna be 3 years. Yes.
Yeah. Jeez.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I can't believe it. That's mental.
Nah. Too many keys done already. Chachi as well, as far as I remember.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
thousands upon thousands.
I'm healthy. I took breaks.
All right, guys. I'm gonna put me on mute for the outro. Thank you so much for joining. Next week.
Thank you for having us, man.
Cheers, guys.
We're gonna talk.
We did it.
Good job, everyone. All the best to all of you.
4 hours. Holy moly.
Yeah, we pumped it.
Jesus.
When are you done yet? That's all I got. When are you done yet? You take the pin out.
You can finally go and take those trash bags out.
Guys, are we all offline? Can I start talking shit now? Please.
You are
struggle
now.
Peace, guys.
Wait, there you go. Is this how I mute myself? I need to leave the call. I don't know how to mute myself. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Guys, I hope you really liked it. Whew, my ADHD is through the roof. Like, my attention span was also gone after 4 hours. Whew. Party people. I'm selling Pokemon cards for a living. Please check out the scruffyshop.com. 5% off your next order with code PROMO5. I hope you really enjoyed it. Next week, we're gonna see who's joining. We're gonna see. It was really lovely. Me and Dora were talking about this. It was like literally self-running. We're gonna be rating Apricot Cat. She's still streaming. I'm gonna send you over to her. Guys, tomorrow for everyone who doesn't know me, guys, I'm streaming World of Warcraft every single day. I'm gonna do weekly keys tomorrow. Everyone who wants one gets one. So please, guys, if you want, make sure you're gonna join tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central European Summertime. You're doing a shot? Oh no, then I would go. I can't even speak anymore. Jeez. I wish you guys a wonderful good night. I'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. We're gonna do some World of Warcraft, and yeah, subscribe to my YouTube channel as well, because this podcast is going to be uploaded on YouTube tomorrow. Dodo, thank you so much. Dodo, you've been crazy. Jesus. This podcast will be tomorrow on YouTube as well. And yeah, I see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. It's thescruffyshop.com. Subscribe to YouTube. Follow all the streamers, please. Again, those are their channels. Please make sure you're gonna follow all of them. I see this. I can finally go and eat something. Guys, I wish you a wonderful good night. I see you tomorrow. And please have a good night. And the music was a little loud right now. I'm sorry. Have a good night, everyone. Ooh, what a stream. What a stream. Bye, guys.